Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Checkmate Gaming as we are ready to go here with our second match of the evening. And a couple of players that at least I'm very familiar with. Had a chance to play with these guys back in the Lawbreakers day. There's a throwback for some of you guys that are out there. But this is going to be an interesting one because we've seen this team that will run through the rosters here as soon as we get into the game. We've seen them play before, and they've always done well in our tournaments, but not quite well enough to break past the semifinals. They were previously, Austin, you'll get a kick out of this team name. They were previously going as the team name of My Wife's Boyfriend, which is probably one of the funniest team names to ever commentate ever, because you'd be like things like My Wife's Boyfriend coming right into the A site, and it just always makes you giggle just a little bit. But it's going to be Haven for this next map coming up. Again, everything preset and predetermined in best of one single eliminations until we get to the grand finals.
Yeah, until we get the grand finals, of course, getting a look at all the teams we possibly can. And, well, if you didn't get to watch your very first match, pretty dominating, I would say, there for Sinful. And that was off the back end of seeing some of the sniper play and seeing some of the synergy. You talk about this team, of course, been playing within and out of, a lot of different esports. And that's obviously going to have a lot of competitive integrity. And, well, on top of that as well, maybe some synergy built in towards some of these players, which is going to give you that edge to be able to take down these teams that might not have that built out. Now, at the same time, Valorant hasn't been out, the full game itself for a whole lot of time here. So I still feel like there's a good amount of teams that are, of course, still trying to build a lot of the synergy. And I think that some teams that at least come in towards the CMG tournament might just be pickups. But at the end of the day, the teams that are making those runs are teams that are kind of returning, and we're seeing them have that built in overall, gameplay that's been proven to be able to actually play out for them here. So I'm excited to see exactly these players that we've been talking up a bit, in between the break and whatnot, and what they're going to be able to show for us within synergy and all the agents that are going to pop out for us.
We'll see exactly how it goes. Again, Haven, one of the weirder maps out there, not only because there are 3 spike sites, but we've seen the NA meta kind of shift over the course of the last handful of weeks. At one point in time, you ran a Cypher and you ran a Sova. That's just what you did. As much information gathering you could possibly find, as much defensive lockdown as you could possibly get, just to try to, again, alleviate some of that defensive pressure as you go from one side to the other. And the team that I was talking about that we're very familiar with here is that of our first attackers, Turns, Ricotta, Priz, Stunner, and Slick. 4 out of the 5 guys being mostly known through the Apex Legends community, but I'll say specifically, watch out for Ricotta and Slick. Both guys absolutely insane, nutty aimers that I'm expecting to pop off as they're both coming into the mix playing 2 duelists, the Reyna and the Raze coming out here for both these guys.
Stunner with the Ghost goes for that quick peek in the middle of the map. And this is the beauty about playing Haven on offense, is we'll talk a lot about rotations and a lot about baiting majority of the members over. You can already see this actually being done, as you're going to shoot some shots on one side of the map, draw some pressure over, and make players over rotate. And then you're able to kind of make those bold calls based off of where you've seen players last, and, well, at the same time, what utility you've also seen come out. But this will be a stop, at least, from Battle Pants, as he's going to find the very first one. It opens up the first blood. We'll have to look for a couple more as this push is about to commence.
So you've got your tri-pants and you've got your battle pants. And battle pants will find that response kill like you mentioned. It's going to send CMG White on the long rotation away from A, knowing that, hey, the Sage is here. We don't know how much more utility she has. She's only used the slow orb thus far. Let's just try to hit something different. And it was actually Slick on the Raze who tried to clear things out in the C window in this garage door area. And that's going to be where the next hit comes through. Now for Nahul, trying to find their way in, as he's on the outside looking in currently. But again, there's not a lot of utility left. Godmeister actually does have the ability to drop some Sky Smokes. His Battle Pants again is able to find one more kill onto Priz, traded back and forth. But Battle Pants for a third and a fourth. Like I said, you've got your Tri-Pants and you've got your Battle Pants. Will the Battle Pants find the full ace? It's going to be a 2v1 opportunity. The Sky Smoke through Slick will toss a very good paint shells, but that's the end of his utility. Looking for a way, he's going to have to push through the Sky Smoke. A second one comes down, and Battle Pants will find the headshot for the ace. And the spike will be defused for the first round for CMG Black.
Well, that is one heck of a way to kick off and start our next series in the next match, as it comes pretty easily there for Battle Pants. Almost has the ultimate in the Resurrect going in towards the second round, which is pretty insane to think about at the end of the day. But look at what this does towards the economy. This is going to actually be a small buy for a few of these members, where they're going to be able to stack up some armor and get some Spectres on towards the map. So setting themselves up for an easy 2-0 that's likely going to kind of play out for us. But I think the bigger call there was making that last second rotation, getting control of that site, and that's what kind of allows you to be able to have an easy setup in that particular site over towards A, or over towards C rather, as we will kick off the next rounds and slowing things down a little bit here as Slick's going to throw out the paint shells, look to try and find the entry. There is the shot up close and personal. This is going to be Bones responding with one, but Slick has been able to take down one more, and now this is going to be a 4v3 situation, and this is going to be in favor of CMG Black.
For White, you've got Priz on a Cypher with a shorty. Wonder what kind of opportunities are you going to find with the 7 to scout him out, and perfect play with the spy cam. Base Priz's vision up top. Ricotta trying to get the Frenzy online, won't find anything there. And so it'll just be down to Turns. Again, formerly playing with the Pittsburgh Knights and Apex Legends. What can he do here in this 1v4 situation? The answer will be some damage, but not enough for a kill. And actually, the healing ward will be paused for a while as he got tagged up while he was in the channel. And Battle Pants will find their 6th kill so far. That'll be enough for him to get the resurrection at the end of round 2. Incredible scene so far for CMG Black.
Yeah, they're starting off hot, and I feel like it's really important to start off hot on the defense on this map in particular, because when you start to get ripped apart and you start to kind of get blown open into some of these sites, it makes you second guess yourself sometimes, makes you over rotate because you're always wanting to stack up with your teammates. But you know, there is a lot of plays that call for heroic moments to happen on Haven, where if you're the only one in the site, you hear people pushing, you have no one there to back you up, you have to kind of be that last line of defense and go big for your squad in a lot of those moments, and that could make or break the difference. But so far it's been pretty much consistency just across the board, with having of course some crazy pop-up plays from Battle Pants, who's been having a great start. But Battle Pants is going to invest a lot of his utility, and Sage also taking a lot of hits coming in towards the full release of the game, and we're going to see that barrier now kind of be one of those damage points where it's easy to break in. But Bones is going to stick with a shotgun up close. He's actually going to trade out himself for, I believe, a Vandal, as he's going to make the quick swap and grabs his team the first blood.
And just shopping right now. What do you want? He's been judge, jury, and executioner so far through that C doorway. As another kill will come through defensively. And you know, also I was going to ask you the question. I mean, we've seen so many times this Haven map could be so offensively sided. We're going to get another spy v spy battle here. 7 and Priz will go at it. 7's able to find the first, goes to the pistol. Oh my goodness, the trap wire play plus the cyber cage. Absolutely insane things from 7 as he finds 2 and locks down the A site.
Turns once again, the last one alive is going to have the Phantom and a good amount of health and armor to work with, but you're working through a 1v5, so you're almost just trying to eliminate as many people in this round as possible to try and hinder the economy just a tad bit heading in towards this round number 3. And that will be the first one. So he does manage to take out 7, who found a couple of big kills. Can't grab anyone else, but at the very least goes for a 1-for-1 in the end. But we're just seeing just great defense, at least on the side of CMG Black, where they're just lining things up and they're just kind of setting the tone at the start of this match.
And again, here's the other thing that kind of merits being mentioned. For CMG White, they don't get the spike planted in the last round, which again cripples their economy pretty heavily. Even if you're going to lose the face-up gun round, and the round before, they also didn't get spiked down. That's an extra 3,000 total credits that they're missing currently going into this 4th round. So it's going to force them to go into essentially a full save, or maybe just a little bit of a light buy with some pistol upgrades as they see fit. It's going to be mostly Sheriffs in the mix with 1 Spectre, but again, Bones in round 4, he's already got an Operator, and K-Meister one-taps Ricotta at range, holding down the angle, looking for one more, but Turns will respond with the kill. Moving on forward is Nahul, as he'll find one. He'll immediately go to the dismiss. Bones not quite able to hit the shot, and he'll let us know as he flicks the mouse around and uses the tailwind to get away. As how about this? CMG White find a 2nd kill, and this is obviously an actual threat here on the A site completely, but once again, 7 being cheeky with these cyber cages and trap wires will hold on again, not letting this get too out of hand.
Turns, he's been in a 1v situation just about every single round. He's got the Sheriff, so he can go for some 1-taps into the head. He's going to spot at the first one that will be in the garage area. That's actually got a gun to work with now, but he will have no chance. Once again, will be taken out. Won't be able to have an opportunity to try and clutch up. Solid defense for CMG Black, and now that we have that Operator coming in towards play, this is almost kind of going back to what we saw in the last series, Alan, where that Operator is just able to now play such a massive effect on towards the map, where if you're peeking the middle, if you're peeking C long, whatever it might be, that's something that's now in the mind of the opposing players, and that now draws for a second operator to come in towards the mix. What looks like it's going to be Slick, who is going to go for a forced buy, and this is going to be a crucial round for CMG White. You're going for a full investment. You have just about full armor stacked up for everybody except for Slick, and now this is his chance to see if he can find this counter snipe and potentially get himself a pick so they can work a site.
Yeah, but Bones is changing the angle, and oh my goodness, the flick shot from Slick. Sit down, Bones. No chance to tailwind away as he missed the shot. So now he'll have to come over. He has the Empress to play with. Just comes down to, will this side of CMG White bait it out of him, as he will get an opportunity to take one look at Priz, and that's going to be the Empress call, and this is such a good play for CMG White. Although they lose Slick, they back away. They want to try to milk the channel of this Empress out if possible. Priz having a tough time here, though, as a Leer and a Sky Smoke will come through. He will pick up the operator, and now he'll actually change up his angle once again as he's actually pushing through C Garage. Turns will get the resurrection on the Slick, so we're back to a 5v4. Shot's not great for Niall, takes the second challenge. Stunner puts him down, but just as that occurs, Battle Pants will now make it again another 4v5 as he also expends the resurrection here in round number 5.
We'll see if 7 can go big. He's been the man that's been locking this site down, and it's been off the back end of a good camera placement where he will get the information once again. And the spray up top! 7 goes for the 4K as he wipes down everybody. Does he have a chance at the ace? With the pistol, he does! Oh my lord! 7, I talked about single-handedly locking down sites, Alan. Well, that's exactly how it's done.
This kid's incredible. I mean, the amount of individual plays we've seen from 7 so far, just through 5 rounds, has me on my hands and knees and bowing up like he's some kind of god, because simply put, this kid has showcased not just his ability to use his utility and play around things like the cyber cage and the trap wire, but that transfer down to A long is something to marvel at. Top play of the night for sure so far, if not potentially ongoing, as we're just, again, still in the early stages, and CMG White are not going to enjoy the scenes here as they're back to another pistol upgrade.
Economy's hurting, the players are hurting, and well, round number 6, you are hurting once again. At the very least, we do see a couple of kills actually come in, but Godmeister able to come in and grab the last 2, so an easy round for them as it's just pretty much sheriffs across the board. Bones is going to do a couple little victory jumps in the air as he's been also holding his own with the sniper, but it's really just been off the back end of 7 Battle Pants, and this is already showing, you know, some big heroic moments that are coming in towards the mix for you, and this early on in towards the tournament, it's definitely something to look at because you've already kind of highlighted it and framed it up for us, Alan. No, this is a team that has made some pretty deep runs in towards some of these CMG tournaments, and seeing them now struggle already at a 6-0 deficit is certainly not a great look this early in towards the tournament.
And you wonder a little bit about the Raze pick. I hate to just kind of point fingers at Agent specifically because there's a lot of different factors, but the Raze has a hard time finding a lot of value offensively on this map because, yeah, you can clear up some tight spaces, but at the end of the day, it's hard to essentially hold with her kit because she's a pure damage-based duelist. On the opposite side, you've got a Jet who's got a lot of mobility and the Cloud Burst that can really provide a big line of sight distraction. And CMG Black will have another first blood opportunity here for a 5v4. And the only reason why I really kind of stay on the Raze is because Slick has mostly been playing a lot of Breach from what I've been able to kind of gather from his own stream. As Godmeister, goodness gracious, give me a second to talk meta as he finds himself a second and third kill, shuts down the B push, and this CMG White squad's looking frustrated.
Oh, are you ever? I mean, you have to kind of put yourself in the shoes of some of these players right now where you are just not finding success whatsoever, no matter what bomb site and what actual attack you're trying to put into effect for you, and you're just seeing just the side of CMG Black simply just wipe the floor with the CMG White squad at the moment. I mean, there's no other way to really put it. They're being outmatched. I mean, when one player single-handedly shuts down the entire team push against some players that are pretty well known across a couple of different titles, I mean, it just shows maybe some of the depth that goes in toward this squad, but you more or less look at this current state that you're in. The economy is just still absolutely booming at the moment for CMG Black. They have all the weapons they want. They're just pretty much in the perfect spot. You're still in a struggling kind of position right now for the side of CMG White, where you're going for these light buys. You're trying to get yourself some kind of armor going, but it is just not working for them, Alan. They're yet to get around on the board. If they could get one now, it would be a miracle, but I mean, time is certainly running out for them.
7 again, 3 win you would think versus Priz. Cybercage will come through, and fortunately Priz will get a little bit of help to deal with the trapwire, and Rakata is now earned first blood over towards the C side. Nahul though, this pinch, he's gonna find the first, goes for the dismiss, immediately gets through. Does he realize that there's a second behind him? He doesn't. Stunner will find another follow-up kill. This is actually a possible thrifty round coming through. 4v2. A couple weapons have been re-corralled here for CMG White, and it looks like for the first time since the first round, they're actually going to get the spike down again, which is absolutely massive for them. Stunner, another pick on the K-Meister, and well, chalk this one up. 7, he very well could try to take some of these weapons away, as again, his economy will be fine, but at the end of the day, CMG White, this is a huge round for them. Everyone picking up weapons from the ground and not spending a lot to get things going, plus the spike plant's going to be massive. So 7, what's the decision here, Fred? As he maybe looks for a couple of exits to, again, try to keep the economy at least somewhat hindered, and Slick with this one tap him from the window. A brilliant round there. Not a full thrifty actually coming through. Although, again, it was mostly just pistol upgrades and a little bit of armor. They must have been just over the threshold, but look how many players are able to keep weapons coming into this follow-up round. This is going to be massive for them to potentially swing the economy around in the late stages of this first half.
Absolutely. This is their chance to really start to get themselves right back in towards the game. And if they can start to combine a couple of rounds in a row and kind of chip away at this economy before we get in towards some of these later rounds in this first side, they will put themselves in a great spot on the defense to see if they can kind of bring things back in towards their favor. But you can't count CMG Black out. They've been pretty solid up towards this point. Location revealed, but Kata once again with the first kill. He's going to be able to bring that operator back in towards the mix. We see some shots go down in the middle of the map where Slick is going to be able to get a trade onto his teammate Turns, but not having the Sage player no longer is definitely going to hinder, and now it's going to be a 3v3 as they try to get themselves in towards the middle side.
Slick, is he going to go for the blind fire here? The cyber cage is down. There's also a sky smoke beyond this, and the rocket juice is going to come to a small completion, but he's able to lock down Battle Pants right near the gong. Spike gets planted at B. Nice shots from Slick in the smoke itself. That'll be good for his third of the round. Last player left is Nahul, and he's just going to try to make a challenge happen. Slick for 4, and now 2 rounds in a row for our attackers, and we're going to maybe deal with one more full gun round, but this is where, again, the economy could down here as CMG White now have some momentum to work with.
And this is exactly what you needed. It happened a little bit late, but again, better late than never, as we still got a couple of rounds to play out for ourselves. So this is a chance to kind of bring things maybe to at least a decent scoreline before heading in towards the side switch. And then you got some ultimates to work with here, as Rakata and Stunner are going to have theirs up. The operator still into play for Rakata, who did find that very first blood, and now he's going to switch things up as he's going to peek the middle of the map, but that will be a smoke that is laid down from Brimstone, so not going to be able to kind of make use of it fully with the initial NASCAR peak. But this is where I think you're going to look at the squad to see exactly where they're going to try and approach next, because they have the spike. It is going to be actually held at the moment from Turns, where they're going to hold it in the middle of the map, and they have a lot of middle map control, but they have the Cypher player who's slowly working his way in. Not actually peeking the middle there, taking out Godmeister might just be that little bit of room they need. As I say that, Bones is able to respond with a kill on towards the sniper player for himself.
But it's one of those things that he gets that pick, you need to get him a way to exit. I would love to have seen a sky smoke come down from our friendly Brim, played by Stunner, just to give him an exit. As you see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Slick was also kind of pushed forward, and he's not feeling very confident about this peak. He'll be sky smoked out, although he's trying to make a solo play. Here comes the orbital strike. It'll force 7 out from behind cover. Trap wire will be triggered, but Bones can't challenge this as another sky smoke comes through the A link. And that's going to be a full take of the A site, but at what cost? It's going to be a 3v3. You've got the potential of a Blade Storm to use if Bones feels like he needs it, and that's going to be exactly the case. Just looking for a jump peek over the top. Cyber Cage will block his line of sight, but it's going to leave an opportunity for Battle Pans to try to work his way in. He will also be Cyber Cage, and this hold looking very solid as CMG White will get the plant and the post plant set up for a successful 3rd round in a row.
And it feels like they're starting to figure out a lot of what CMG Black is doing in their setups. And this is also, I think, some of that veteranship that can kind of kick in across games where it's like, all right, we see what you're doing. This is your play style. And now we're going to be able to adapt to it. And you're kind of seeing that play out on your screen at the moment where they're working things a little bit differently. You see Rakata kind of get aggressive in the middle of the map that opens up the pick and kind of just eliminates that very initial player to be able to move in towards the other sides of the map where more people are then drawn in towards the middle of because if you see the operator that pushed up, well, it's just likely to assume that the rest of the players are there. But Ricotta, he goes for another fast peek up the middle. He's been opening up with first blood after first blood, and he's just been doing his team such a great job of being able to work their way back into the game.
And again, Battle Pants will be the first one to meet anyone coming across. Slick will realize, all right, Bucky and C window. Let's try to not play off of that, as there should be some pretty good information here that our CMG Black squad is on mostly a save round. It's mostly actually a light buy, if I'm being completely honest, as someone did have enough credits to get a Vandal in the mix, so everyone else tried to meet them on that front. Turns will take down Battle Pants, but K-Meister playing aggressively will deal with Ricotta. The operator down, makes the quick swap, not able to deal with Stunner. It was close, though. Had a number of shots connected, not enough for the kill. And now Bones also playing aggressively. We'll find another pick. And I love this play from CMG Black. They're on essentially an off-gun round. Let's try to stop them from getting a plant. Let's play aggressively, defensively, take away as many weapons as possible, and force at least a couple of repurchases. But it looks like all that effort of trying to stop a plant from coming through will be nullified. 7, he's in a short. One shorty shot will deal with Ricotta, who now he's able to pick up a weapon. And this 2v2 retake, very doable as Bones finds one more. It's going to be just down to 1. And that's Priz, who's had a really lackluster first half so far, but in a position to lock things down, but the spike never got planted. So now he's only got 12 seconds to make a play, and Bones will deal with him. Heck of an effort from CMG Black. Again, not on a full buy round. Will still find a way to salvage and make it 8-3.
Crucial one for them to kind of make sure that round after round does not keep swinging their way. And I think that's off the back end of 7, kind of just holding his position. The discipline within that site in particular at A for the Cypher player has really been the difference maker in a lot of these rounds. You saw it very early on where he just quite literally 1v5 every single person that walked in towards the site when he was top heaven. And you see him kind of set up that play once again where he finds the initial kill with the shorty up close and personal, and that stops the push from coming in completely. Does not allow them to get that post plant setup. That's been the difference maker, but the sniper has also been a pretty big difference maker as we'll head in towards this very last round, seeing if CMG White can try and get one more on towards the board before we do end up going for that side flip. This would be a crucial one for them, as they have found success at about every single site throughout this first side of the offense, but a lot of that has been out the back end in the last couple ones, as we'll see Stunner spot out a Cypher trap. He will not get spotted out and give away his position. The Cypher is now going to be watching this, as we'll see 7. He finds another kill here, and he's been so big so many times as he's going to go for a reposition.
He's just been so slippery. He's also got his Brim right behind him, K-Meister, who can help from the A-Link if necessary. And, you know, we'll talk about it here at the half, but CMG White have not done a very great job of intel gathering or trying to force rotations of the CMG Black defense. Again, you deal with the trap wire, but why re-peek it? You know exactly where this Cypher should be looking at, and
I have the spike.
I was about to say, can you not get that? Okay, it's a little bit of an awkward moment there for a moment as they pull out the barrier orb as if you wanted to use that for a second, but regardless, a 5v4 here, and you got to make a call. It's going to have to be to Hay here, Visions, and 7 once again. Cider Cage aggressively will sidestep away from the Lear. Here's 1. Thank you very much. Here's number 2. That's the 3rd of the round. How about a 4th for 7? Meister will stop it through. Eurostep will be used because why not? And K-Meister will clean up the final 2 as 7 once again single-handedly has made A his playground.
This man having a heyday. He's feeling himself. He's found so many highlight plays to feel like just watching him on that first side of defense. And there is, you know, a little bit of information you have to take in towards the map. And it's like, all right, 7 is on fire. He's letting things up. Yes, the C site's very difficult to try and break into due to there only being a couple of entries through Garage and through C long. B has worked here, hasn't worked there, but it almost feels like it's, you know, trying to pull off the impossible time and time again, Alan, where you're attacking the site with the player that's, you know, playing the best at the moment. And that's something you can kind of look at as a squad and say, all right, there are Cypher players playing over towards the A site for us. Let's maybe try and work the opposite side of the map and force that player to rotate in instead of allowing him to kind of reposition, play with us, toy with us time and time again. And you can see that first side where I believe he had 16 kills for himself. So a great start, but now we will go for the flip and we'll see if CMG Black can keep up this beautiful aggression as the first blood is actually going to come through. And now they're maybe going to make a fast rotation across the map.
And I'm interested to see how CMG Black manipulate these offensive hits. You're already forcing Slick out of C windows. He's used the paint shells. Not going to find anything there. Battle Pants making some noise middle. If they want to break this barrier orb and maybe get themselves in. Mikado will be the one to deal with this. Had 2 lined up, misses the shots, has to back away and play his life for as long as possible. Alir will come through offensively, maybe try to, again, just find a peek on any of these corners, and 7 will bait out Slick from behind the C garage doors, and that'll be enough for them to make the goal call to get inside garage. Turns the only player here, is just hoping for shots to connect, but it's Battle Pants who finds another. He's been incredible with the Ghost in the first half. He continues to be so here, as you've got a 4-on-2, and this spike will be planted surely here at C.
Meister, he's in a great position to be able to find a trade or kind of shut things down, as this 2v3 is now down to a 1v2. Praise looking for a second, but Godmeister with that position I highlighted will be able to close things out with a nice little kill, and now carrying some of that beautiful defensive setups in towards the offensive attacks. We're seeing the first initial peaks come through, and I almost feel like a lot of these players right now that are on the offense for the side of CMG Black are a little bit more comfortable when they are peaking first, which is something a little bit interesting, because of course we know Valorant as a whole, you are not going to have the peakers advantage, but there are simply some players within this game, like Counter-Strike and games that are similar like this, where you just feel a lot more comfortable swinging out on your opponent. You saw 7 do it on the defense, where he was swinging out and just lasering every single person that walked in towards his site, and that's kind of just playing another factor for us once again, as we'll take a view at this very aggressive hit up close and personal. Stunner's going to eat a whole lot of bullets to the face. Now that's going to give them the information, but the C site control already in CMG Black's favor.
And again, everyone holding on to shorties essentially is going to make this retake excruciatingly difficult. We'll take care of one, and Briz from the backside will pinch things up for a second, but he full commits and does get dealt with. A 2v3. And again, for CMG White, you're blocked off from moving from the garage doors, so you need to make some noise to do that. Knife will come through to open up some space. Turns has made his way in. Battle Pants will deal with one. Wanted to get to an AR, not able to meet there. And 11-3 will be the score. CMG Black with the round plus the plant will send them into a gun round, in which they're going to be feeling very healthy on their economy. And I would not be surprised if anyone has the cash for an operator. Does not look to be the case. So it looks like CMG White will just be able to meet them here with what will be a face-up gun round. But with how many members just survived for CMG Black, this is a must-round win for CMG White. You've got an advantage when it comes to the ARs in whole. You're going to be going up against the Bulldog and 3 Spectres. You have to win this round.
I agree. You go in towards that next round where you're then forced to be on an economy round, and you're simply not going to be able to match all of the armor and all of the weapons that are going to come in towards play. So we'll see if they can stay alive, as a lot of kills have already went through for us off the very start. Turns finds the kill and does give his team the advantage. He goes for another peek as he tries to heal himself up, but it's Bones there with the 2K. Finds a kill onto both, allows himself to get right in towards the B site, where the spike very likely could end up going down. It is a 2v3 situation. CMG White fighting for this round, but they will not get it, and the must round win we talked about does not swing in their favor.
And now all those Spectres and Bulldogs have been instantly upgraded into main ARs of Phantoms and Vandals, and Battle Pants will bring out the operator. And again, like you would figure here on match point, CMG White forced to buy whatever you can afford. They won't be in a terrible position, with the exception of Turns, who again, with the more, not recent, but somewhat recent change in the barrier orb now costing 400, it forces your economy into a really rough spot if you're not winning rounds convincingly, or staying alive if you're a Sage player, and you kind of see that be the case here for Turns, who at least is able to get someone to buy him. A Bulldog opening shots from Nahil will immediately turn that into first blood, dismisses himself right through the sky smoke, and we've got ourselves another 5v4 plus an orbital strike to potentially use for CMG Black to put this one away.
A lot of utility to work with, as this fast pushing towards B has kind of been their go-to in a lot of these opening rounds where they take them out of the sight. And talking about go-to, 7 has also been the player to watch, as they will use the Nero Theft to be able to get that additional information on the remaining 2 members, where it's going to come all down to Slick. He's going to have a chance, but will not be able to get the gun up. Both finishes a stunner, and well, another dominating series comes through, and to some players that I just quite literally was not expecting for us, Alan. 13-3 closeout. Just some crazy individual play standing out and finding just some insane highlights. 7 in particular, but Godmeister right there with a lot of those big multi-kills. Battle Pants started things off really early on for us, and everybody else pulling their weight and doing what they needed to in those big moments. But that was a crazy look at this squad that we got to see for CMG Black.
The big difference here that I'm kind of noticing is, again, kind of what we reiterated upon from our previous round of just one team being a little bit more familiar with one another to a
Mhm.
point where they're, again, combining things up to try to find information, get those offensive hits online. But I would say this time through, it wasn't necessarily a combination of abilities that was lacking for CMG White, but a lack of information gathering. At the top level, when we've seen it, I know I've had a chance to cast with the Team Liquid Academy stuff as well here at Checkmate Gaming. When we start to get to the semis and the finals, those teams are not making full offensive executes until about the 45 to 30-second mark. They're taking that initial 45 to a minute just to see who's playing where, what agents are at which spike sites, what abilities can we bait out, so that way when we do make our go call, we're not running into 2 different slow orbs, barrier orbs, and 17 different types of smokes. We're able to get there, bait out those abilities, make things a little bit easier on us. That was one thing that was severely lacking from CMG White this time around. I go back to that one very small moment on their offensive hit through a catwalk where Stunner dealt with the trap wire. He shoots it, but then they're still just kind of slow and long peeking. You know the Cypher is expecting someone to come through. If you're going to make an execute call, you found the trap wire. Either delete it and back away or save it and then delete it in full execute and one good swell push. We saw none of that. It was a little bit of here and there, a lot of gray area plays that were coming through offensively for CMG White. And once they got behind the snowball, which was the economy of our team in black, they just weren't ever fully able to recuperate. I mean, yeah, you took a couple of rounds near the end, but this is a map that you have to be more successful on offensively through that information gathering, through finding first blood, stretching that defense out, stretch them as thin as possible before you make those execute calls. And we saw very little of that this time through for CMG White.
And I don't think I could have said it better myself, Alan. That was, really well put for as far as how a great team wants to be able to kind of play out the map for us. And I think coming back to that snowball effect, that's obviously been a factor within Valorant because economy is a factor, just like Riot Games, has League of Legends. If you're the team that's building up the goal lead and you're the one that's controlling and dictating the pace of the game, it makes things very difficult for the opposing team to be able to do anything. And then it becomes very clear where it's like, okay, this is their buy round. This is the round that they're going to maybe try and change things up or try to find a big execute. This could also force them to play a little bit more hesitant. And that's something that these players, obviously, that were able to display some of their talents for us on screen, are likely also communicating amongst themselves. And those big shutdown rounds that happen very early on in the round number 3, the round number 5, where you're saving up that extra round to buy full outs and be able to actually match all of the guns and armor that's out on towards the map. When you lose those ones, that's when you fall into that unfortunate effect where you're just losing round after round after round. The game snowballs out of control and you don't find that round until I think it was round number 8 where they finally got themselves that first one on the board. But it was obviously just too late from then, where you're just constantly playing catch up and you have to be able to pop off and pull off those big heroic moments that we were seeing from CMG Black through multiple players. So it was very fantastic to see them there, and I think that they played Haven just absolutely perfectly.
I 100% agree with you, and they will be moving on. Again, these are best of 1 single elimination matches that are coming through. 186 total teams signed up for our free entry tournament here for $500 on the line. Again, it's nice to be back with Valorant. Hopefully, we can continue to do more of this in the near future. I know that Austin and Stashio on the cameras and stuff and myself love doing Valorant casts here with Checkmate Gaming. And to ensure that we get more of that, not only can you participate, again, I know a lot of us are waiting for rank to show up. Why not spend some of your evenings playing for potentially free entry tournaments here with Checkmate Gaming? You can find that by going to checkmategaming.com, navigating on the left-hand side of your browser to the tournaments tab, and you can, again, filter out all the tournaments that are available by just clicking on the Valorant tab itself to get all of the tournaments we have currently posted, dailies, as well as a couple of big ones coming up on these weekends. So make sure you sign up and you get yourself going for enrollment for some of those tournaments. And of course, make sure you also mention us on Twitter at CMG_Valorant. Hey, you want to see more of this? Let us know. Force our admins, force their hand, force them to start putting out more stuff, because we want to see more of these guys showing up and showcasing their potential, as we are still, again, very early on in the years that could potentially be following of what is CMG and, of course, Valorant competitively. We'll be stepping away for a small break. When we come back, though, we'll be continuing on with our tournament here. $500 again on the line. Don't go too far. More Checkmate Gaming Valorant right after this.
Love is all there is. Love is all we need. Darling, don't be scared. I can feel your pain. Even heroes fall. Even heroes fail. You're always running like the world is on fire. But can you see me coming when it's down to the wire. I will be a shooting star when you look up in the night, burning through the atmosphere, brighter than the city lights. I will be a satellite, you don't have to say goodbye. I can hear your SOS, I can see you from the sky. I can hear your SOS. I'm coming, I'm coming. I will be a shooting star when you look up in the night, burning through the atmosphere, brighter than the city lights. I will be a satellite, you don't have to say goodbye. I can hear your SOS, I can see you from the sky. I can hear your SOS.
I had a dream you died last night. I woke up mouthing things I should have said, but I slept on those words instead. You haunt the stairways in my head. You're the monster under my bed. Reach for me when I repent, and I should have loved. I should have loved. You're the monster under my bed, making mess. I keep trying to I told you secrets I should have kept. You spill them up as I collect. But I fall for it off a million times, like a bad old house, just one peek inside. You're the mystery with hell of a history. My hands are red. You're the monster under my bed. Reach for me when I repent, and I should have learned. I should have learned. You're the monster under my bed, making mess I keep trying to address. Cannot come to terms with the monster under my bed.
Hello and welcome back to Checkmate Gaming and our $500 free entry Valorant Tournament. I'm Hold Shift. With me is Visions, and we're having a lot of fun. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. We cast a lot of Call of Duty here in this channel, but it always is refreshing to get a different look at a different game with a multitude of different players from, like you mentioned, a wide variety of different backgrounds. And so far, we've been treated to some really special performances in our round 2 and round 3 matches. Now we move into round number 4, where Bind will be our playground for this round. Again, best of 1, single elimination all the way through this one here, Austin. So again, not a lot of room for these guys to work with. And because the maps are predetermined, you might just find yourself in a very tough matchup on one of your worst maps. That's just kind of one of the things you have to kind of overcome here with our Checkmate tournaments. And I don't know, I'm excited to see what teams have to offer on a map like Bind. We've seen a lot of flexibility with the teleporters being kind of learned and realized, especially offensively, as this map has kind of turned from what was a defensive stronghold into a lot more fluidity from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree for you because of the teleport use. Of course, the rotations can be super effective, but there's also a lot of different abilities and kind of agents you can kind of throw into the mix with some of the teleporting use. Like when we were seeing this map played out for ourselves, during the beta, we saw a lot of Phoenix on this map because you were able to use the run it back and be able to play through the teleport and kind of pop up from behind to be able to find a kill or two. I'm not sure if we're going to actually get ourselves any Phoenix. It does not appear so. So we haven't got any Phoenix on towards the day, even seeing him get adjusted a bit with the hot hands, getting some extra seconds built in towards that, and seeing the stun also having a higher duration on top of it too, but still not seeing any kind of Phoenix coming in towards the mix. And we've seen the Jet that you had actually highlighted in our very first match and coming in with some of the adjustments towards her. It looks like Bones is going to pull her back out and bring us back in towards round number 4 with some very exciting action and some more agent kind of flip-flops coming in.
And the one thing I really enjoy about watching pre-release Jet gameplay was its combination with Breach. You could follow up after things like fault lines very, very quickly, especially Rolling Thunders. And now that she's gotten a little bit of a change when it comes to her tailwind breaking through Cypher cages, her entry frag potential is massive. It's going to be a double stack through defensively over towards Hookah. Joker and Bones finding a trade initially. And Bones, well, it's an unfortunate little bit of a tailwind there as he just goes right into the box, but he does stay alive and find some secured damage. Meanwhile, Battle Pants over by A Short had found first blood technically in the round. So we'll be with the 4v3 here as CMG White try to recollect themselves and maybe try to approach this A site more fully.
Battle Pants is reading this very effectively. He throws down the slow orb, which has run out, but it delays the push so that the rest of the team can actually rotate over. And now that Battle Pants has found another one, it's going to be a 2v4. Now, Hul able to grab himself Chrome, and now this is all up to 1, and this is going to make things a little bit difficult. You're just kind of playing for as many kills as you possibly can, make that economy better, but now Hul will have none of that, and CMG Black going to be able to kick things off with a strong defensive hold.
And one of the things, I know it's so stock at this point, we've seen it time and time again, offensively, Sky Smoke, Barrier Orb, get the spike planted at B, or A rather, pardon me. Get that spike down. It's so important when it comes down to helping build that early economy. Even if you lose the first round of the pistols, maybe even you lose the second, you could still come into round number 3 with a dead even, if not an economy that is actually putting you in the advantage. So it's a little bit concerning to see where these hits are coming from. Again, a lot of intel gathering early, but not a lot of kills to follow up. So CMG Black on their defense. They already have a Marshal in the mix, plus a couple of Spectres. A huge power spike, and Battle Pants once again finds first blood with just an opening peek to Joker, who just gets caught sniffing in the middle of the map.
Battle Pants going to be able to hold on to things. Going to throw out that slow orb and still has the barrier orb to actually throw out for himself to really kind of stop the push. Nice snap there, as it will be a quick scope, and Battle Pants gonna go through the spray in the wall, as we now are going to see that wall get used. The judge actually will find the flawless round, and maybe it was an eco round, but still nice little snap back and forth from Bones to be able to play with both two members, and already up 2-0 in some nice dominating fashion.
Are you kidding me? I mean, that's just 3 shots that fully connect, 1 at range, 1 up close, back to the range. Goodness gracious, Bones has showcased his potential with this judge. And here's the other thing. Okay, now you've got an opportunity here for CMG White. Yes, you've lost the first 2 rounds. You have not been able to get the spike down, but take a look at the weapons. Everyone's got full armor, and now you've got full ARs, although Physics did not buy anything by the looks of it, unless the UI didn't fully upgrade. I think he just kind of went AFK for a second. He doesn't actually buy anything, so a potential huge missed opportunity is, again, you're going up against a Marshall, which is not going to feel all that valuable since you've got full armor. You still got the Judge and a number of Spectres. You win everything at range right now after CMG White, so you have to play off of that. Make sure you're not getting caught in corners. Try to search for information. Get a way to execute off of a first pick, and it very well could happen as Battle Pants is trying to just shoulder over the middle, and he'll realize this is not a fight I'm willing to take.
Battle Pants has been so good with this utility. You see the slow orb come out for the opposing stage player. He automatically throws that barrier up. Now, this health of the barrier has been reduced a tiny bit for the stage player, but she will now heal herself back up. They have broken open the wall, but I don't imagine the commitment over towards A is going to be the call. And well, this is going to be read just about perfectly. So they are going to work their way in towards Hookah, where Chemicals will be likely one of those entry fraggers. He is playing Raze, so watch for him to throw out those paint shells. While that happens, the Cypher over in towards Belong has the camera down, and now the whole team might look to rotate. Chemicals finds a good spray and is going to be able to find the headshot onto Bones. The close angle held from 7. Who else would it be? As he's going to trade out his Spectre, get himself an upgraded weapon. The plant might just go down, but CMG White are going to have to try and defend this with the man down here getting in towards the site. Godmeister, the next one up, who's going to have to deal with that barrier orb of himself. Scouting out every single corner as this push is going to now come in with a retake. 7 with 1. Chemicals with the response. 7 with another in the round. And now it's going to be all to one lonely single Raze player who won't have a chance. Battle Pants has got his number. 3-0 up as the defenders find just about a flawless retake.
You know, here's the thing about 7 is not only does he get away with one there because they don't fully check the corner, but he's been finding a lot of success based on these really cheeky spy camp placements. He's not putting them in very obvious spots. I know that a lot of Cyphers out there, myself included, you like to just put it down a long alley and sit there and say, all right, I'm just going to see if anyone comes. If it gets destroyed, it gets destroyed. And he's going to, again, showcase us another position here where it should stay relatively safe. But he's changing up the spy cam position every single round. And sometimes he's putting it in spots to where you might not expect it, where it might not give him a long line of sight, but at least it gives him an opportunity to get at least a peeker's advantage before he goes through. You saw that happen last round, and he continues to kind of play around, searching for information through the B side of Long. Now we've got Nahul. He's able to try to get a little bit of a spam through, gets a steal off to get the dismiss out. He's got a little bit of help here from Battle Pants, who will find the second, and just like that, opening 15 seconds at a 5v3 for CMG Black.
The spike hasn't necessarily committed towards one side of the map, just kind of playing in the middle, but you can see the Cypher player on the side of CMG Black slowly working a flank. And actually, just about every single member here is going to look to pinch things out. They just have the Sheriff. Battle Pants combines with 2, but Jake able to grab himself a nice little 2-tap, make that 3. And now this could be a potential situation where you come back in, but 7, once again, the player who finds the very last kill is going to be able to shut things down. And as much as that was an eco round, there was maybe just a little glimpse of hope for CMG White, but they've been outnumbered, and you're starting to see CMG Black kind of have their way with them on the map here for us, Alan.
Yeah, that's a hell of a play from Jaker, though. First of all, apologies. I thought the A was an O based on what we were looking at. Again, our picture not exactly the clearest of them all, but doing what we can. So Jaker, again, nice shots with the Sheriff. Gave himself an opportunity to maybe find the last 2 in the round. But even still, again, you mentioned it. That is essentially a save round coming through with a couple of pistol upgrades, and you're able to keep at least the economy somewhat punished from the defensive side. Again, they don't have the ability of getting a boosted economy because you stopped the plant. So they're just going to be going in face up, face out every single time. Judge not going to come through. Nice shot from Chemicals as he gets a little bit of a wallbang headshot. And again, now it's a 5v4 and a big opportunity to make your way across the map as you're seeing their Cypher player defensively is pushed up very aggressively through B long. And Seven, he's actually been in a pretty terrible spot. You think that it's good because he's holding on to so many angles, but he can't clear the middle of the map, so you still have your Brimstone player watching mid. Battle Pants by themselves has to deal with what's coming through, has to try to get the barrier orb up, can't do it in time. Chemicals will punish the operator with a showstopper. Now the A site open for the taking.
Spike very likely going to go down. It looks like the push they had thought was coming over towards the opposing site, but now they're going to have to move in with just 2 members up against 3, so the disadvantage on the side of CMG Black, and now really on their side of CMG Black as Chemicals finds 1, but 7, if he's still alive, just about anything is possible. Paint Shells goes down. He will avoid the damage as he's still got 150 health here. He's going to now throw down the cover. Enemies revealed. He's going to use the Nero Theft, so he is looking to clutch up on this round, find some shots. Going to fake the defuse. There will be the peak. The shot's there, but not good enough. So the Nero Theft is invested, but will not pay off. And a big round comes through for CMG White to find the very first one and put it on the board.
It's a massive round. Again, take a look at the economy. You're sitting here looking at the scoreboard saying, hey, it's 4-1. CMG Black should be fine. And mostly they are. But 1 or 2 more rounds go awry for them again. This is going to be a complete flip of the narrative when it comes to the economical standpoint of this game. CMG White will get another full gun round in the mix, plus a couple of members who could technically buy for teammates in the following rounds if needed. And maybe a little bit of a greedy play here for CMG Black, because you see Bones is going to pull out an operator near the end. It's going to really hurt. Again, one of the biggest economies for CMG Black. So again, if our team White, if they've been able to figure things out and find a couple more opening picks here and make this field really punishing, they very well could flip this economy around, but I say that, and Bones will find first blood with a follow-up behind it. He's got a 4-on-3, 7 by himself. He's been able to do special things, finds a number of shots. Are you kidding me, 7? You cannot be allowed to do that. A jumping right click from the classic to finish off the kill through the box, and now we've got a 4-on-2 as health pools will start to be recovered from the healing orb from CMG Black.
And a big investment to be able to use that resurrection, bring a member back in towards the mix, and carry that gun potentially in towards round number 6. CMG White kind of just praying and hoping at this point in time that someone maybe gives them an over peak, and this could be their chance, but Jaker is shut down, and now it's all up to 1, as Chroma will be able to grab himself 1 kill, is reading the teleport sound cue correctly, but he's gonna find himself pinched. He finds the second. Can he find 3? 7 again, the one who will find and finish out the round for his squad. Defender's going to be able to take down another round for themselves, so the Resurrect actually kind of paying off there just to make sure the extra security had came in. And we're seeing CMG White, they found a glimpse of hope in the last round, but can't carry that over in towards the round number 6.
And again, you just take a look at the economy. Picture it the other way around. Picture it if CMG White even get a plant off and take a couple more members with them. You almost have a handful of members for CMG Black that are completely zeroed out. But because Battle Pants 7, they're able to survive. They hold 3,000 plus credits coming into the next round. They're able to help out their teammates if they're needed. Battle Pants up top. Phantom going to use the boost over the top of a really well-placed Sky Smoke, just giving him a bit of a corner. That's a combination which we don't see all that often, but absolutely beautifully executed between the Sage and the Brim here, as first blood will be secured. And there is no resurrection available for CMG White, so they'll have to finish out this round with a 4v5.
A round they desperately need, buying on some of their members with the full armor. But with Battle Pants up and 7 up, those have been the 2 key members, and that's why 7 with looking for the second, but will just fall short in some of those shots. Now a 2v4 situation. The spike's still in hand. There's still a good amount of time to also work with, as the healing orb does play a factor. We'll bring our Brimstone character right back up to full. And they're going to slowly work themselves in towards the A site. But little do they know that there is 3 people coming up behind them. And this flank might actually pay off massively.
Such a massive play for CMG Black. It's a small thing, but they all hit the teleporter to deny the gun pickup. They know that a couple weapons are good. Wow. Oh my goodness, Chrome snaps onto both players on the flank. Will he realize he has another contact a little bit further beyond? The orbital strike can be thrown out in random fashion. It won't connect with anything, and just as Battle Pants will clear up a cubby, it's going to be Chrome, caught by a trap wire, and just as he comes out of hookah, he should be met by our Brim player here in the near future. And with the resurrection coming out, not a lot of time to play with. Chrome's going to have to stick this. He's going to get the spike, maybe planted in time. Nope, not going to happen. K-Maestro makes the challenge, but it's a small moment in there, but you saw CMG Black in the middle of that round. As soon as a kill came through, the Reyna pushed up B long. 2 players at the teleport. They were just making sure that CMG White did not pick up the gun of their fallen comrade. Just high-level awareness coming through, making sure that there is no advantage given away to CMG White. Now we've got ourselves a 6-1 round count.
Only a few more rounds really to start to play out for us as we're coming down to what is the end of the very first side. Ultimates available for the side of CMG White, and this is a big chance to see if they can really get themselves that second round on the board. You have ultimates, you have some players who are going for full buys, the other players kind of just grabbing themselves some sheriffs here, and even seeing Fix again just going for that no buy for himself here, where he's purely saving 4,500 credits. But a slow attempt, at least into the initial start of this round. As I say that, 7 does grab himself 1, make that 2, as he has been working this B flank the entire game. It's paid off for him a few times. The positioning is there for him. And now you only have 2 players remaining, 1 remaining, as it's all to 1 with just the regular pistol in the smoke, doing some dancing for us, Alan, because he knows this one is obviously over.
Yeah, it would have been nice if you could have found the Vandal to save it, and that's the other kind of thing that we have not seen a lot of here is when there is a situation in front of you that is not all that great, can you find a way to salvage the round by finding exit kills defensively, or maybe on the opposite side, just holding on to a couple of weapons? And Fix, again, just giving us the nod of approval, saying that, yep, I'm just going to sit here and just save my life. Again, you mentioned he's got a lot of credits in the bank right now, but this one is just going to be a hunt and search party coming through as CMG Black have more than enough money to potentially lose 1 and still be able to punish the kills. So 20 seconds will probably come to a conclusion here pretty quickly, and it's going to be just down to, will Fix actually make a move? Looks like he is going to try to make a play over towards the A site just a little bit. He might come into contact with 1. It's Battle Pants. The shots were good. Not enough for the full kill, though, and now Fix has been figured out, and he's got nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and yeah, he's just praying to take 1 down with him before heading in towards this round number 8. He goes for the peek out. He does get a little bit of a sound cue, but Bones with a pistol for himself will be able to actually take him down, and that will now leave us in 7-1 count as things looking a little bit difficult. Hearing that the players, looks like everyone's still in here for us. Hearing that maybe someone had left, but it does appear like they're in at the moment. Still having a lot of ultimates to work with. They're not buying anything though, Alan, so maybe we actually did get a potential rage quit that came in for us. But still, I mean, this game is not over. You've only played the first side. Like it's offense. Like obviously, like it's not looking great by any means. You're down, but you have some credits to work with. You have some ultimates. You can work some utility. They're not moving, so I'm guessing they're kind of just throwing in the towel here.
Yeah, this is questionable to say the least. Like you mentioned, yeah, this game is nowhere near over. Sure, a couple of these rounds have not gone your way, but they've been fighting strong throughout this, and you've got an economy that is still going to let you to be contestable, and Nahil will see this and just one-tap his way through for 4, and I don't know. I guess I'm just a little bit puzzled as far as what the call here is for CMG White, because this was not looking great for them in the first half, but they were still competing, and it's one of those things we haven't mentioned at all here, Austin. When I look at a map like Vine, you're able to pull off 4 or 5 rounds on offense. You're feeling pretty decent about that. And there's a big opportunity where they still could have made that come to life.
Well, definitely. I mean, they had the ultimates. You had the credits. I mean, maybe just seeing the way that our Brimstone player was kind of playing out those final moments where he was just sitting in a corner was a little bit questionable. But maybe that was the moment where they kind of went mental boom, or things weren't going right. He wasn't buying in a couple of those rounds, so I mean, it's really hard to say as you're kind of just lining up bots at this point in time and adding towards the KD. But I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed. It's not over by any means. You just highlighted it. If you can grab a couple of these rounds on this first side, you can maybe translate that in towards a complete reset where you're even credits, everything's back to even for yourself. Once you flip those sides, it really just seems like I think they gave up way too early. Like there's nothing else to really say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sportsmanship aside, one of those things that is, come on, man, is play the game out, you know what I mean? And it looks like everyone is just leaving, so that's going to be the case. It's going to be CMG Black moving through. To be fair, and to kind of speak to the other side of things of what we've seen, this CMG Black squad is showing us something absolutely special, and I don't say that lightly. it's one of those things that I've spent a lot of time watching these lesser known North American teams come through different systems, whether it's here with us at Checkmate or with Team Liquid or whatever it happens to be, whether you're watching streams at home. There is something different about this CMG Black Squad so far. Again, they put out a very good team in the last round. This one, they never gave CMG White really a chance to kind of take off with an opportunity offensively. And a lot of it has been on the back end of just some incredible individual moments, especially Seven. Again, if you're going to trust anyone to play the Cypher, might as well be the guy that could also find a 1v3 without using his abilities, because that just makes him extra dangerous in those situations defensively. We've seen that come true so far in 2 straight maps.
I mean, to touch on Seven, I mean, I think he's done a great job, not only, pulling off a lot of these, these big multi-kills for himself, but he's been, a big factor in them actually getting this information, right? Like you saw a couple of those moments where we watched that last series where he had the information, they had to hit a tripwire, or he had got the camera cue, whatever it might be. He was able to then give his team that crucial information that we kind of talked about. And then they were able to translate that into towards individual plays, which was just Seven having himself a great heyday. But we're hearing that the players apparently came back. So maybe they were just waiting for the reset. Offense maybe just not their side. I have no idea. They're like, chalk it up, we'll go to defense and we'll bring it back. I don't know what the strategy is, but no, we're hearing that they are staying in spawn now. So maybe just giving us a little glimpse of a comeback, but still throwing in the towel, I think definitely way too early for themselves, as that was nowhere close to being over.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, again, we're frame up a lot of things analytically because paid to do it's our job. But at the end of the day, we're not just throwing out like random tidbits. Again, a lot of those rounds were close. And again, from the offensive side, even if you're losing a bunch of rounds in a row, the defense doesn't have the luxury of finding that bonus 1,500 credits. A team that starts off 4-0, you lose 2 rounds, all of a sudden you're on a save round defensively. It's very plausible considering the fact that you've got a lot of upgraded economy when it comes down to what the costs are for some of the abilities. The Barrier Orb, very expensive. Cypher, a very expensive character in its own right because of you have to buy everything to be valuable. And then on top of that, even the Brimstone, the Incendiary going up to 400 is also extremely expensive. So it's one of those things that the economy can turn around very, very quickly. All you have to do is win one quasi-eco round, whether it's a light buy or maybe just a full save, and you right back into a face-up gun round. You can win 2 rounds in a row, or just take away weapons and force repurchases out of some of those Vandals and Phantoms and maybe even Operators. Juke can be on the other foot very, very quickly. It's the one thing that I really hate to see, especially from the offensive side, is just giving up. It happens a lot, I think, in everyone's unrated games, especially if you're like below plat. Your ranked games are probably like that too. Like, oh, we're just getting smoked. Don't give up on those opportunities. Search for information. Bait out those abilities. Make them spend their economy. Don't let them sit there at 9K every single round. And you can find a way to work your way back in. But I'll get off my soapbox on this one for now. We'll set things to a small break. We'll see if we're going to be jumping into another round 4 matchup, as that one was cut relatively short, or will we be ready to go with round 5 in the near future? Only time will tell. So make sure you stick around. And while we're away, make sure you not only follow the Twitch stream here, but also if you want more Valorant specific updates from us here at Checkmate Gaming, over on Twitter at CMG_Valorant will get you updates on whenever we do broadcasts like this, or whenever we've got different news posts on our YouTube, or especially when we've got tournaments for you to all enroll and play in. We'll send things to a small break. When we come back, we'll have more action here with our CMG Valorant $500 tournament right after this.
Let's go.
T-U-R-B-L, right into the cloud. This is how we go. T-U-R-B-L, let me take control. We are on a roll.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Checkmate Gaming and our $500 free entry Valorant Tournament. 186 total teams signed up, and we're dealing with another round 4 matchup where the numbers have dwindled pretty significantly. I hold shift with me is Visions, and we're digging in, like we mentioned, to the round 4 matchup with some incredibly good team names here. Mountain Dew Doritos and Brim No Molly going up against one another. Sometimes I like to default to CMG Black and CMG White, but when team names are this good, how can you help but not call them out in live action?
That's right. You got to throw them in towards the mix. So it'll be very exciting to throw those names in and out as we go through this match. And well, coming off of a couple, if you haven't got the tune in, we've seen some great things from the squad that was CMG Black, of course, in the last couple previous series. But now heading in to take a look at some of these other teams, we have not seen either one for us. But the team on the right, however, is definitely a team I think that rings a bell based off of, some matches that you have personally already casted over Shift. And just seeing, just some of the records and scores, it looks like looking at the scoreline, Sean Peasy, who has definitely the most wins out of anyone here between these rosters, 16-2, has a silver, has a bronze within some of these CMG tournaments thus far within Valorant. So he has most certainly been able to make a name for himself, but he has not been able to break through to first. So this will be a good opportunity to kind of see how and where this team is at this far in towards the tournament.
And for the rest of the guys, Aber, Ethos, SFX, and Amp, these are all guys that have played, like you mentioned, in the past. They've put up really good performances, but have not had a chance to get past that semifinals yet. So this might be one of their best opportunities to do just that. And that squad that we mentioned and talked about, they'll be listed as Brim No Molly. Again, we'll be here on Vine. And taking a look at our agent rosters as we come out, it's actually going to be a perfect mirror matchup, something we have not seen much, if at all, yet so far, not just this evening, but even post-launch. And the more interesting thing that I'm kind of looking at is the fact that there's no Breach. This is a map that I feel like Breach brings a lot of value to, and he will be, once again, just riding the pine through this one.
Yeah, the race is coming in towards the mix, so we'll see if they can kind of make use off of some of these paint shells and some of this utility the champion does bring, or rather agent does bring. And Lunar's going to be able to find Amped in the back and is going to chase him down, make sure he does not get away. We see the Sage player setting up inside of B. Last time it was Surge, our Sage player on defense was actually playing inside of A, but when you do play inside of B, there's only 2 entrances, so you can wall off the first one and kind of just have to worry about hookah. But Aber here has himself a fantastic angle where he is likely going to be encountering a couple of gunfights here, and he is anticipating it as he's waiting patiently for himself, but his wall now has went down, so that means that he's not going to have that cover. He might use a slow orb here as he will invest the first one, so already kind of getting some of this utility out of the Sage player pretty early on.
Those has 2 around the corner. Timing of this offense perfect. He misses the first, the second doesn't fully connect. Chili with the kill, and here comes the goal call to hookah. Sean was essentially just sitting here watching over the top with his spy cam. Aber trying to hold on to their life. Here's footsteps all over the place, but is just hiding inside this sky smoke right next to a barrier orb. And well, Sean will actually find 2 on his re-entry, and watch the long flank from our Raze player trying to pinch things up. It's SFX who finds another pig, and now a 3v2, and the retake looking very good as Lunar and Joke are completely hiding out right in front of the site itself. But I say that they find 2 headshots individually, and it's just down to FSX. He's only got 4 HP and a dream. The Boombot, it was desperate. It needed to connect. It won't. And now you just got to find 2 headshots. You won't be able to do it in Mountain Dew Doritos. We'll hold on to the post plan and take the first round.
Been round from them to be able to come out and overall find themselves an actual way in towards the site, but at least getting a look at the approach. I think the big thing was already seeing just how patient they were there. Shift just off the start, I kind of talked about already using a lot of that Sage utility, which is something that you need to do, something that we had already kind of emphasized throughout some of the series that we've seen so far on the day, as baiting out utility, waiting for it to be used, and then pouncing and looking for your opportunity when you have a chance to be able to get yourself in towards the site, when they no longer have those slow orbs, when that barrier does run out of time and does drop down for you. But now it'll be Brim No Molly that are going to find themselves on the defense here with a Nico round as the play pretty much right up the middle breaks out. That will be Lunar, who finds himself 1 kill. This is a Joke, will now convert with a second as everybody pretty scattered, but they are looking to get the spike down as it will be planted. And now we'll see if Brim No Molly can come in with themselves with a retake here in the back. It'll be Sean Peasy, the man to watch out for, as we highlighted him with this insane record. He will be encountering that first one, goes for the spray, but this is a Joke. Actually turns, finds himself 1 more, finds the 3K, and that will be a nice closeout as we'll see our squad here for Mountain Dew Doritos go up 2-0.
What a good gut check reaction time that is for Mountain Dew Doritos. They hear the teleporter come from B long behind them at A. They say, everyone get into the A site and do it now. Push forward. If there's anybody here, we've got the numbers, but more importantly, get the spike planted, and we'll just flip the map around, and we'll play defense for that second part of the round, and it comes up successfully for them. But now we go into our third round, traditionally a face-up gun round, but again, look at our defensive economy. Not able to get full armors for everybody, and while doing this, yeah, there are ARs in the mix, but everyone's essentially zeroed out. So again, even if Brim No Molly take this round successfully, but they lose a lot of members, they might still have to be forced to go into a light round situation, as again, here's that Sky Smoke plus Barrier Orb play that I was talking about. You just get everything down, try to get the spike to follow up. SFX up top, not quite able to find the shots to lock down. He blast packed up top, but it's not going to be good enough as the first 3 kills all turn up in favor of Mountain Dew Doritos and spike this plan.
This will be a really hard retake with 2 members, but Amps is going to make things just a tad bit easier, as he might look to use some of those Sky Smokes for himself. And now getting himself in, just unfortunately a little bit too aggressive for him. Waits an extra second, and maybe that kill goes in his favor, but it's all to Aber in the back. Corrupt will shut him down, and that's a round that you just spent all of your economy to try and stop that bleeding, to put your first one on the board. It does not happen, and now you're caught right back in towards a spot where you're going to have to light buy and save for round number 4.
Yeah, it's not even a light buy. This is going to be just essentially a full save, you would think. And honestly, it should be. Again, nobody even holding over really 3,000 credits. But it looks like, that said, Ethos is going to try to force buy out a Marshall. And, you know, it's one of those things that outside of round 2 of a half, I just say, take that weapon out of the game. Just don't ever play with it. It's just, you're not going to be, unless you've got an absolutely crack shot and you can find headshots, all you're going to find is body tag. So maybe the pistols could follow up behind it, but I just don't think it's worth the credit investment. When everyone's going for a save, you're still forcing out a Marshall. And again, you have to respond to this quickly because, again, you're on the defense. So as long as a full committal comes out, even if you connect with 1, maybe 2 Marshall shots, the rest of your team is going to have a hard time retaking with just pistols and shorties.
I have to agree with you. I definitely don't like it. I mean, we'll see what can really happen to him when there it is. I mean, Corrupt's able to find himself the actual op that you want to have this point in towards the game, as this will make things now even more difficult for the side of Brim No Molly. And you're kind of just hoping and praying that someone oversteps. You can maybe make this shorty work, where Aber's just going to be holding at just a close quarter angle. And he might get a chance at a shot here, but whether or not he'll pick up more than one or one at all will really be the question. Aber throws out some slow orbs there in between the teleporter. Not sure what the thinking is for that, as the push is starting to hit in towards A. They still are up a man on the offensive attack, and now we'll see if they can make it.
And again, the orbital strike was being held, but never gets it triggered on it. Imagine a world where a slow orb gets placed and the orbital strike gets put down. Now Am's going to be using this blindly. He'll throw it right on top of the A site, and it looks like everyone will survive without much cause for concern. He's still got a 3v3, but the barrier orb being down should lead to a 3v3 plant. Corrupt with the operator, takes down the Marshall holding Ethos, and now the spike gets planted. NST trying to make the play happen, but Corrupt will just guess in the backside of lamps, and a very successful round for Mountain Dew Doritos as 3 survive plus the plant, and all it cost them was 1 showstopper. I just have so many question marks about what that play was there for Brim No Molly. Double slow orbing through the teleporter. Yeah, it'll connect, but it wasn't even that he threw 1 short, 1 long. They both went to the same spot, so that slow doesn't stack either. It's not like you go from 50% slow to now 25% slow. You just get slowed for 50%, so definitely a little bit confusing on what the play call there was for Brim No Molly, but at least they come through that 4th round and they could look at the 5th one with a full gun round in the mix.
We'll see Corrupt keep this op out. He found a lot of big snipes with it last time around. This is a joke. We'll actually take down Amp. Second attempt, as Lunar's going to be able to connect onto Ethos, and already looking like a devastating round for the squad on defense. Corrupt is going to work his way slowly but surely in towards the mix, where we will see the Nero theft now be invested from the Cypher player. You have had Ava to be able to at least get himself one, but the trades have just been so much in favor of Mountain Dew Doritos, where they are once again in a nice man advantage here in a 4v2.
Joke able to follow up with 1 more, just down to SFX. He's going to save this operator, maybe look for 1 exit kill if someone pushes through this link, but it's going to back away. And he actually doesn't use any of his utility this round, so he'll actually come in with a lot of credits to hold on to. well. So an operator, 3,100 credits, you can definitely buy for one of his teammates next round. And it's going to be interesting, you know, if we have a chance to take a look at the economy really quickly here, Mr. J Pistachio. Yeah, as we say, everyone else pretty much zeroed out in this round. So here's got to be a choice here for Brim No Molly. You got the operator. Do you force buy another AR to give you a little bit of extra pressure? Maybe you're the operator on one side, the AR on the other, and you hope that those individuals can find a couple of kills? Or do you just full save with the intention of just holding on to the operator, but maybe you have to save it again for a second round in a row if things don't go your way? Again, you see right around 3,000 credits for everybody. It's not going to be enough for full armors and ARs. So at best, it's a light buy. At worst, you're spending the 2,900 credits that SFX has to get someone else an AR, and it looks like Ethos will get a Phantom in the mix. And there are some decisions that have to be made here. Yeah, so it's going to be light armor with a Vandal. It's going to be light armor with an Ares. And then full armor and a purchased over Vandal for Amp. So it's just a definition of what is a force buy round. All of it coming because the operator survived from the last round previous going into this one.
And now right up the middle, they're actually looking to try and execute on a B push. SFX does grab himself that very first kill in the middle of the round here with the operator, so he will make it work and carries that investment over, but NST will simply bring Is This a Joke right back into the mix as the showstopper will connect onto one, so SFX here with the 2K in the round. And this is still a slow push over towards B, where their push might actually come towards a halt. There's still a lot of time to play with, and I would expect them to maybe take a teleporter out, but SFX is going to keep lining them up and knocking them down.
Nice shots from SFX up top through the hookah barrier as well. NST will finally put that bed as he's able to find the trade away. Now Shondo has found the operator, but is this actually the wrong time to pull this one out? 3v2, he gets gunned by Lunar, now a 2v2. Still plenty of round to play with as well, mind you. Again, you see NST is sitting outside of B long. He could very well just teleport this back to the A side of long. If he so chooses, he'll toss out one slow orb, break the wall in front. And again, you see the Brim player of Amped. He's just going back and forth. Do I go to B? Do I go to A? Not 100% sure. The call will come out that there has been someone to hit the teleporter, but Lunar's looking for an exit kill, will be smoked by Aber. So now it's just down to NST for a 1v2 situation. And he's going to be challenged pretty closely here by Amp. As actually Aber's going to expect the res to come out too. Amp will deal with it pretty quickly. And that'll be our first defensive round for Brim No Molly. But it comes at a pretty steep cost. This showstopper plus a couple operators that were taken down. Fortunately, Ethos is able to pick one back up. But the resurrection also expended here in the halfway point of our first half.
And finally getting themselves out on the board. We kind of see a trend of just a team that goes up massively so far on the day, and then we see finally a stop put towards that lead, building off of what is initially just an amazing snowball at the start of the game. And you still are absolutely fine, of course, if you are Mountain Dew Doritos, but you definitely have to be kind of worried in the sense that if you lose this one, well, then your economy maybe is not sitting so healthy heading in towards the round after this. So definitely gonna be a big one for them to kind of continue to show us their success on the offense. But I will say, I mean, having this great start towards the offensive side is definitely putting them in a great spot once we do end up getting ourselves a side flip, where we're seeing SFX once again get a little bit aggressive. He's not going to have that operator to do so anymore, and a very nice slow orb actually comes right out to make sure that there will be no kind of a push forward, and does have him pinned. So Corrupt has a chance at finding himself a big shot, and he connects and will be able to take down SFX.
Want to see the definition of an ego shell? It's that one right there, Exhibit A. I mean, you're stuck in a corner. He's got nowhere to go. I mean, you don't know maybe what's coming through tile necessarily, but you're peeking that with no help whatsoever. The Cypher could have maybe put down a cyber cage, something. Just get him out from behind that cover. Instead, he just goes for the one-way peek, and, well, obviously the results as expected. So now numbers advantage pretty heavily in favor of Mountain Dew Doritos as they stage for this attack over towards A. They do have the Empress potential to use +2 Lear charges for Joke. Very well could be the entry man here as the Reyna.
They will go in. Ethos up top. I don't think he has a kill up towards this point. He definitely was not sitting on one the round before, but it's Lunar who grabs Aber out of the mix, and now it is a 2v5 situation. Ethos in a great spot to maybe convert with some kills, but he will have to connect. Sean Peasy in the back will be able to read Chili and take him out of the mix. Now this is going to make things just potentially a little more doable. They are going to use and invest the Neuro Theft here in round number 7, where Ethos is now going to push up after finding his pick. is looking for any kind of a peek. The barrier goes down at the perfect time, but no one is out into the mix, so he has to exchange the operator for a Vandal so he can get up close and personal, baiting the actual defuse as they're looking to see if they can find anyone. Sean Peasy with the 3K will have to convert for one more, but an excellent escape with the time will not allow the clutch to come through, and now he just simply have to hop on the spike. But is this a joke? Plays that beautifully to be able to make sure they do not combine for 2 rounds in a row for Brim is no more.
This is a small thing, but I just saw it happen, and now I'm curious. Can you dismiss charge through the spike actually defuse the netting and hitting you? Because if that's the case, and I believe that should still be the case because you're completely intangible, Sean really could have made that, or Joe could have really made that a little bit more effective by just holding on to this miss just a little bit longer, but interesting play calls coming through. First and foremost, I'm surprised Brim No Molly committed that hard to go for a retake in a round where even if you successfully get through it, you're likely not going to be able to live with many weapons on the back end of it. And now you saw it for a brief moment there. The economy completely crippled. It looks like mostly a light buy coming out, although there is an operator for Corrupt to try to make way. Pardon me, is Ethos, who actually once again forces the Marshal into the mix, but he's got enough of economy to buy after this, so he's going to give it the old college try here. But defensively, I'm just, again, a little bit puzzled on the setup. Again, you've got the Raze, who continues to play over towards B long, and her kit, personally, I really do believe fits more in fashion to somewhere in Hookah or somewhere in the A cubby, but he continues to kind of sit outside of B, and again, you see paint shells and Roombas coming through, not finding much value whatsoever, as here comes the long peek for Corrupt to deal with the spy cam and the tracking dart that comes with it. And it looks like offensively, Mountain Dew Doritos will leave the spike towards B long and maybe try to set something up here for a late hit.
Watching for the entry fragger. Corrupt still holding the angle. Of course, they know it's there, but there is the peak with the shorty. Just good for 1 kill, but they were able to find a tap. Looking for a second, as that will be the orbital strike that rains down on him. Did a bit of damage, as this could be hazardous for Sean Peasy, but he does manage to take down one before Chili's there with the trade. And now a round that was not looking great and is an actual light buy is definitely a round that could certainly swing in your favor. There's only 20 seconds left. You still got to get this spike planted and get it down in this 3v2 situation. You don't really have a whole lot of utility to work with. And Aver's got himself a great flank where he's going to now peek things out. He's looking for the player that's planting the spike, but it's going to be NST with a nice peek, and Chili with a second, and a round that could have went over does not go over, and the clutch in the 2v3 comes out for Mountain Dew and Doritos.
That can't happen. You've got elbow lock. You've got your CT-sided spawn lock. You've got hookah lock. There's only one place that these two players could be, and that's on the spike site. Not only is that a round that you should still be able to follow up and still win, but beyond that, you should have stopped the spike from being played altogether. You still had some utility to use. It just looked like a little bit of this uncharacteristic play from these guys that we've seen a couple different times before. Granted, that was weeks ago, but they look so confident, so calm in those situations when we saw them before, and not the case here, as once again, SFX is going to pull this operator out to the outside, take an aggressive peek, has to likely deal with this battle bot, maybe not, it'll bounce off of an angle just enough to keep him safe from any information given, but Mountain Dew Doritos, they're just kind of playing, farming up some alt orbs and searching for intel across the map widely, and man, that's a 3v2 that you feel like you have to win if you're Brim No Molly.
I really like this split that's happening on towards the map. They send 2 players in towards washrooms, and even though it doesn't necessarily result in anything, they do get themselves the orb to be able to back up, but it's always the buddy system. It's not like it's just one person doing this, and now they come together as a collective unit right up the middle, where this barrier is going to be going down here shortly. They might just look to bust through it, and it's really going to be the man on your screen here, Aber and Ethos, to be able to really find some big kills for themselves, but that is beautiful sky smokes that are now going to drop them. This is going to give them some room to work with and get themselves in towards the site. The orbital strike has been invested, but does not find anyone and just simply holds them back for a quick moment. But is this a joke? Does open up with the very first kill on towards Aber. Now the showstopper with the help of the blast pack does take down one onto Chili. Nice usage of the ultimate, and now this will be a 3v2 situation. Mountain Dew Doritos looking to combine for another round as the sniper shot goes wide. Is this a joke on the second attempt? That's SFX finds a double with a nice quick joke. Can he find three as he snaps? And now it's a 1v1. But is this a joke in a great spot as he has to dismiss? He's looking to bounce, but he's taking some damage. And now it's the 1v1. The dance in between the boxes. Biting time. The pistol in hand. Is this a joke? Will clutch this up and will be able to make sure they keep their comfortable lead and that win streak in favor.
SFX puts in a mammoth required amount of work just to keep that one close. Not quite able to close things out. Initially, I was a little bit perturbed because is this a joke? He uses the Empress, he finds a pick, and then he runs away. Doesn't really fully push into the site. Again, you've got that free cloak. I'm a bit surprised he wouldn't try to change the angle up a little bit and keep SFX completely pinned through in the backside. And it's one of those small things that why was SFX allowed to find so many picks? Simply put, he didn't have anyone pushing on him. Everyone was still so worried what was going on in the A site from the offensive standpoint. They never paid him any kind of mind. And that's one of those situations where Mountain Dew Doritos could have made the life a lot easier by just letting your Reina get a little bit more aggressive. I'll clear out the site. You guys worry about lamps. And it puts a good situation into a very Monka-esque situation by the end of it. So still 8-1, all said and done. And Mountain Dew Doritos still have a showstopper to work with here as they also have found first blood for a 5v4 here in what looks to be mostly a pistol upgrade round for Brim No Mali.
Case triggered.
On PZ, inside of Hookah. He's actually going to push through perhaps, and Kobe's just going to be able to take him out with ease. Up against the Ghost, finds the headshot. Smoke's now going to likely lay down as they're going to get themselves the spike out, and there's a late rotation in towards the back, but with the light buy, it is simply just going to be a couple of these shares, but maybe the rotation. You do hear a player now hit the middle of the map, and this will be a post-plant setup that's just purely in effect. It'll be so difficult to really get yourself even close in with the guns at hand. I mean, you're really just kind of hoping that the Sheriff will be able to pick a head off or two at the very least, but you're really not left with a whole lot of options as they're going to have to push at some point. Lunar's going to be able to take down the first one. No one follows up that pushes. It looks like they're just going to entry in one by one, and well, it doesn't get much easier than that. Mountain Dew Doritos able to grab themselves another easy round, and that one being a flawless one.
Two things to kind of keep in mind here as we're about to wrap up this first half. When you're on the defense with what is essentially a full save round, one of two things you kind of want to see happen. Number one, either you say, let's not let them plant. Let's just full rush out one direction with pistols. Maybe we take away a couple of their weapons. Sure, we might not win the round, but best case scenario, you win a couple of trades, you upgrade those pistols into ARs, then you can fight with maybe a 3v4, 2v3 situation to maybe find a retake. The second is, if you're going to let them plant like that, you've got a full hit for a retake. You can't go in one by one like that. The weapons are just too strong. This time, though, you saw very quickly in the UI that we're going to be dealing with a lot of operators here for Brim No Mali. And with that said, there will be a first blood coming through, but immediately traded back as we have a 4v4 unfolding in front of us with still just a neural theft to play for Brim No Mali defensively. But the problem is where they got that kill, not going to be a spot where you're going to be able to get that neural theft off.
It's a very nice off angle that's held right there. And that takes down, is this a joke? A big player to have out of the mix. Sean Peasy has to expect the push to come in as he will be trying to get himself a bit of an advantage, but will not work out in his favor. So the trade is simply there in Hookah. And now the last line of defense at the moment here is amped, but his teammates are backing him up as they did get a spot on towards the spike. And they're kind of just back trailing and backpedaling themselves out of this lane. I would love to see them actually make a swift rotation right over towards B long and maybe look to go for a retake through there, where two players now have rotated back towards A. So this is just a beautiful usage of kind of playing with time and patience and baiting out the retake so that they don't just simply come over and get themselves a free spike plant. There is just one player. Amp is in a great position to be able to actually find the cross and the kills, but he's given himself a position away as the slow orb will now lock him down for a good 7 seconds or so. So the spike will be planted, and now the rest of the team here to combine themselves for a retake and where they have the man advantage. The orbital strike comes out, and it's going to force them to scatter. Resolve to one more up close and personal. Corrupt able to grab the first one, so this 1v3, now a 1v2, a little bit more doable, but he's got to find another sniper kill, and Ethos will simply push him out. Another round over to Mountain Dew Doritos.
I do like the call, though, for Mountain Dew Doritos. You know you dealt with the Cypher and the Raze. Those were the two previous agents that were holding the B site. So at worst case scenario, you're dealing with maybe a couple players that have not been setting up defensively. They don't know what your looks are really kind of translated to that. They haven't seen you yet, kind of full hit to a B side. So I like the call to try to make a call
someone get
to
this?
get right back in through hookah, make the play
Thank
to B, but there's good retake coming through for Brim No Molly to hold on and try to make something salvage happen here in this first half as we're dealing with our last round of the half. Two operators will stand tall for Brim No Molly coming into this round, although Ethos will have a little bit of a trouble buying anything as he will just be light armor with a Vandal. Nobody could purchase for him, so a little bit weaker than he'd like to be in what was going to be a very crucial round for them, needing to get this third round online.
There's a couple of operators in towards the mix too, so you do have to be worried about kind of peeking, which is something that Mountain Dew Doritos have been doing, and for the most part, coming out on top with. SFX is going to read this mid push perfectly as he throws in the paint shells and now is going to follow it up with an investment in towards the boombot. So this is actually a little bit of this utility already utilized from the Rays, and it only really kind of nets you that there's players in the middle of the map, but there's still a lot of time left in this round. Number 12, where there's a shot, but Corrupt with the swing, actually able to take down Ant. Clean shot from him to be able to work that little angle and find a first blood.
Dose with a very early Empress, and again, this is perfect for Mountain Dew Doritos. Not only do you get the first blood, you forced out an ultimate that will eventually expire before you have to make a hit, and you should know that this Empress is at the A site. So what do? You just slow walk your way back over to B. Know that you're still likely dealing with the Cypher and Arrays, but as long as you can make your way through these trap setups, you should be in a pretty good spot. Sean is essentially playing defense by way of spy cam, and again, SFX, he's got a showstopper, but only one blast pack to play with, and he's got a caught on an island here. He's just got an operator, so you have to hit the first shot. He sees the paint shells come from long, able to line up one, nearly able to get the collapse showstopper up close and personal. He gets shut down before he can get it off, though. Corrupt and Chili with 2 kills. The time is becoming an issue. The spike has been dropped outside of B long. Ethos is waiting for a sound cue, and they can't plant. There's not enough time to get this plant off. You have to go for kills, and Ethos will find one. Defenders will win by time. Corrupt holding on to the off, but it's not going to make a difference. Last round of the half, and Brim No Molly, fortunately, get the 1 kill that matters. It's on the spike carrier.
It's on the spy character. You highlighted it, and that's a big one to kind of take going in toward the second half. It's not the scoreline that you would likely want to have, of course, 9-3, but it's definitely a lot better than 10-2. And now the flip of sides is going to play into effect here for us, where we'll see if Brim No Molly can kind of translate some of that same success that we've been seeing from Mountain Dew Doritos, which has been off the back end of a lot of patience. I think that's the biggest takeaway so far, seeing all the teams on the day and seeing this team in particular, where they're just so good at kind of baiting out a lot of this utility and just waiting patiently for them to make that hit. And these mind games were obviously playing a factor in towards Brim No Molly, where they were over-rotating, they were kind of playing a little bit eager, and it simply just did not work for them. They could not lock things down, but this is a nice read, at least for Mountain Dew Doritos, as they are locked inside of Hookah. Lunar finds one. The trade is going to be on to NST, as now the remaining defensive members will simply back up, and this might call for a rotate, as they're actually looking to get themselves out of Hookah.
Yeah, you're going to appreciate just the pushback there for Mountain Dew Doritos, even though it's cost you a lot. You still stop what looked to be a pretty good attempt there for Brim No Molly to get in the mix, but now they're going to make their way back over, and the only player here, he's just going to spam with his classic and open spray. He gets a headshot. SFX, the red dot chasing for a kill. That's a big power position taken away. That lamps area being cleared is massive, because now there's only 2 places they can come from, either from the A link or from top side of heaven, although Joke actually, I believe, made his way through the teleporter, and he's found one, nearly lines up a second headshot over the top of the barrier orb. But it's still a 2v, technically 4 situation, now a 2v3, where Lunar's going to need to find a way to clear out lamps. He's going to have one up close. Sean one taps into the face. And now it's just down to Joe, who will find one, but not a second. And Brim No Molly able to take the first pistol round here as they keep things a little bit more level. 4-9. This is where things need to be looking a little bit more positive. Take the second round, turn it into a face-up gun round that you have, and you're right back in this game.
That's right, the snowball effect. We're seeing it maybe kind of play an influence now on the opposing team that just kind of experienced that whole death ball roll of 6-7 rounds in a row before you're able to kind of respond and get yourself back. But this is exactly their opportunity to try and do so. And it's off the back end of a couple players that are stepping up that we kind of highlighted before we got ourselves in towards the mix. SFX, one of those players with the big sniper plays in the very first side. And now Sean Peasy, who's getting himself a little bit warmed up, and he's been able to make some of these nice plays. And and SFX will lead the charge with the raise, but Lunar is gonna have the short. He looks for a second attempt, gets a hit marker, but can't reload fast enough, so the trade is there. We're able to grab that, but NST is actually looking to come right up from behind. He's only got the pistol, but he shoots hella quick and is able to take down one. It's the pistol round intact, but still able to get some damage done, and now this will leave us in what is a 2v2 situation. There's still lots of time on the clock to be able to work with, but Ethos with the gun advantage will be able to grab himself one more kill, and now this is a 1v2. Mountain Dew Doritos going to be in a tough spot as the rotation comes in, and now they're going to look to see if they can simply get the spike down over at A.
And Ethos actually read this so well. I thought he was going to stay in the teleporter. Joe finds the first, has an opportunity to get the Devour. He might have a chance for the second, but oh, got a little bit narrow there for a moment. Fortunately, Ethos was still overhealed to 150 total HP. And that will salvage the round. And now this is the round I was talking about here, Austin. This is a massive one for Brim No Mali. And I would say almost fortunate that a couple members did fall, because now they're actually going to be forcing to buy into a couple of ARs, which will be able to meet Mountain Dew Doritos at least somewhat face up in the guns themselves. Not necessarily in the armor, because again, the spike didn't get planted last round. But it's going to be 5 Phantoms, 5 full shields for Mountain Dew Doritos versus what mostly is a full conglomerate of all the ARs in the game, with a mix mash of light and full armors themselves for Brim No Mali.
For Mountain Dew Doritos, you know, to put it simply, you can't lose this round. You cannot lose this round. The snowball effects will then start to kind of play a factor for you as you go out for this all-out buy. So this would be a really big one. If Brim No Mali can work some picks and already getting a good amount of the utility out. So you are going to see the Sage Ball be invested, looking for a little off angle. Here is Ant. I like the play up, just trying to go through. He's going to bust open a wall just to make sure that they're kind of still hovering around A. This could force someone to over rotate, but the spike has actually just been kind of left in the middle, and now they're looking to regroup. There's still 3 players inside of the B site, and the A site is very difficult at times to be able to break into, but when there's only 2 members defending it, this could very likely just be a complete blowout, as the trades are going to have to be so effective. And Aber already with the first one. The Chili, is this a joke? Has a chance to go big, and he does find the very first one. Will he be able to translate this into more kills as he actually backs away? And this will be big because his team is taking the teleporter, they're regrouping, and they're looking to go for the retake.
This is gonna fool Brim No Mali, though. They've got 3 members watching from the A cubby. Aber able to take down Corrupt, and there's another nice shot from SFX. Last 2 players, Lunar, Ethos, trying to work their way back in. Lunar's able to find one, make it a second, 2v2. Joke has put himself there, checks to see if anyone's in the tight corner on the double stack. Nobody home, everyone else got to be cubby. And well, the overheal comes in, Lunar finds a 3rd. Does he know where the 4th is? He does, but Amp wins the gunfight. And a big save out for Brim No Mali. Now we're 6-9. And like you mentioned, Mountain Dew Doritos going to be in a tough spot economically.
Yeah, I said they needed that round, and they most certainly did. And we're starting to see that exact same effect now come through for Brim No Mali, where they've put together 5 rounds in a row, 3 in this side on the offense, but both of these teams finding a lot more success on the offensive side for our map. And now, what do you do for defense? Do you kind of go for that bold call of just simply hitting something out and just trying to eliminate as many players as possible in this round? Because the eco's still not great for Brim No Mali, let's be honest. I mean, if they do lose this round, they're not going to be in a great spot, and they're likely going to have to maybe full save heading in towards the round after this. So if you can maybe find a couple of big kills with the pistol, it could put you in a great spot. But Aber and Ethos will simply win their one-on-one engagements, and will have no problem with that. This will already be Mountain Dew Doritos with 2 members down, only 3 remaining. Sight is going to be just about in control, as SFX also watching this flank, and you'll see him maybe pop up for a couple of kills. The flank does go down. John Peasy with some nice shots, one with the wall bang there. And now the last one is cleaned up, so a flawless round with the save, and now it's only a 2-round differential between the score count.
This team has 100% woken up since being put on the offense. 4 rounds in a row for them, leaving it to a 2-round differential in total. But Mountain Dew Doritos, they were able to get the full save off. Unfortunately, no tradeaway kills, so it's a full economy boost essentially coming out for Brim No Mali as all 5 players survive, plus they get the spike planted. Amp is actually not going to invest into an extra bit of shielding. He's holding on to the 13, and there you go. I was about to say, no way you hold on to that 1,000 credits. An extra bit of HP, very appreciated. We're going to get a very early Empress here from Mountain Dew Doritos. This is an aggressive hit actually coming through Tile. Sean's mostly dealt with it though, and an Empress will be used in response for Brim No Mali as they're trying to get aggressive through the middle part of the A cubby. And this is going to be a pretty clean take. Great sky smokes to block off line of sight from those players you know are outside Tile. This should be a pretty free plant, but the spike is delayed just a touch. It's going to take a while for this to fully get down. There's the barrier orb, and you figure the plant should come out immediately behind it.
Very likely should, as they are going to now get that spike down, but all the remaining members are attacking and retaking from the same side. SFX cannot win this one-on-one gunfight, so he has been taken out in U-Haul. This is going to open up now for all the members to move right in towards the site, getting past the barrier. Orbital strike is used to make sure they can't get the defuse off. Is this a joke? Finds two before he will actually go down and still manages to stay alive for himself. Sean Peasy in the watchings now will find a beautiful wall bang as he's got that spike plant completely lined up in the wall, but he's forced to move forward and he won't be able to take this. So we're finally going to see Mountain Dew Doritos stop that round streak at 6 and will be able to at least get themselves in towards double digits and hold by 3.
23 and 11 for Joe. Absolutely mammoth performance for him so far. Not to be super outdone, still 20 kills for Lunar. They've been kind of the two leading the charge here for this, what was a very good offensive half for Mountain Dew Doritos, and maybe has to be the linchpin of success here defensively. But once again, you still have what is going to be a dead even gun round here. But everybody's zeroing out with only a couple of exceptions. The Sin Beacon is playing for a triple peek through a Tile. Nobody home though, as once again our Raze player of Corrupt will actually see a lot of information through B long. They're feeling pretty confident about the setup. There's a lot of utility to use. Little bounce pass off the wooden arch will stop any extra push from coming through. And both teams will take a small pause before they reconsider. Do we want to hit this or do we want to back up and try somewhere else?
The discipline at the moment, Doritos, they're not over-rotating, but they might have to rotate now as the push has just commenced, and the trades are most certainly in favor of Brim No Mali at the moment here in the 4v3 situation. Now the spike will end up getting planted. You have one player that's going to be coming on a deep flank. Is this a joke? But he has, I believe, been kind of sniffed out due to the noise cues on the sprinting there and not crouch walking or slow walking, and now this will be amped. Finding one more, all up to Chili, who doesn't even have a chance, and peaks of feeling confident, feeling good. So yes, Mountain Dew Doritos are able to stop the buildup of the round count at 6, but they can't combine for more than 1 at the moment, and we got ourselves a game, Alan.
Got ourselves a great one, but now you take your look at the top side of your UI. At one point in time, Brim No Mali, 4 out of 5 ultimates ready to go for them, just down now to a neural theft. On the opposite side, defensively, you've got a resurrection, a showstopper, and a neural theft of your own. You're a little bit further away from getting the Empress and the Orbital Strike ready to go than where your counterparts currently are. A little bit actually completely flipped back and forth, so pretty even for both those ultimates online. AR spam, Mountain Dew Doritos in a save round. Once again, more heavy stacking towards the B site. A lot of utility being thrown out from A cubby. Good opening shots. Chili takes the operator off the table, but he's now stuck. Pick up what I imagine was the operator, but is able to make use of it. But still, a big use of the weaponry there to make sure a repurchase at least comes through. It is going to be a 4v2, though, in favor of Brim No Mali.
I know exactly
spike
where
back
you
over to
are.
B as a neural theft will come out. That'll be information on where our last couple of defenders are. Slow work, very definitely placed, and that's going to be the end of NST's life. And likely at the end of the round here for Mountain Dew Doritos, as Joke is the last player left alive for a 1v4. Just goes to make it happen. Won't be able to get past Amp. So 10-9. Don't call it a comeback. Brim No Mali has been nearly flawless so far in their offensive half.
Oh, if they ever. I mean, they got those last 2 big rounds, and that last part of the half where they were able to shut down a couple of the buy rounds, and that's kind of made the difference. And heading in towards this one, they just started off with the hot foot, and they were just able to kind of dismantle a lot of these offenses. Even the round they've lost so far on the offensive side had to come down to, you know, a clutch moment with the defuse. So they have been in a great spot. The eco is still fantastic, and this is a point where Mountain Dew Doritos are deciding, listen, we're going to go for the full buy here. We have full armor. We're going to have full assault rifles in towards the mix, where they are going to need another one of those rounds, because if you don't get it, well, you're going to be in a save round right after this. The Soul Orb is actually used perfectly, so this will stop the push for a bit, but Amp has already been able to find one, and NST will actually respond with a resurrection on towards his teammate here. We get raised back in. Lunar is going to punish the aggression from Aber as the showstopper is used, but kind of just eaten up right in the wall. While that happens, Lunar's now moved in for, I believe, a 3K for himself, pulls out the Sheriff for whoever dare challenges them next, and now this will leave us, what is a 2v3. NST looking for the spray down. Mountain Dew Doritos, they have the man advantage here, and this is a must-round win for them. We'll see if they can clutch things up.
Strike will force one out. Amp's able to get the pick, plus now the plant. It's just NST on the site waiting for his Reyna to find the full flank. Joke nearby here, Austin, and does have one more Lear to potentially use. Sean with the first, snaps onto a second. Looking for a third, not gonna happen as Amp will be there to clean things up. Oh my goodness. Amp with really the clutch play there just to open up the site, get the orbital strike down, secures the space, plus the plan after the kill came in. And you mentioned it, Mountain Dew Doritos continue just to go save for full buy, and nothing coming up in their favor recently as now we are tied up 10 apiece.
We talked about this team, Alan, before we got in here. We said, listen, we have seen them make those deep runs. They have got a second place finish at CMG, a third place finish. They have went up against these tough teams, and the resilience from coming back when they were once down, 8-1, all the way to a 10-10 scoreline. This is just a fantastic regain from the squad as a whole, and this is likely going to be the chance where they're going to be able to pull ahead by one and get themselves the very first lead of the game. But you still have some sheriffs to work with, so you could still rely on some heroic moments to maybe happen for us. Of course, some of these players that we've seen that have been on the side of Mountain Dew Doritos have been playing pretty well up towards this point. They've only simply slowed down since the side flip onto defense, where we have the spike right out in front of A. There is 3 members here looking to hold, and with the defense, the shots will go through as the Sky Smoke just barely is going to expire. And now watching this push, Chili has an angle, but he has to be worried about this even expiring. He's waiting for this to come through. He's in a great spot behind the wall. He converts for one, but it's just one. And it's Ant who finds that trade kill, is able to get himself in towards U-Haul, who will convert for a second. Aber is there, and now Brim, no Molly with the man advantage, the gun advantage, everything working in towards their favor. NST has slipped by. The Spikes, though, has simply made a rotation over where they'll get the plant down, and they'll have a strong idea from where everyone is pushing from.
There's one. Last coming through, showstopper for a second. Give him number 3. Gonna barely miss the shot. Amp will clean things up. And Brim No Molly have been, again, perfect with the exception of one round so far on offense. They take their first lead in the game in round number 21. So now we go to the 22nd. You've got an orbital strike. You've got an Empress. Can you find a way to put Mountain Dew Doritos on match point just by using one of those two, if not both, to open things up on what looks to be an initial attempt towards A, as the spike has been dropped just outside of A Cubby. On the opposite side, though, again, we've been mentioning it, save and then full buy for Mountain Dew Doritos. This happens to be one of those full buy rounds.
Corrupt with the operator again. He has significantly slowed down since we had first saw him in those initial rounds where he was lighting things up. I mean, he was really off to that hot start, and that's the start you needed, but he just goes wide on the shot. So again, not finding some of that success he got early on. The spray through the wall, and Lunar has been a big part of a lot of these rounds, but that will be the paint shell, I believe, that finds Lunar on the back end of that. Corrupt does finally get himself a kill on the board, but look at, is this a joke? He's actually going to be in a great spot here. Looks for the second as the repositions in once again, looking for more. This will be Sean Peasy, who does deal with his teammate, but will leave us in what is a 1v3. Sean Peasy cleans up the 2K. Can he go for more? As it will be all up to him as he backs away, goes for the shots, finds one more for the 3K in the round. Now a 1v1 up against the Raze player. He has the spike, but the information is definitely there as he's going to drop a camera, and this might actually just work out perfectly in his favor because Corrupt is going to put the operator away, but he might get a spot and a sight onto this rotation, as it might just be unfortunate timing. He slips by. Sean Peasy has got the spike down, and now we're going to see him search the camera camera, but the timing has not been in his favor as we have seen the Raze players slip by, and now Corrupt looking to redeem himself after I said he slowed down significantly, will be searching every single corner, looking to clutch up in this massive round. It's 11-10. We could see Brim No Molly be one round away from closing it out. Corrupt now is forced to peek the washrooms as he's searching, but he's not finding anything, and this might just be a perfect round that comes through. He goes for the shot, but Corrupt is there as he reads Sean Peasy's positioning in the washrooms in the last possible second, and will get the defuse to bring us right back to a tie game.
What an absolutely mammoth play from both sides. Corrupt gets the long 1v1, and beyond that, the Cypher player able to essentially get an idea, seeing as far as how exactly far off the bomb is to try to play for that last 1v1, just can't quite lock the last shot. So now you're looking at this round for Mountain Dew Doritos. Again, they still are looking to force buy their way in. 1 light armor, 5 Phantoms in the mix, going up against the full force of 4 Vandals. Phantom in full armor. You also have a Resurrection available for the side of Brim No Molly and an Neural Theft still. Lear to clear out some of the space for the opening peaks, but good smoke placement. Chili, timing has not been good for him so far in these orbital strikes. He's going to punch the hammer down once more. It'll stop the plant, but that'll be about it. At least Joke is able to find 1 trade, and will still hold on to most of this position inside of Lamp, so that the barrier orb will block things off. Just comes down to when do you break the wall and go for the picks. 1 more Lear out. Both of the Razes will find a way to trade. Similarly, so will the Cyphers 2v2. And the spike could actually be stuck pretty early. Looter for 1, Joke a second, and Mountain Dew Doritos. The ice is in the veins, and they find themselves 2 straight rounds. And now they're up 12-11.
12-11. I cannot wait to take a look at that eco. There it is. So Brim No Molly, they're still fine. They're absolutely going to be able to buy themselves weapons to get themselves right back up to par for what Mountain Dew Doritos are currently going to be holding for themselves. But they're now 1 round away from being eliminated. And this pressure, this ice that we always talk about when it comes down to these final moments, most certainly going to be a moment that we talk about here, as this has been one heck of a side on the offense for Brim No Molly. They have found the majority of these offensive rounds, but in the later rounds, it's been Mountain Dew clutching up off the back end of Corrupt, finding that 1v1. That's been the difference maker, and now we'll see the spike slowly work up B-Long, where Corrupt once again is the player, but he somehow does not find that shot where he has the opportunity, but will now force him to back away, where 1 player will take the teleporter route, the showstopper in, the ultimate out, looking for the kills, but is this the Joke who finds the first one, and now they look to see if he can stop this push.
Resurrections are not in safe spots either. You've got to clear Joke out, and they're going to give it up. Brim No Molly making the long rotation back over to A. Corrupt deals with 1, trying to also meet them. So now it's going to be a 3v4. Man, you really feel it with 56 seconds. Maybe you swing this back over. Aber will actually catch Joke on his rotation through the teleporter. And now I think you absolutely need to make this play back over to B. Get into hookah, get your resurrection off. You need this extra player. You've got 40 seconds to make the play, and it looks like they might just do just that. As you're seeing Amped kind of lead the charge as the point man. Aber taking a longer route, but still looking to make his way over it. Yeah, you've got to play for this res.
Push about to come through for us. It's only the stage player that's rotating, but she is not in the sight, and well, the res is in. So will be a 4v3 as they will look to reposition, but the slow orb late into the round, this is what matters. Holding on to your utility late into it. Yes, the barrier gets kind of dealt with right away, but it still sets up for the spike to be going down safely. And there is the spike plant, and now the retake in for Mountain Dew Doritos to see if they can close things out, or if we will go to a very last round here. All attacking and retaking from the exact same side, where they'll work things very slowly, but if you do it too slow, things could get dangerous. Aber with a double. We do see the showstopper, I believe, come out of the paint shells, but does not actually connect. And now up to Chili, who's got just a little minuscule of health left in that bar, goes for the shots. It's not there. Attackers will win it, and well, we're going to a round 25.
Golden round and a derp cap to send us there. And now here's the question. I was curious about this because Mountain Dew Doritos have not been all that successful defensively. You do have the ability of getting an operator with light armor if you buy next to nothing in your kit. And by next to nothing, I mean absolutely nothing. So we talked about Corrupt in his first half, playing lights out with the snipe. He has to show up right now. Absolutely has to. And this is one thing that I don't necessarily like. Corrupt has made this peak happen 12 out of the last 12 rounds. Whenever he's had the operator, he's made this aggressive peek through B long and he's whiffed almost every single one of them. This is your flex pick right here. Keep this hidden. Keep this a little bit off kilter because Brim no Molly, yeah, an operator could be there, but are you fully really expecting it? They won't actually peek B long, so at least they'll be holding one of their aces up their sleeves here defensively for Mountain Dew Doritos.
SFX with some aggression off the back end of his boombot into hookah. Feels confident enough to be able to move in. It does now scout out one area of the map. This is pretty crucial when you're talking about these rounds where you are much looking for information. As the sky smokes do drop right in front of Chili's face here, and the Molly is perfect to make sure that the push does not come right through right after. But look at the peak. Ethos there, able to now entry in with the very first kill. Chili is out of the mix. Mountain Dew Doritos at the disadvantage as the walls are going up, the spike is going down, and now they're going for the plant.
But the wall's not in position to block off the spike plan here, Austin. There's two Lears for Joke. All you got to do is wait for your teammates to come back through. You've got your Raze joining you from the back, and you've got your Cypher on the long flank. You still have a lot of utility here. This is a very winnable retake. It just comes down to, can you find these opening kills? They'll deal with the barrier herb first. This should be the time where the Lear comes out to clear space to your right. That's going to be exactly the case. No chance for SFX or Sean. Now a 4v3 the opposite direction. Aber's in a position to pile where he can't fully see the spike. He's got to find the first kill, and he does. Ethos trying to work way around the back. Hand skips there, goes to the pistol. Not going to find the full kill, but Aber and Ethos lock things up. And Brim no Molly, with a near perfect second half, send it to a golden round and take the series in this best of one, 13-12.
That's why you don't rage quit, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why you stay in the game to the very end, because just because you have that bad first side does not mean you can't do exactly what we just saw from Brim no Molly. You bring things back. Yes, it was off the back end of, two individuals that completely went off. Let's be honest, 27 for Lunar, and then a 31 bomb that comes through for Is This a Joke? And that's a tough pill to swallow, coming off of what was pretty much consistency right across the board there for the side of, Mountain Dew Doritos, where everybody was actually having, a pretty decent game. No one was necessarily taking over and popping off, but just insane resilience from this squad to be able to bring things back round by round and having that perfect offensive side where they were able to translate that in towards the win. But man, Alan, what a series that we just got to watch.
It's been a fun one all night long for a number of instances. This is the first time we've seen two incredible teams square up against each other and take each other all the way, quite literally, by definition, to the distance, all the way to the golden round, where again, oh man, Brim no Molly, the resiliency and the composure. Let's be candid, their defensive side was not all that great. There were a lot of holes to what they were trying to put up defensively there on Bind, but the composure to stand strong and trust your offense to say, yes, our attacking side is very good, very polished. Let's just go with what we know, find a way to battle back round by round by round. And maybe there's some consideration for Mountain Dew Doritos. Was the full save, full buy, back and forth necessarily giving you what you wanted? Because what we did not mention in a lot of those rounds, it wasn't just we're going pistols, we're going ARs. Even in the rounds where they were full buying, they were still missing some of their kit because they were trying to go for the armor plus the weapons, not necessarily the abilities. And we saw so many different times where on retakes, they were a little bit short-sighted as far as what tools they had available to them outside of just the raw gunplay. And we know by this point, if you've been watching competitive Valorant, that yes, however individually skilled you are with weapons, that is a major influx to how good you are at the game. But at the end of the day, to get past great, to get to fantastic or incredible, whatever you want to set yourself up with adjectively, you need to be able to use those abilities in those clutch moments to break up some of those big power positions that we saw for Brim no Molly. They were just able to hold on to the post plant so many times.
And I mean, coming back to a lot of those influential rounds where we do talk about, okay, they're going for a full buy here. This is a must round win for them. There was a lot of those rounds that, where obviously they were completely squared up and they were even across the board with armor. And even a couple times where they actually had advantage, where there was, some rounds where they had found, 3 or 4 kills. So there was, the economy just simply wasn't there for them. And it's just unfortunate. It was just a lack of clutching up. And I think it was more or less just, a better job of, Brim No Molly to be able to respond to a lot of the ways that they were setting up and altering some of their champions and agents throughout some of those sites there. You saw them try and change things up. It simply just wasn't working out, and they were picking them apart off the back end of a lot of great team play. That's what it came down to. There were some big individual moments, but there was some baiting, there was some switching, there was those entry fraggers that are allowing, people like Lunar to be able to come in and clean up house. Or is this a joke to be able to find those big entries? And that was off the back end of just a lot of great coordinated pushes in towards the sites where they were taking control and they were not hesitating. And that's obviously a squad that has been able to make some deep runs in towards a couple of the CMG tournaments and doing it again here. So great work from them. And again, cannot wait to see these guys make this possible run in towards the deep bracket.
Yeah, and I think the next thing for them to get over that hurdle is to showcase some of that coordination that we saw on offense on their retakes defensively. That's where things were getting a little shaky for me when I was watching them defensively. Not necessarily their opening holds. Yeah,
Agreed.
there was usually a couple of trades back and forth. Sometimes they found themselves in favor of those. Other times they didn't. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at how do they retake when they lose a site. Too many individual challenges defensively there on bind. Find a way to set up those same kind of plays that we just saw them do offensively for their initial takes. You got to treat it almost the exact same way. Yeah, of course, you don't maybe not have the exact same utility or abilities going into those retakes. But again, I think that's where a little bit of disciplined choices individually. You look at your gameplay and say, could I have held on to that one slow orb or that extra sky smoke? Because those things do pay massive dividends when you get towards those late retake moments in rounds defensively. But enough banter, enough analytics. Let's talk more Checkmate Gaming. Again, free entry, $500 tournament going on here this evening with Valorant. 186 teams participating. And every time that we've broadcasted one of these CMG Valorant streams, it's been 186 teams or more. The first 4 that we did, 256 teams max enrollment. We would love to see that come back once again. As again, I know we're all waiting for rank to come out. We are hoping to provide more opportunities for you guys to kind of get your flex in, get your competitive workout in by hosting more of these. So take the time right now, go over to checkmategaming.com, bookmark the site, go over to the tournaments page and see what other events are going on in Valorant and, of course, in multiple other games. Maybe you're getting a little bit burnt out and playing so much Valorant every single day. Join some of our Warzone kill races. Tons of things for you to play in. And you can find it all at checkmategaming.com. We'll send things to a small break. I imagine it's going to be a very small break as we should be about ready to go with our next round. So don't go too far. We'll have our concluding rounds coming forward here with our $500 Valorant tournament coming up right after this.
watch you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right, I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. And say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My Hold Shift. With me is Visions, and we are jumping into a quarterfinal matchup where Rugrats will be challenging up against MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. Team we saw earlier today. I had to say it. I had to say it with some flair too, because that's going to be a fun one to say. And I know all of you guys out there in chat were clamoring for it. Let's hear more about MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. We're going to say their name plenty. We'll say it very often and very regularly throughout this next match. Another best of one here, though, Austin. We've seen a lot of good stuff here so far from MGFB. Rugrats, we have not seen them play yet, but obviously give them some credit because they've made it pretty far so far in this tournament.
They've made it pretty far, and obviously, getting yourself to a 5-0 stat line is a great point. And I mean, they also have Angie on the squad who has 2 golds underneath his belt already. $80 earnings, 24-1. So he's actually only lost 1 series up towards this point. So the kid's been pretty nasty to say the least, and we'll have to see if he can maybe be that big standout player for the squad. But we know that there's a couple standout players for the other squad for us here, Shift. And I think what comes to mind right away is Seven. And I mean, you might have even seen it on the highlight reel there during the break, but there was a point in time where he had quite literally got himself the 5K and had snapped on every single person, defended, I believe it was the C site all by himself, and was just completely unleashed. He was doing everything he possibly could imagine as the Cypher player, holding his own on the site. And there was a lot of moments like that, and just about every single person on the squad had kind of had a moment in time where they were able to go big themselves. So I think that this will definitely be a tall task ahead of them here, but I mean, off the back end of Angie, who's already found some success within this game, and maybe that could just kind of be the leading charge to be able to take down this juggernaut squad for us.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Seven, because him individually on the Cypher has been incredible, but in the pistol rounds, I'm actually looking Steve Battlepants can continue to repeat the success that he has found the rounds that we saw him. I think he actually found an ace in one of the first ones, and then a 4K in the second one we saw. I mean, he's been an absolute lights out with the Ghost thus far, as we are hopping in a game right now, and I believe the map is split. Hayden is the map as we're looking forward here. So again, 3 sites. Obviously, this is not new. I'm sure if you're watching Valorant, it's probably not for the first time. And we'll be the side of MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER, starting things off defensively. As we saw before, Seven will be the one solely responsible for holding on to A. And watch out for Bones. He likes to play mid-map, but this time he's actually stacked up a Cubby to help out Seven, who is not able to fully lock things down with his full kit yet.
Yeah, they're going to try and feel out this squad. There's probably, quite a bit of mutual respect between both of them getting towards this point. Have to be a fairly good squad, but they're looking to push right through Garage to get themselves in towards the site, which it'll be up to Nahul, who will try and have a chance. And, they do not check this corner. This is almost a day 1 spot. He's only able to combine for 1, and it's Angie that actually grabs the 2-piece here. And that kind of gives you some breathing room now to be able to work with the man advantage, as the shot, he up close and personal, looking for a 2 with the shorty. Bones does it to him, and now it's a 1v2, as we'll see if he can try and clutch this one out. He's gonna get pushed down. Bones takes him down. What a crazy retake that we just saw.
It's one of those things that I've got a couple of friends who live and die by the shorty, and my biggest question mark when I get a chance to comment is, how do you get the shorty in a range to be successful when you're going for things like a long retake? Well, Bones says, hey, guess what? I've got something called the Tailwind. I've got a couple of Cloud Bursts. Let me use that to get up close and personal, and just kind of dances around with 2 different partners on top of the C site for the double. And now we saw this as well. The judge coming out to play, saying, hey, don't break my boxes, friend. These are my boxes. And you'll just sit in this tight corner and wait to see if anyone comes through. There will be an early dark cover to block off the C window. The Reyna will actually watch things over towards C long, but it's K-Meister who finds first blood this time onto Angie. Make it a second. Individual peaks coming through the middle of the map, and the Spectre is good for a double.
I'd like to note that Rugrats actually light bite on the second round with the Ghost, and we do see at least 1 kill go through for them, but there's still 4 remaining members up and available for MGFB, and that is a big one for Zerg, who is now going to be able to actually line up the cover to back himself out. He's going for the shots, and I believe tags up that player just a little bit. They have brought the spike in, but look who's holding it down. It will be Godmeister, who's going to find a couple in this one, but Zerg's also found 3K in this round, and now this is actually a 1v1. It will be closed out, but a good amount of damage actually done there for Rugrats to be able to make a lot of people repeat buy-in towards this round number 3. So yes, they do light buy and give up a bit of that economy to do so here, but they are going to at least maybe make things a little bit more difficult and just kind of, again, neglect a bit of that economy heading in towards this round.
Yeah, it's a very risky call, high risk, high reward, and as much as it is nice to see that you found 4 out of the 5 kills, again, you don't get the spike planted here, so you don't get an extra boost for that economy, and because you did go for a light buy, you're left short-handed here into round number 3, and this is going to be a heavy mismatch. Once again, we've got light armors and ghosts going up against phantoms, judges, and other ARs alike. Well, this time a sheriff will open up for first blood. Battle Pants will say, I'll take this natural upgrade, use the barrier orb to find 1, and then slow orb double over the top. Again, I don't really know about calling for all of that to come through so quickly, as there was not really a full commit for Rugrats to hit. So now this is a Sage completely out of utility. It should be pretty known that the C side of the site should be relatively weak in here. The Judge will be good for 1. Fortunately, the Leer comes out to block line of sight from any other action coming through. Battle Pants on a flank won't find anything as Ange is able to take him down with the Ghost. And this has been a beautiful round set up here for Rugrats. Again, just exploiting the fact that the Sage was completely left without any utility in the middle of the map.
They work perfectly off of this, and you know, with a round that you have Phantoms and whatnot in towards the mix, it's looking good to close out, but 7 is still alive, and when 7 is still alive, anything is possible. Finds himself 2, can't combine for the spray. That will be a closeout in that one. So first round on the board does come through, but by no means is it necessarily clean in the end there, where you do have a couple of big kills that once again kind of respond with making sure that these players are rebuying, but you at least have some eco to work with, as we will see everybody kind of load right back out. We'll see some more guns coming towards the mix here, and now you kind of find yourself in a bit of a rough spot if you're MGFB, where you're kind of going to have some light buys here with some light armor. The Marshal might also come into play for us here with Hool, but you're most certainly in a great spot for Rugrats if you can start to combine for a couple rounds in a row here with these ultimates up.
Bladestorm also coming out here for Bones. Again, this is mostly a save round through and through. Bones with the Bladestorm will make this feel a little bit more powerful for the side of the defense, especially over the middle. But again, the sound queue is pretty geolocated, so they're going to know that that this Jet is actually sitting somewhere by the C side of the map, and with that, everyone will make their way over to A long train line making their way over. Sky Smoke coming through. They deal with the very common placement of the trap wire, and now it's just down to, as the Cypher player, can you keep your life? They're going to have to give up the spike plant, but the orbital strike not quite enough to get Zans completely taken off. Ange able to find 1. And again, this pistol retake for MGFB is going to be pretty difficult. Battle Pants will be able to find 1 with the Bucky. And this one is just about all but over. It is a 3v4. Bones still holding on to this Bladestorm. He's going to have to be the one to make the play here. He's got a lot of mobility left. The Leer will block some line of sight. Jumping over the top. The shots are good for the first, but Tetra's there for the follow-up. And now a 3v2, time ticking away. And again, just pistols to use for MGFB. As it looks like Nayul not going to find anything with the Marshal, and the attackers will take a second straight round. And again, this is a light buy situation that is going to make things a little bit interesting for MGFB. They're going to have just enough to get weapons, but I imagine some of these guys will be a little bit short-sighted on their abilities coming into this very big 5th round.
Yeah, I bet they will, and I think this is so crucial for Rugrats to make sure that MGFB don't start running away and snowballing like they were doing previously when we did watch over them on this exact same map. And they look to be in their comfort zone on a lot of those defenses, and once they won that big swing round and started to take the lead in the economy, that's when we saw them get in their ultimate comfort zone. Well, that's not the case, and now we'll see the operator actually come out, as Zan's here looking to see if he can find himself a kill, but it will be Godmeister who's going to be kind of all the way in the back here, watching just the slow push through, and he's going to have some information. I actually kind of like this call from him to be able to back himself out, as we do see the ultimate used and invested, but won't be able to pay off as Godmeister does back up, and it's going to be a big kill for him, but the spike will be planted. So we are going to see some sloppy shots come through for Battle Pants, who can't really wear the pants in that gunfight. Gets taken down and ruled there with another gunfight for himself. And now it just seems like MGFB are running through them one by one. The smoke is down and the spike is now going to be defused, but the orbital strike is out. It will rain damage and will find the kill. So now your Jet player is no longer in towards the mix, as things will maybe slow down for a quick moment, but the defuse is in, the team ace is out, and that will be now a 3-2 lead for MGFB with a big response.
Couple of things to note. First and foremost, huge play for Bones to stick it to get to halfway through the defuse, leading to the easy defuse in the second. How is that a team ace? There's still 2 players left alive. I'm confused by that one there, Valorant, but
True.
Regardless, doesn't make much of a difference because the round is won by MGFB, but not the worst case scenario again for Rugrats. They're able to hold on to a couple of weapons, plus they got the spike planted. So all that really kind of changes going into this next round is the score at the top of the board. Everyone's going to bring essentially the weapons they want, with the exception of actually the team that just won the previous round. You saw a Spectre and a Bulldog in the mix because, again, the 1,500 total credits that get awarded to the offensive side for a plant is massive. So it's going to be full 5 AR hit here towards A, at least initially, where, again, you're looking at Bones and 7 to lock things down. 7 will see 1 up close. The Lear will provide some sort of a line of sight break, and everyone just commits to get into the cyber cage. Good committal there for Rugrats as they make their attempt to break through. They get the site, they get it planted, and now it's a 4v3 in their favor.
This is how you hit sites. This is so well done. The spike is down, and now retaking from your side of the map once again, so not being able to split up different angles and try and find a pinch. They'll work their way in one by one, but Conti's going to be able to find the first one. Battle Pants is out. Good shots up top. Now Hool down low. Can't combine for the double. And now Zans finishes it off with the sniper. Takes down Godmeister. Then back and forth as Zans with the final kill. And that was a fantastic play that had attacked in towards A. You know, when you're going to hit the site, you have to kind of approach it with 3 people, 2 people hitting at the same time so you can effectively trade and not allow 7 to do some of the things he was doing in that last series where he was finding isolated one-on-ones and picking them off one at a time. That's not what happens. And a big response round from Rugrats is going to be able to respond here to MGFB.
Yeah, and again, you saw that the Empress spray just not quite locked down enough for Nahul. Finds that pick at hell. Very well could have been an opportunity for him to make a play for the second, but sometimes that's the way it goes. Battle Pants, up close and personal. Right click for headshot onto 1, not able to get the second, and that's going to be a wide open C site. You do have Nahul sitting in the front side of the C garage. He can either play for a pinch all the way through or just go through the garage, and he's going to opt for the garage play eventually. As you see, the Cypher of 7 is on the long flank. He does have some trap wires he's going to have to deal with, and a couple of members that will actually make contact with him pretty quickly here. But if he can find 1, maybe even a second kill, it'd be massive, considering that, again, we are in a bit of a save round here for the side of MGFB, and, well, all of a sudden, Bones is in. He's going to get himself a Bucky. 7 on the backside has found another pick, plus a Phantom in his back pocket. So a very doable 2v2. Waiting for 7 to clear out one more space. He finds the 3rd kill. Neural Theft for the information. And, well, this is completely pocketed up. It's going to be a Sky Smoke. Going to try to bait it. Orbital will strike down. Is he going to have enough time to get the defuse after this? I don't think he will. And very wisely, 7 will back away. Conti will not be able to share that same luxury. So yeah, again, this is another one of those rounds, Austin, where sure, you lose the round, but it comes at still a pretty steep cost for Rugrats.
Yeah. I would say so, absolutely. And, you know, at the end of the day here, we're seeing at least MGFB not be as dominant as they once were there. And I think that because they were relying on so much on individual plays here, we're starting to see just aggressive hits. And I mean, there's 2 styles that I think that your team kind of approaches a map like Cave, and that is just kind of spreading out and spreading thin in the sense that you're trying to look for information and bait out abilities and then make a coordinated hit based off of where you think the weaker opponents are going to be or where you think the least amount of utility is going to come out into play. Or it's just the fact of, hey, let's just try to find this kill and simply run it in towards the site. They tried that again, maybe over towards the C site, but Bones actually has a sniper to work with, and the operator is now going to be able to kind of shut down that first initial player, which means that things might now finally slow out for us. But as I say that, Ange is able to connect onto now Hool. That's going to bring us right back to what was almost an even 4v4, but we'll see some damage be done here from Battle Pants as he finds one and gives his team the advantage.
He actually tagged up Tetra pretty heavily through the door as well. His health pulled down to 21. No Sage available for the heal as Battle Pants went into the res. Beautiful slore, but Conti meets him with the beautiful operator shot. And the heal will only find one before he's traded, which will give the C site in partial to the side of Rugrats. But are they going to realize that K-Master is here so quickly? He finds the first. Has to just wait for his teammates to play for the second. Cyber Cage will come down. Zerg has to hold the close corner, and he'll be taken down from behind. MGFB, again with K-Meister just sliding into the C site unexpectedly, able to find a pretty clean retake, and 2 members will survive with a couple of weapons to hold on to into the following round, number 9.
Curious to see what economy is going to look like here for Rugrats now, as it looks like some players would still be able to full buy, but this might likely just be a small buy that comes out with maybe some small armor, as you're seeing some Spectres now come in towards play. One Vandal here for, it looks like, at least one of the members. So they are looking to bring this out. Zerg's going to bring that out for himself, but still a very interesting spot to kind of be in at the moment here for both of these squads, where they're meeting each other, of course, with a massive clash within the tournament as we get deeper and deeper. And it's just, I think, maybe the first time MGFB have kind of been really tested as the operator shot goes off once again. Bones just trying to go for a couple of quick scopes, hoping he might get lucky. In the meanwhile, in towards the garage, some crates have went through, and there's Bones with the quick snipe. Can he find 2? He almost connects us. He just whizzes by the ear of Ange, who does manage to land the shots and will hold her ground. This will be a weakened player for K-Meister in the back, where he is just going to be completely tagged open, but it is going to be a 3v3. The spike's still yet to go down, and there's still a good amount of time on the clock to work with.
Tetra misses the shot that he really would like to have back. Nahul had really nowhere to go, but now K-Meister and Nahul both lit up pretty heavily. And just found a way to get the Empress online. 7 for 1 gets traded out, and now it's just down to the last 2 low health pool members for Rugrats in this 2v2. They still have a leer to play with. There it goes, coming out, and God, K-Meister finds Conti on the site. They know where the Omen is. You're going to sky smoke this and try to spam him through. He's got an operator. All you got to do is block the shots. Tetra has to make a play, and he walks right into the waiting arms of Nahul, who finds the kill just as K-Meister gets the defusal. And again, the Devourer comes up big as Nahul's able to turn what was 7 HP or so into 100 very quickly. And that was just enough to get him over the top to get the 2v2 retake.
I think that's another excellent example of also, you know, what holding your utility, late in towards the round can actually do for your squad in those very clutch moments where you have to kind of be able to throw that out, find an entry in towards it, or simply close things out. As you see the Brimstone Sky Smoke that actually kind of sets that one up for failure there for the Omen player. But 5-4, MGFB still holding on and maintaining the lead, not giving Rugrats room to work with on the scoreboard as of yet. But if we're going to see a response, it likely could just be in this round, as we're going to see the camera set up. That's a nice angle. 7, though. He's going to eat your little strike up top. Tags up just a bit of that damage before he has to walk away. But Ange, once again, has just been the entry fragger in towards the site. Finds one more. 7 up top to be very lethal, as he's found one for himself and might have to reposition down low, as he actually dodges that just perfectly. Looks for the peak, but Zerg is there to take him down. So 7 out of the mix. Quick scope up close and personal. Bones has been lethal with it, as he will see the Boombot kind of running at him, but he has been able to take this down. He throws the Cloud Smoke out, is praying that his teammates watch over him, as he will go for this defuse, but the spray is there for Battle Pants, who might look to hop right back on top of it. Has the chance to go for the kill, and Battle Pants is in with the kill. The defuse will be out just in time, as that will be MGFB going big in the final moments of round 10.
Every single kill that just came through for Battle Pants, you've got to give major applause over to his teammates for making the calls of where everybody was. He knew exactly where Zans was trying to play from. You saw him and Bones both kind of pay some attention over to the A side of Long in that back cubby, knowing that there was a player who retreated backwards. They don't get the information. They end up losing Bones on point, but the call is good as Battle Pants gets the spam through, and then he knows that, hey, there's no paint shells, there's no more showstopper, there's no more boombot. All he's got available is maybe some blast packs And he's got to move pretty far up to kind of get those into a nice line of sight. Moving on to this round, 7 for 2. Nearly gets the third as he tags up Conti just down to 31 HP before I was so rudely interrupted. And that's going to lead to Rugrats just trying to stick this one in this 3v4. And it looks like they might just get the spike planted, actually.
This is a very fast push right in towards the side on A. Tetra in a great spot to be able to kind of stop this push that will come through, but Battle Pants is opened up with the 2K, and this is going to give him a 3K as Tetra actually decides to hit it, and well, he didn't have too many choices since all of his teammates dropped, but Battle Pants starting to heat up here in towards some of these later rounds where the fast pushes are now starting to be dealt with, Alan. We've seen this be, you know, a major payoff in a couple of these sites, and they've been able to get the spike down, get that extra economy flowing in towards their pocket, but the post-plant setups simply have not been there anymore for them, just with great responses from MGFB to be able to come in at the right place at the right time.
It's just great coordination for MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. It's been a while since we said their team name, so I had to throw it back out there again. But regardless, Rugrats, they do get the spike planted. That's actually massive for them as, again, you take a look. Think about the difference, what 300 credits might mean for some of these players. They would not have been able to get full armor and ARs into the mix as you see a couple members nearly zeroed out coming into this very huge final round of the half. So everyone able to come into the round number 12 with what they want. It's going to be another hit over towards A long initially. You've also got your rays of Zans trying to play through A side of Cubby, but again, this has just been 7 all the way through. You could throw as many smokes as you want. He's actually going to watch the Omen come in. Tetra had no idea. Oh, thank goodness Zerg was there for the trade because that would have been a very 50-50 1v1 between him and Zans. The spike does get down, and defensively, the only tools you have to play with are the Empress, which is in effect currently for Nahul, and a possible resurrection, but you don't really see a world where that res can come through super safely, considering it's going to be in the back end of a retake.
Zerg waits in the first line of defense. Able to at least fend off the first couple of abilities thrown out, but he's forced to snap around. And look again, this is so well done for the side of MGFB, where they're just kind of picking them apart from their side of the map. And Zans is gonna find a spray through the wall. Actually combines for 2. He's low health and gets the 3K. He's got time to work with, and the paint shells. A massive clutch on the horizon as we'll see if he can put the final nail in the coffin. And there is no time as there is the clutch that comes out in the end. And well, Zans was there with that round, a big one, but man, that was super close. The fact that he got all those kills in that order that he did was pretty phenomenal.
Great use of the abilities as well. Double blast pack, the spike. Make sure you only need a couple of bullets. They're kind of spamming through that smoke wildly, hoping that you guess the correct side of which the defuse is coming from. And beyond that, just again using the paint shell to zone, and simply put, I mean, the raw gun skill definitely is something to marvel at. We've got ourselves a good one here, 7-5, as MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER will now move to the offense, see what they could do. And again, 5 rounds offensively, not bad. Not great, not bad. It's about right where you say is, okay, we take those. 6-6 is really what I think you're kind of looking for in a map that I think a lot of people will still consider to be pretty offensively sided. Tetra hoping for a paranoia to connect, but Battle Pants will put him down before he can serve that one up. So now it's down to Ange. A brilliant use of the leader, but one comes out to respond, and that's actually been a Conti for one more kill, and this push through C Long has been completely stuffed out.
A couple of tagged up members at the moment. Conti looking to regroup, but the push up the middle of the map right in towards B very likely could be the play. The spike is kind of working its way right over towards A, where there is some cypher traps set up. So if they push too fast, they will be spotted. So there is the trigger on A. But look at this position from the Jet player where you might be able to find a massive flank play. 7 just needs to stay alive as long as possible on this pistol round if he can, or even grab one. It would be big, but they're not expecting the positioning from Bones. I can't see them. He does grab the first one. He looks for 2. The shots are good. The headshot's out, and now he's going to dash away. He could look to reposition to top heaven where he won't have eyes on the site, but he's up close and personal in a back-to-back clutch, this time over to MGFB as Bones puts the dagger into the dead body and lets him know he just went big.
That's 2 huge pistol rounds from Bones. He did it in round number 1. He finds a way this time with the Ghost to do it in round number 13. I mean, if you didn't believe what we were saying about these guys being individually blessed when it comes to their raw gun skill, can you believe us now? Because that's just absolutely insane. I mean, again, Bones, a little bit of panic shots on the third kill on the exchange, but is able to lock things down, and then with one bullet for each of the last two players left alive as far as their health pools are concerned, and Bones is able to catch one off guard. Again, Paranoia coming through. Actually, pardon me, that was a dark cover that gets sent out. Now the Paranoia comes out. The Leer going to also provide nearsightedness on the attack at this time for MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. Things looking much better as they find their way in with good weaponry, and it's just down to Conti for a 1v5. He finds the first, though. Big opportunity in front of him as he will pick up a weapon. It's going to be a Stinger. Probably not what he wanted, but he'll take it from the upgrade of the Ghost. Should hear the jumping nearby. Hits one headshot. Has the opportunity to maybe finish this kill off. Does he get baited in, though? That's the big question. The answer is yes, he does. K-Meister finishes him off before anything can get too interesting. At 9-5 we go for MGFB.
9-5 starting to pull ahead and showing off some of that gameplay that they were putting on stream for us earlier, where they were kind of just stomping their opponents, and seeing that come into those offensive rounds, at least on the very first time, the first two. But this is kind of that big matchup round that we talk about in round number 3, where you'll look at some of the economy, at least across the board for Rugrats, and this is their chance to now go big. I mean, some of them are zeroing out. A couple players not going to have that full armor that they would, of course, love to have, but you're still in a spot where you can at least match the pressure and the guns, and that is what's most important, as early information scouted out over towards A, but not going to full-on commit just yet, as they've been kind of hitting the A site here a couple of these rounds with these pistols. But this time around, it could be a push right in toward B, as the sky smokes are going to be out, but a nice molly from Conti is going to maybe delay this pushing in towards the site itself. And now with gunfire coming in, the rest of the players on defense looking to kind of add this additional pressure and manpower in towards B to make sure they do not have easy access.
This is expensive defensively, though. A lot of utility has been thrown out. No more Leers for Ange. And all this was just bait for the side of MGFB. They don't really fully commit to getting into B. Now, Ange only has the Dismiss and the Devourer available once he finds a potential kill. There it is. Nice headshot. Tetra for another. So it is going to be a 4v3 as Battle Pants is able to find at least one trade. That's actually going to be opening for the C-side site. 7 only able to take down one of what needed to be 2. So a 3v2, but the spike planted in favor of MGFB as they look to try to find a way to lock down this post-plant setup.
Shots go through. Conti able to take out Bones, and now a 1v3. We've seen some clutch plays, but Battle Pants can't get it done here, as Conti's the one that actually grabs a couple of massive multi-kills in this round to be able to make the difference. And that will be at least the stop of that lead at 3, as we talked about a big round having to come through in the match of the guns. They keep 3 players up, so only 2 of them are going to have to worry about rebuying heading in toward this next round for us on round number 16. But having yourself in a great spot and still going toe-to-toe, and that's also the very first defensive round we have seen them play, and it definitely does not look like they're nearly as comfortable just yet, but they might still be trying to figure out some of the tendencies and some of these strategies and pushes that have been kind of available for MGFB at the moment, where they have made a lot of these A pushes, Alan, and they've been successful in a lot of the break-ins and getting themselves in those pistol rounds. But now that things are kind of matched up, it might not be as easy, as you're seeing a lot of investment over towards A, where the opposing Cypher player that's picking up, where 7, of course, was locking things down, is now going to be responsible for finding his own big heroic plays if they make another A push.
Again, just baiting out information right now is MGFB trying to make this expensive as possible. Bones, you're looking at to potentially be the guy to really start things off here, as he's got the Blade Storm up. Not sure if anyone's pushed through into C long, but while that's occurred, Ange is actually locking things down from a side angle over towards the B side of mid. Then immediately rotates back over to the garage door. Good defensive spread here as Zanz takes the helm from the opposite side, catching Nahul off guard. Shots not there for Bones with the Blade Storm, and Zanz once again locks things up. 5 on 2. You've only got pistols, so you might as well try to make some sort of a play for MGFB, but it's going to come at probably the cost of a flawless, as 7 last one alive has been tagged up and gets smoked through the wall by Zanz from the middle of the map.
2-round differential, seeing some big kills come through. And well, the economy round, of course, was there, and now it's kind of the flip end of, well, this is your round that you're buying, and now this is your chance to see if you could try and respond and see if you can get yourself that round number 10, where MGFB will finally get a big stop and a halt to some of the plays that they've been putting out. And matching 2-2 so far since the side flip. Or take a look at that scoreboard rather, and a couple of the players, Conti 18 for himself and 16, the big player we highlighted, who's only lost one series so far within Valorant here at CMG. So he's definitely been one of the players that we kind of said and expected to be a top fragger, and seems to be up there so far. So we'll watch for him some more as the spray comes through right off the start. And this is actually a very interesting play at the moment. So MGFB, they're all over towards the C site, and you have the majority of the members that are actually stacked up inside of A, but there's some kind of QR information that has given them the opportunity to now rotate over where they might have gotten a spot on towards the spike, and now this might force them to rotate. But in the back here, they're sniffing it out. Now Hool is there. He will not let anyone get by. So Zanz, the Raze player, has been taken out of the mix, and now we'll see the whole team slowly make a rotation over towards A. But as soon as I say that, they bounce right back, and they have no idea where they want to go at the moment, Alan.
That pick for Ange is actually super crucial because it stops any sort of alert play from coming through. Now it's going to be a full force hit, 40 seconds left. Molotov creating so much damage, and Zerg and Conti find two. But Nahul, he's in the Empress. We know what the individual play power of Arena could be like. And will we see that come true here? Good information on players coming through the smoke. But again, the spike has not been fully planted yet. So it's going to be down to 7 to watch over the top. Nice shots from Nahul, still 100 HP, and 7 will find the follow-up. Oh, individual moments coming galore out here for Nahul as he's able to use the Empress to full value and lock up the round now with 10-7 for MGFB.
Yeah, what a clean bait on the spike that is, and that's just, you know, the usage of Valor, and of course getting those sound cues on when the bomb is being planted or the bomb is being defused. That is just a situation where you can use that completely in your favor. You see it, goes for the spike plant and baits out the peak there and able to have the advantage and snaps onto the dome of that player. Gives them just that extra insurance to be able to make sure that they do in fact close that one out, where they're going to hold on by 3 rounds. And now heading in towards our round number 18 for ourselves. There's been a few different strategies, but we're seeing MGFB go for a bit of a spray off the start, matched by Rugrats, where they're simply kind of playing for damage off the start. There's not full armor available at the moment for Rugrats, so they are going to be at just a slight disadvantage through some of their members, where you still have Phantoms into the mix, but they've moved right into the B site. Slow orbs are down, the utility is out. The shots are good though for Condi, who's going to be able to grab himself one. The ultimate, yeah, that's the noise says it all there, Shift. It does not land. It's unfortunately going to whip, but this will leave us in what is a 4v4.
I mean, if he hits that direct connection, I lose my mind, but it's not going to happen here. 7 snaps out of that Zerg, no problem here. K-Meister another, and we haven't mentioned it yet, but as this one will likely come to a conclusion favoring that of MGFB, okay, pause, everything. Zanz has opened up the site completely here, has paint shells available, +2 blast pack, dark cover comes out. I think he's going to connect with a little bit of damage. He's going to push right to the dark cover. He might find one, not going to happen, but here's what I was going to say. Zanz was at 1 HP for essentially throughout the majority of that round, and we haven't talked about it, but there's no Sage online here for Rugrats. They've decided to go for the Omen instead, so no resurrection, but I would say even more importantly, in some of these early skirmishes where Zanz has gotten aggressive to the middle of the map, when he gets tagged up, he's got no one to retreat back to get back to full HP, so we say a lot on defense, when you take those opening mid picks, it's usually high risk with very little reward. That becomes extra emphasized because you don't have the safety net of getting back to at least 100 HP on the backhand of it. So risky plays from Zanz doesn't come out and pay forward this time as MGFB put themselves on 11-7.
11-7, wallbang right up the middle again with the NASCAR peak. Zanz gonna change things up as he goes for shots, but he's punished massively, as that will be a big opener now that you can play with. Make that a second opener, as Battle Pants is going to bring the op right into the mix, and it's going to work out perfectly for him. This is a Marshall in response, which is not nearly the gun that you would want to have this late in towards it, but I mean, the Ghost is certainly going to be able to get the job done with a nice headshot. Now the op player that was once there is now out, but I believe Battle Pants also has one for himself, as this is a 1v4. Ketra has got nowhere to go, so unfortunately he will be taken down. This spike plan will also come through for that additional cash. So 12-7, MGFB starting to figure out the side of Rugrats here on the offense as they'll take 3 rounds straight.
This isn't good. Now you've got another Marshall being force bought out here, as there's really not much else you could afford. Although, to be fair, Tetra is going to do what he can to try to find an opening pick here alongside of C, and It's going to be him versus Battle Pants if we can take a look to see how that sniper battle is going to go. As both of them look to be heading over to C-Long initially. Operator versus Marshall. I think everyone and their mom is leaning one way or the other. But the dark cover will block line of sight. And actually, Tetra did find one connection. So the heal's forced to come out. Bone's able to find first confirmed blood, though. And again, you've got it into the shadows and a neural theft and an orbital strike to use. And fortunately, Angela find one, but Tetra has to go back to the ghost. Not going to find anything with it. And now the seat side wide open. And just Andrew can deal with it. Unfortunately, does find one kill on the spike carrier before the spike can get fully planted.
It does delay a little bit of this post-plant setup now, as we'll see the orbital strike also rain down on the site. When that's a big pick in the back, Battle Pants has dealt with Zerg, and it's going to be Conti here who finds Battle Pants with the trade, but has to work through two more members at full health. Definitely has his hands full in the situation, as we'll see the Sky Smoke drop. Could look to bait up the defuse, as he's still searching and has no idea where these last couple members were. And now look to sticks out the defuse, but has no chance. Bones takes him down. And that's just going to be 13-7. The closeout is in. MGFB looking hot in that second side, able to get the job done. It was close in the first one, but Rugrats simply could not go toe-to-toe in those later rounds. You take one look at that scoreboard here. Conti having himself a great big game for himself here. But again, it's the consistency pretty much across the board for us, Alan, that gets the job done, and everybody stepping up and pulling their weight. And that's kind of been the trend tonight on when it gets towards these later rounds and what team pulls out and wins.
Yeah, and we didn't spend a lot of time talking over the agent selection here, but again, I've seen a couple different instances on Haven where you try to, or not really you try to, but they opt to avoid going for the Sage in favor of someone like an Omen, but I just don't really know if that was the correct call. I mean, Tetra, he only goes 8 and 17, sure, but we only saw the end of the shadows, once? And that was a free kill, essentially, for 7, locking things down on the A site defensively, and again, there has been a couple of changes. You can kind of feel Riot trying to bring Omen into a more substantial spot competitively. A number of different kind of unique changes to how his animations work, how fast his projectiles move, and now most recently, not just the interaction of how you use that dark cover, but Into the Shadows can actually be canceled if you feel like you're just getting camped. So that way you don't have to go to the teleport 100%, but he never ever saw 7 sitting in that back corner, and that was the only time we really saw Into the Shadows come to play. And imagine a world where you've got a healing orb, slow orbs, barrier orb, and potential resurrections throughout that match. Maybe things stay just a touch closer, because there were a number of moments that we kind of left unsaid that a heal could have potentially brought someone back to that 100 HP mark defensively, and you don't feel nearly as short-sighted. Specifically, that moment that we mentioned talking about Zan's, where he goes for the aggressive pick middle, he gets down to about 20 HP, there's nobody to heal him up. So essentially the rest of the round is a 4v5. He can't feel free to peek anywhere anymore. He's got to play defensively, and when you have to get rid of a number like that, when you're already spread thin, defensively it becomes very, very difficult to hold on to the complete side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of gotta agree with you there, Alan. You have to have a Sage player in towards the mix. Obviously, when we had first got ourselves in towards the beta, where there was actually tournaments going on, it was just almost, mind blowing not to have a Sage in towards the mix too. How strong she was. We've seen some adjustments and we've seen some, tone backs on the kit, but the kit is still so effective. You can't argue that without a doubt. I mean, the barrier wall alone is, one of the strongest abilities within the game itself. And you follow that up with all the slow orbs and everything you talked about, the resurrection to be able to bring players back in towards the round sometimes, which saves them that economy, and it benefits you in a lot of different ways. And obviously that just doesn't work out for them with the actual game plan and strategy they tried to implement for themselves, and it got in towards those later rounds where the utility was just simply being used a lot better on the side there for us. This is a squad that we've kind of seen win a couple of series now where they've been pretty dominant. There's a team that we've kind of looked out for, and we saw them come off that first series where it seemed like they were in complete control. They weren't really tested. This one they got tested a little bit more in the first side, but it was the adjustments, right? It was the second half where things definitely seemed to be a little bit more in their favor. They were taking control and they weren't letting up on the pressure and just letting up on that gas, and it kind of paid off there near the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sit there and say, just to kind of follow up my point with the opposite side, that you have to have a Sage every single map that you play. But if you're going to opt to not use one, you have to know where you're now weaker and where you're now stronger. Things like the paranoia to stop a push are massive. And I think that with dark cover and a paranoia, with the potential of using your shrouded step to maneuver around the certain sites, can be very strong. But when you don't have a Sage, you have to know that opening peaks like that are extremely risky and they're going to come with very limited rewards. So a couple of things to kind of look at and kind of maybe self-scrutinize just a touch, but regardless, a hell of a match. And that means that we're going to be digging into our semifinals here very shortly as Mega Gigafart Blaster, love the name, they're going to move on forward to a potential grand finals, but they have to get through their semis first. I believe our broadcast coverage will head there next, so we'll set things up, step away for a small break, and return back with our next round of matchups right after this.
I don't feel this is right. I don't know, should we let go? Diving into your mind just to overflow. Are you feeling the signs? Feel the cold in your bones. Looking up to the sky to see a silver sun. I can't be the only one who always feels this way. I can't be the only one who's slowly falling. I can't be the only one who always feels this way. I can't be the only one who's slowly falling.
Hello, everyone, welcome back. We're actually going to be stopping for a small moment as far as how the tournament's progressing. Catch up on the other side of the bracket with another quarterfinal matchup. We saw Sinful in our first casted match of the evening in their round 2 matchup, and they blew by their opponents who did not look that they were necessarily at the same level. But now that we catch up with them in the quarterfinals, I'm sure the tale will be surely different. As I might hold shift with Visions, it'll be the Gosu going up against Sinful in this one. And again, we'll have the same match, so we'll still see Haven come through as everything is predetermined in this best of one single elimination style tournament.
Yeah, and I'm kind of seeing that Infamous energy. I'm not sure what his in-game tag is. I think it will be Infamous himself and Chase. They have a lot of games played together so far. We got to see them, kind of work out some of those big plays, of course, against a team that maybe wasn't up against their level. But these guys have already put a good 40 wins on the board together as an actual duo, and have some money won together as well, under a couple of goals on the Checkmate Gaming site. So these guys have been putting in the work, putting in the time, and I mean we got to see that show for us. But on the opposite side here, I mean, this team has obviously made it towards the quarterfinals, so you cannot simply, give them no credit. They've been able to make this run, and you have a couple players on here that have also been able to kind of have some success here. Showtime is a player with a gold under his belt, so we'll see exactly how things will match up for us as we jump in towards another match. And well, this one will have two Sage players off the bat, but it's Carbon who actually goes for that early peek and will be able to give his team that early first kill. But we're seeing a very fast push right in towards our site here at A, and we'll see if Critical can kind of be the line of defense, as he will be able to land some good shots into one, looks for two, cannot convert. Singularity is there for him as it's just a spray fest, and now a 1v2 situation as we'll see Chase take a different position up top.
Some utility to play with, Lost. Dirt cover, Paranoia could at least block off a couple of lines of sight and take away some of the lines of sight if he connects with the Paranoia, but again, he's lacking every bit of information. Again, there's no need to save the Ghost, but if you can find a way to take away a couple of lives, it might be massive. And while this first gunfight not really going Chase's way, he will back away and see if he gets pushed from behind. Everyone's playing up close and personal. Most players are sitting outside of Hell. Yeah, this is going to be a round where there's no chance. He's got the time to get the kills plus the defuse, and with that, Gosu will get the pick. And Iconic will close things out with the first round for Gosu.
That's a nice first round. I mean, you kind of expect the pistol round pushes to certainly be intact for you in those initial first starters, but that was just kind of a great execution on towards the site where they just won all their gunfights. Essentially, it was up to one player. It was up to the Cypher player here to kind of lock things down, and that did not happen for Critical. He was only able to combine for one kill, and the rest of the team, of course, late on the rotation. So a nice initial first round, as we'll see a couple of light buys come back in. Just a shorty picked up, but pretty much a full save call coming through for Sinful and towards this round number 2 on defense, where the complete opposite push is about to commence for us across the map. They don't really have anyone inside of C. They have a player up close and personal in the garage. That will be Chase, who grabs himself the first kill, but the trade's ever swinging the way of Gosu with this gun advantage, as they've already dropped 3.
Yeah, if you could find another right click to connect for a headshot kill, it would have been massive for Sinful. So now it's just down to Carbon. Try to work his way in. Will use the Devour to get back up to 150 HP. He's also found himself a Stinger, so not impossible, but again, he's going to be seeing his teammate trailing right behind him. It's Critical, who currently just has an axe out. He's going to go in forward because he's got the shorty. He's going to be essentially used as bait, and at least they take down one more kill, but still, despite getting planted, Ghost is going to have more than enough economy in these last 2 rounds to get into what will be a full buy here into round number 3, with the exception of the players who are just going to hold on to their Bulldogs from the previous round.
Yeah, they'll hold on towards this, but, at the end of the day, not too bad whatsoever here for the side of Sinful, where they go for a full buy round and they're able to take out the majority of these members here. But this, of course, will zero them out for the most part heading in towards this round number 3. So this is another one of those must-round wins type of situation, so that you don't get completely snowballed on. And, well, we have not seen this Gosu squad so far on the day, but having the first great start here and the first good look at them, definitely looking solid, as we'll see a full spread on defense, of course, but just seeing the spike brought in towards the middle, where they've made a couple of aggressive pushes towards both outside sites here at C and A. But this would be a good chance for them to now just kind of slow things down and burn some of this utility and make that play. That's a great peek from Singularity. He's going to heal himself right back up after finding himself a big opening kill.
100 plus an extra 19. Critical, though, will take down the Cypher of Iconic at A long, and the spike is actually making its way into short. Venom will deal with Singularity lurking on the opposite side of the map, but they do take down Critical. Carbon's got the Empress ready to go. Lear coming out is going to try to push right through this. Should be able to burst through the barrier without much cause for concern, but the spike gets planted. Long range shots right there, as the Empress will actually fade away just before he takes that gunfight. It's going to be a defensive retake here, Austin, all from the same side. Everyone's going to be Heaven or from the A side link. And you see for Gosu, they've got one side in short, they've got another at A long. And that's actually a great barrier for Venom as he deals with one. They've completely blocked off the Jet unless she's got an updraft, which she does. Deimos with 2. Orbital Strike will be punched in, killing some extra time off the clock, but that's actually a stick from Chase. He's going to get that down to half of the HP, or probably the half of the channel on the defuse. So now you got to go quickly, and Venom's going to get this before Deimos can make the full play. I love the committal from the Omen of Sinful just to get the halfway tick mark, make the defuse that much easier, and a big first round coming through for Sinful.
Oh, was it ever a big first round, and well done in some very intense fashion, as sticking out the defuse, not something easily done because of those sound cues that I've kind of been highlighting throughout the stream, but they're just going to be able to have that confidence in each other to make sure that things will be locked out, and well, the slow peak in the end, of course, not there, as the reposition just not going to be in time, but a big one to be able to now at least get the very first round on towards the board, but even more so because that was the buy round that had came through for them. And another one that I kind of talked about previously before jumping into it. But round number 4, the sprays in the garage like we typically see for ourselves. Carbon waiting to pounce for someone that might miss position, as he's now going to use his opportunity, but he will be taken down and punished himself. Already losing a couple of the members on Sinful after coming off of that first round. Gosu can slow things down completely if they like, but they're slowly working this spike over towards C, and it's going to be up to the Omen player to try and shut this down.
Great patience here for Singularity. He's just going to be making sure nobody's sitting in the cubby by the double box. Dark cover will block line of sight. Maybe he thinks the second thought here about how he wants to hold this angle. Chase is going to use that to get right in that position Singularity has been trying to hold. Has a shrouded step available if needed. Careful though, you gotta go if you're gonna go quickly, and Deimos will find the first shot, but Singularity dealt with inside, and the heal gets off as Venom finds a second. 2v3, potential for a res to come through will be committed. And Venom, it just comes down to how are you going to help Infamous get through here. He's got an Ares, which will be nice to blow through these Radiant boxes on the outsides of the spike site, but outside of that, all you've got is a slow orb to play with, and that's going to be tossed out to try to block the front side, and can't shop for too long. No Black Friday sales here, as Infamous gets dealt with by Deimos. All enjoy another. It's just down to Venom, and the time is becoming more and more of an issue. He's found the first of what needs to be 3. Has no idea where the other ones are. Gets one shoulder peek from the cubby. Not able to snap for the head, and yep, this is all you have to do for Gosu. Just play with him a little bit and make sure he can't step on the spike for a defusal. Third round coming through for Gosu.
Venom trying to be able to get himself out. And the other 2 players actually do end up going down, so that is a pretty crucial moment. You still get, of course, the bonus with the spike plan itself heading in towards the round, but being able to eliminate them in that one and forcing them to go for the rebuy is probably the best case situation and scenario that he could have been able to play out in those last remaining moments, where Venom is already sitting 6-2. But that was a big investment that round there, Alan, where they used the resurrection, you know, to be able to get that extra member on towards the map for them on that retake. It does not pay off, so that's a big ultimate that unfortunately is no longer going to be available for maybe a couple of rounds for yourself. And you look at the ultimates, at least on the other side here, the Gosu, they're currently up 3-1. They got 3 ultimates heading in towards this one, so they put themselves in a pretty favorable spot on round number 5, where they might be able to pull ahead with this lead. And up close and personal, Carbon's gonna spray down too. Says thank you very much. Singularity will fortunately grab the trade, but the damage is just about already been done as everybody drops, and now already Showtime left in this 1v3 situation.
Love the defensive aggressive call there for Sinful. I think they did the math. We talked about the 2 members for Gosu falling after the spike was detonated. And that's the difference between only coming into this round with 2 ARs versus coming into this round with 4 ARs. Because they don't save, they don't end up getting the credits to buy for their homies. And now all of a sudden, Sinful, they do the math. They say we should have a gun advantage. Let's get aggressive and at least stop these guys from planning. And they've done just that. Mostly ARs going up against Spectres. Good trades back and forth. And Showtime, like you mentioned, stuck in this very awkward 1v3. 40 seconds to play with. He's going to make his way over to A just by his shift walking all the way through. And at least the only bit of good news here is because of the short-sighted numbers for Sinful, they don't actually have anybody on the site, so he might still be able to get a plant down before he's going to get contested. It comes down to this potential gunfight. Tries to go for the Q. Cyber Cage up ×2. Shots are good, though, for the first kill. So now a Vandal, only 2 HP to play with. And he's got no idea if anyone's on the site with him or not. And there's actually a player up top that he'll get the sound cue for. Do you clear the corner?
Ooh.
Nice shot onto Venom. Very doable. He's going to get the spike plant down just the nick of time as well. Showtime. 1v1. He's got an orbital strike. Chase is going to bait the shrouded step. Showtime is not fooled. He's just going to hold the entire way through. He's going to wait for these sound cues. Chase is starting to realize there's nobody on the site with him. But has he left enough time? Showtime's gonna hit this at the exact right time. Has to make the challenge happen. Chase realizes it, but you got to go for the defusal as well. He'll re-stick it, and you've got to hold it. There's the first bit of channel done. The Marshall with the no-scope. Is he going to be able to find the time? Has to stick on it. Won't connect, and Showtime clutches up in a 1v4 situation. Are you kidding?
2 HP in a dream, I guess. I mean, I was almost kind of chalking that one up, Alan. I was like, my lord, he's only got 2 HP. He's got to get the spike down. They had seen him on that rotation when he triggered the Cypher trip mine. And my God, the fact that he finds that kill initially to be able to get the spike down is kind of just what allows him to be able to clutch that round up in the fashion that happened. And then the Vandal comes into play where he can just tap on towards the dome of the players and he just executes perfectly. My lord, the Gosu here finding themselves another round in a row where now a light buy is forced out from Sinful to see if they can try and match any kind of this pressure, but already off to a real rough start very early on in this 4v2 situation. And we'll see them just kind of hope that they can find a kill or two and maybe just kind of prevent a bit of this economy heading in towards the round after this one. But they are most definitely not in the best of spots as the spike is going to be inside of A, where it's very likely going to be dropped for us.
This does have an orbital strike for a potential retake, though. If he wants to use it, he's going to go right to Sky Smoke. Has an opportunity for Almond Joy. Finds the pick. Sky Smoke's off the long A side. Orbital strike. He's going to throw that right into short. He's going to play one flavor back. This is good for at least a half defuse coming through, but I say that, and Deimos re-peeks long and finds the take before he hits the mid-Q, I'm pretty sure. So it's now just down to Chase. He knows that there's one player sitting long, or at least was. Paranoia is over to the short side. Going to be spammed at, and Deimos will clean things up. But a tight situation where nearly Sinful was able to bounce that one back with a great play coming out of our Brim player of Infamous.
I really think this 1v3 that happened is honestly going to be the deficit of what maybe starts the build here for the Gosu, who are just in a pretty comfortable position. I wouldn't say their economy is by any means fantastic at the moment. You do take a look at it, and yes, they're still able to buy with full armor, but you know, they're not sitting on thousands of extra credits just in case this round does go wrong for them, right? So they haven't been able to build up a solid economy leading in towards their 5-1 lead up by 4 rounds, but this is still obviously a great spot that they've been able to get themselves in due to clutches. But now Carbon has been able to answer back with the operator in round number 7, where he will just simply lock down the C site and not allow anyone to come in. But this will be Singularity. It manages to slip through. Good work from him to grab himself one. Can he convert for more? He will only be able to grab just the initial kill as Critical finds a player trying to slip through enemy lines. And now this will just be the Gosu in a round where they'll have to clutch up once again, the spike in hand, but they're working at a disadvantage of 2 members.
If I could use one word to kind of completely unravel that play from Singularity, I would say it's greedy. He just gets a little bit too far forward. Again, you lose your member at C long after the snipe comes through from Carbon, and you hit the Empress and make a play with a Spectre where you don't have any ability for any trades in case you don't get the kill. If there is one more member with him, that is a 2v3 situation that maybe the Empress is enough power to get through it. But now his teammates are essentially resorted to go over to B. No chance there. His Infamous shuts it down with the Odin. And a couple rounds in a row now for Sinful, as they're in a position to maybe bring this first half back. It's been tough going so far. Here and there, a couple of moments, but now the operator is out and in full force. You're hoping that that could be the clutch factor for Sinful to try to bring this one back to at least a 6-6, if not potentially maybe a full swing here and finish this one off 7-5.
And I don't want to, necessarily call out any, individual players, but we're not really seeing Chase do the exact same thing he did when we watched him earlier on, when maybe he was playing some players that weren't up to that same level and that same par. But now we're starting to see him kind of have that slow start. And if he could pick things back up like he was doing, then you could most certainly see this Sinful squad bring themselves right back in towards the game. And of course, they want to be able to rally some rounds together before we do go for the half. There is Critical. Does get some information as the Cypher Cage now going into play. He slips right through. He gets a great angle, finds the first one, looks to snap. He has a spray down for 3. Critical with a massive 3K in this round is now going to result in the Gosu having just get the spike planted so they can get the additional cash and credits in their pocket. But Carbon has dealt with one, And now Showtime, who does manage to snap onto one dome, looks for two. Venom will deny him the opportunity and will take him out. And now we'll see a 6-2 lead, or rather, excuse me, a 3-5 now scoreline that comes into effect for us. So Sinful starting to work a bit of this defense here and finding some success on stopping these aggressive pushes.
I gotta point all of you Cypher mains out there, just point your attention to what exactly just occurred for Critical. So often, and I'm at fault for this as well, when you set up your own traps, you're setting them up with trap wire in a pretty common spot at the embankment of an opening towards this A site, and then you usually have a cyber cage right underneath it, saying that as soon as someone traps, it'll hit the cyber cage and get the kill through the smoke. But Critical is using his abilities in ways that not a lot of Cypher players are. He's using them for him to manipulate the site by movement alone. You can see where the spy cam is placed and where he puts himself right in between these cyber cages to where he can use them to block line of sight and get into unexpected areas. This time it's just the raw gun skill to find what was the opening first blood trade. Now a 4-on-4 as the hit is coming full out over towards the C site. Nobody scouts out Venom and he gets a double before the Lear can take away his vision.
What a nice barrier that comes up here to make sure he can slip by and not get taken out. But while that's happened, Venom has invested his ultimate to make sure Infamous comes back in towards the mix, and that is their current top fragger, who is now back out on towards the map. Showtime. Oh my god. Venom peeks for a moment, takes them down. Now a 1v3, or rather 2v3 situation where you're looking at the back end of this operator to find you some more picks. All man joy working right through. We'll have an opportunity to take down one, but Infamous is there. And now we're in a 1v2 situation. Showtime. He's got the operator to work with here, but he's got 30 seconds and he has the spike. He's got to find this player inside. The peek is in. The shot's good. And now things will slow down a bit.
Spike planted.
1v2 looks for the snap, but Carbon, he's there with the operator of his own who allows him to give him a single opportunity at a shot. And while he converts, he connects. Sinful slowly but surely working their way back in on the defensive side as they're now just within one.
Talk about the decision. Operator's on the ground, Odin's on the ground. What are you picking up 9 times out of 10 visions?
Give me that out, baby.
That's me too, but apparently Infamous says, I want that Odin. I want to get my bullet hose out, brother. So all of a sudden, a couple rounds in a row leads us to a 4-5 total. Resurrection is available here for Ghosty. Would not be surprised with kind of I won't say forced by round out, but not everybody getting what they want here. If they maybe play a little bit slower, see if they can find a way to get this Resurrection out. And how about this? Damo goes for a little updraft peek over to where Critical's positioned with maybe a Bladestorm 1-tap, but he doesn't see any information. Critical responds with 1, but the trade is there. So pretty negligible as, again, Almond Joy can just play for the Resurrection. So now a 5v4. Bladestorm comes out, able to, again, trapwire himself through those trap wires. Or pardon me, tailwind through the trap wires, I mean to say. And Infamous just goes back to the bullet hose looking for some kind of a spray down, but nothing will connect. He'll be slow orbed up top. And Chase will be here with him. It is a 4v5. But again, look at the post plant quickly. 3 members have backed away towards long or short. Iconic up close will deal with 2. Infamous will get 1 spray down, but that'll be just about it. A very good take for Gosu, using the Resurrection to keep the numbers, and they find themselves a much needed round 6-4 up.
Yeah, that was one that you kind of needed to find just due to the round after round. I believe 3 came in a row there, as you can see. And taking a look back at our economy now, the Ghosty have not really been in a great spot, at least financially, this entire first side by any means. And that's kind of what's allowed Sinful an opportunity back in when a mistake round happens to come in, and they're able to punish for it. But we're at least seeing them now find a little bit of credits kind of available for yourself as we head in towards these last couple rounds. Of course, only 2 more out, so this will be the second last one. Is Carbon, oh, he's starting to heat up, Alan. He finds a head, he finds a shoulder. It doesn't matter what you give him, you peek, he's gonna convert, and he does it again.
Roll the dice. Sometimes they come up ace for you. Now with numbers advantage, there is no more Resurrection, no more ultimates at all to speak of actually here for Gosu. A couple players might be close. We know the Resurrection's far off. We know that the Bladestorm is far off. This is going to be likely just a full commit, I would imagine, with the numbers being against them. See if you could draw some attention to C and then full smoke and hit this B site now, especially since you got the first kill. Here comes potentially the second. Carbon will deal with one. Has one up close, but he gets slowed up and barrier orbed, I believe, from the backside of being able to retreat. Almond Joy will see the Cypher peeking from the A connector and will grab an operator as the spike will be planted. This is a great opportunity for Ghostu as Singularity will actually take down one, flanking over from the C side, so this is going to be an individual hit coming through, and oh my goodness Chase! He doesn't have the ammo though! Feels bad as he burst through the barrier orb, and Singularity will clean up the last two before things got too hot.
Oh, you think that if he didn't have to smash open the barrier, then maybe he converts with the second kill there with enough ammo in the clip and the shotty, but Judge can't exactly get it done because of that barrier that did go up. So now in towards this last round for us. This will be an interesting one because we've seen a lot of these fast pushes over towards a couple of these sides very early on, but things have definitely slowed down, and the Ghosts have been playing things a lot more methodically here. And then the last couple of rounds from what I've seen from them, and they haven't been a push over towards C, at least in the last little bit. And Chase has not been by any means off to a great start. And they might look to try and punish this because they're moving in quick. Singularity will now throw down his utility, as we'll see Venom, who actually grabs the first blood, Infamous with the spray, but it is all going to be Sinful, at least in this one off the bat, as it's only 2 remaining remembers for the Ghostu, but nice shots come through for Allman Joy. Showtime with a little bit of the show on the sniper, finds himself one, has to work through 2 more, very doable with a good amount of time, and does have the spike at the very least here, but has his work cut out for him. As we got a minute on the clock. Could look to bait this out or peek this close right. If he does, it's good, but a critical. Not going to give him any kind of a chance for a clutch here in the very last round. So we will see a 7-5 scoreline. Sinful able to bring things back a bit and keep it close.
Yeah, you got to respect the effort there for Sinful. Again, at one point, they were down 5-0, 6-1, something like that, and able to get it back to 7-5. Not bad at all. Now as we move forward into our second half, you feel like this pistol round very well could lead to things maybe getting a little bit out of hand here. If Ghostu can find a way to take this pistol as well, be in a position to where they really could put this one maybe out of reach. Seen that this Sinful squad early on had a tough time battling up against the kind of mismatched economy rounds where it's guns versus essentially light buys or ecos. Not finding a lot of value off their kills or even getting the spike planted initially. So we'll see how things kind of transpire as we move further forward here. It's going to be Davos who actually greedy buys the Sheriff to play the long side at C. Again, this means that he's not going to have enough credits to get into any of his other stuff. This is a full purchase here, just a Tailwind available. Dice Bolt comes down. Okay, when you're hitting shots like that, that'll do well. Tailwinds to the opposite side for maybe an exit. Takes the secondary peek. Will be punished, but Showtime is there to help. And Singularity following up will leave this just down to Venom for a 1v4.
No chance. First initial push just shut down immediately, and I think that's just a good strategy and plan there from the Ghostu to stack a lot of their members around the middle of the map so that they can make that fast rotation, because you're just about always expecting some kind of that fast initial pistol round to come through and in towards one of the usually the offsites on a map like Haven, where you're looking to kind of push your way in towards A or C. And well, that's what kind of happens, but shut down with that first pick, and that's what kind of allows them to make that rotation over, where you see Damus, able to buy just a bit of that time, and that's what kind of converts and allows them to get the very initial one, which might likely combine for a second one in a row. As uh-oh is right, that's the shotty up close and personal. The Bucky getting some work done. Critical has a shotgun of his own, but not nearly as good as the Bucky, that is for sure. And now he's going to trade up the shorty for the Ghost, which will allow him to find an aggressive kill and a punish on towards Singularity, and actually tags up the second member here, where he might be able to chase and get this kill for himself. It is a 1v3 still, mind you, so he still has quite a bit of work to do on the map with a minute left, and he's still got to get himself over towards the spike, but there is still hope.
Not a lot of hope, a little bit of hope, especially if you can find this opening pick here. Do a nice job. There's 3 down. He's got a Spectre now to work with. Every kill turns into a different weapon to use. Checks the spy cam left and right before you cross the street. Now makes his way in. He's got to collect the spike, and I don't actually believe that Ghostu have realized that the spike has been still on the ground inside of the C garage, and all of the panic and chaos that was that Bucky
I
play.
have
I don't think
retrieved
they
the
ever
spike.
fully realized the spike would drop. So it's going to be maybe 2 individual 1v1s. See the Sage of Almond Joy just kind of lurking through B, while Deimos is going to hold a long angle with the Bulldog. And depending on where Critical decides he wants to plant this, he could get this off safely. 10 seconds to work with, and he's going to put this one back right. Deimos moving forward, tries for one burst, and the second will connect for a headshot. So not too much climactic action happening in this one, as Sinful will see themselves down 9-5 at the end of this round.
That's still another one of those big rounds, though, when you think about it, when there could have easily been a closeout for him. He gets his team just a bit more economy there, at least with the plan, and at the very least does manage to grab a couple of kills that makes players rebuy. So, of course, you don't win the round, but you did it just about as much damage as you possibly could have. Be able to put yourself in a good spot with the round after. But 9-5, the Gosu starting to pull away a little bit. As we switch sides, they found the first 2, but this is the first time we'll kind of see both of these squads square up against each other here within the guns at the very least. Chase is going to pull up the operator, and another player that I said who has not found too much success, 2 and 13, looking to see if the sniper will be it. The sniper is not it. Deimos finds one. The trade at least good, so you could pick that op right back up here, but Chase still just kind of off to a rough start here, bouncing back here from that earlier series where he was having himself a heyday.
2 omens on this map that have had a tough time between our first quarterfinal and our second. Take from that what you will. I'll just put it out there in the universe for you to decipher on your own. 3-on-4 situation, though, still favoring Gosu. And again, aggressive play for Iconic. Not able to lock down the second, but good damage on the Reyna, who will pop open the Lear, realizing that they're completely stuck. 100% nowhere for them to go. Trapwire is going to make things interesting, and Venom actually finds the pick onto Almond Joy, so maybe a bit too greedy here. To the side of the Gosu, Singularity will find one pick. Venom's got no idea where he's going to be pushed from next. But we should be able to do the math that 2 different weapons are shooting from behind him, so we should know there's at least 2, and spam shots through the smoke will just barely connect. 10-5 goes the score. Gosu will put themselves not just closer to match point, but now they put the economy into their back pocket as well.
And Sinful, they had to kind of dig themselves out of the hole that they put themselves in early, the very first side around, where you're kind of just doing that exact same thing. 5-round lead, definitely one of the biggest that Gosu have certainly been able to hold on to, and that's kind of off the back end of a lot of players holding their own, where you just need, at the very least, Chase to kind of, step things up if he can kind of find himself a groove or a rhythm late in towards the mix here. That could be the difference maker and the impact that you need to be able to grab yourself the win. But Singularity grabs the first kill onto Critical, takes that first player off the map. Sinful already off to a rough start, but this is looking a lot better, at least over towards the site, as they grab 2 entry kills right in towards it. And well, with those 2 frags now going down, they're going to be able to start to set up themselves with a post plant as the spike is planted. The wall is up. Showtime. He's going to have to try and get himself through this wall in towards the back. Singularity is now going to be watching over this push. Deimos with the snipe, not there. Chase with a massive kill to get himself the very 3rd one on the board, and now a 1v4 situation. Have to think just about impossible for Showtime, as he will get the Q, at least when they do go for the defuse, but he's going to have to try and find 3 members as they're pre-firing. They're trying to search, and they have no idea where he's going to come from. They still have not hopped on the spike, surprisingly enough here, so this is now just going to be Showtime backing himself out, trying to find some extra frags. As this is just going to be kind of an easy round that goes over, keeping himself the save and the buy. Thrifty for the attackers, and a much needed round will at least come through for them to be able to close things out in fashion.
Yeah, I appreciate the save of the Vandal. On the opposite side, though, again, for Gosu, you just needed a couple extra seconds for that long flank to come through. You saw Deimos making his way around. I believe Singularity was with him. They tried to make the full flank from the B and C sides over to the backside of A. They just aren't able to get there in time to stop any sort of a plant or a post-plant setup. But beyond that, they also miss out on a couple of potential kills, which could have made things a little bit more doable. But once those 2 flank kills don't come through, and you lose those numbers, that's the exact right call. You just save the Vandal. Bladestorm going to come out this time, and an early Empress for Sinful, as they try to meet aggression with aggression. And, well, he will see one player in the top side of the C window, but again, this is a channeled ability. You will lose this eventually. It resets itself on a kill, but you have to get those kills first. And Again, time is going to be ticking away for this Empress here. It's got to make a play.
A lot of pressure on Sinful right now to be able to find a couple of rounds and success
know
on offense, which
exactly.
has not really swung their way so far. But the back end of Critical finding a kill and getting himself out alive, which is even more important in that big play that he just made with the opening frag. Slow down for a quick moment. There's another one. Carbon now, if he can do the exact same thing and get himself out without peeking, then that would have been great, but he kind of goes for the over-aggression himself, and Showtime is there to punish him to make sure a second player is not able to do the same thing twice. But the spike is kind of rotating right over towards C. Chase has the sniper in hand where he will look to see if he can find anyone that might peek in towards Garage, but this looks like this should be a plan, and now they're going to catch the side of Gosu completely off guard.
Barrier orb, smoke, paranoias, everything being thrown out as the spike gets down successfully. Careful here, though. This is risky. All the 4 members for Sinful are going to play on the backside of C Long. And not only do you have Singularity trying to make a play to pinch around, but Showtime's got an operator of his own. And once they realize there's nobody on site, there's only one place they can be. No cyber cages, unfortunately. You do have one sky smoke, but the kills will come through, and you've got the potential for a spy cam to hit a dart, but Showtime halfway done, almost able to stick it for the rest, but the shots that spam through will be enough for the kill. Now 2 rounds in a row for Sinful to try to get things more drawn up as it goes 7-10 to the scoreboard.
7-10, and fighting back, it's almost just kind of like that same first side where you take a look and you see that crazy scoreline of 5-1, and then they grab 3 rounds straight. So this is that same kind of situation playing out for them as you take a look at the economy. And once again, the Gosu have by no means been looking great so far, in the economy field here for us, Shift. And that's been the biggest difference between, Sinful and this Gosu squad where, even if Sinful do end up losing this round where they most certainly were not going to want to, they at least still are able to buy themselves some guns and some armor heading in towards the round after. So their economy has really been managed extremely well up towards that point, or up towards this point. That's something to most certainly note, as Carbon is kind of just going to be able to walk in for free, more or less. Finds a pretty easy kill. There's no one really out here. And Carbon now converts for a second as All Man Joy kind of presses too far forward. And now this is kind of the point, well, do you even go for the retake here, or you just simply play for the next round here and trying to save yourself some of these weapons? It is just a Bucky for Deimos here, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of maybe to save, so you might just look at pushing this out, but still, it's just about impossible to kind of move in. You're kind of just playing for exit frags at this point, which looks like it might just be the call.
Yeah, you're 100% just playing for exits. It looks like everyone's going to be funneling the way that Ghost would not like. They want him to go towards this Bucky. Instead, they're going to be going over to Iconic with the Ghost. He will likely be overpowered here pretty shortly. The good news is he's saving most of his utility. I mean, come on! Like, these spam shots are just so perfect, and just enough room to survive, as they don't want to give up any of these weapons either. Again, like you mentioned, yeah, Sinful have had a couple of rounds in a row, but their economy has not been fully fleshed out yet. So now that they survive with 3, now you've got members over 7K. In fact, you have Chase maxed out at 9K completely. But on the opposite side, big round here for Gosu. They're going for a double operator, 3 Vandals setup, and that's going to zero out a lot of players. The only one really holding on to any sort of an economy to follow up with will be Deimos. And, well, he's just used his Bladestorm as well, so he's going to have to rely on this Vandal to get a lot of work done, and hopefully these operators can sing truly. Here in Showtime, that's A-Long. He collapsed up 2. And that'll be a great start for Gosu here defensively.
Oh, it sure will. It sure will. And Singularity follows that up now with a 3rd kill, where Sinful have lost 3 of their members just absolute seconds in towards the round, and that will be infamous now. The last one alive in what is a 1v4, but with that kill, we'll make it a 1v3. He has lots of time to work with, but he does not have the spike, and that is going to be the problem, as he's going to find a second, actually able to work that. So a little bit of an aggressive peak that comes in. Another punish for him. And this is going to still be a lot of time to work with. You have 50 seconds. Both players are split, so they're not there for an effective trade. And you have all of your health here. You have 100 health with 50 armor. You've now picked up an op to see if you can try and get some flashy moments to play out for you. But we'll see or if he can get himself in towards the spike and then into an actual bomb site to get the spike down. slowly work towards the back here where he will be able to get himself at least initially in towards the very first building. But of course, he has no idea, but he's almost wasted too much time. He's only got 14 seconds left. It seems like he was kind of hoping that both players would be set up around the spike, and fortunately, the read will not be there. Sinful not able to have a big clutch moment for themselves, Alan. But again, a couple players that still going to have to rebuy heading in towards this next round.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, again, there is, I think, a lot of us, a lot of percentage of us watching that says, dude, go for it. Get the 1v4 technical ace to clutch up the round, but the smart play there is to hold on. Again, yeah, you've got some money to play with, but you still have to win 4 rounds in a row just to force a potential overtime. 5 in a row if you want to just close out the game here and get into the semis. So I can respect the call there just to hold on and make sure you're using as many tools as possible, setting yourselves up not just for the immediate future, but beyond that too, as you just want to hold on to as many credits as possible. Stim Beacon, Shrouded Step, a lot of investment here towards C. Long on the opposite front, though, a slow orb will provide just enough distraction for Venom to find first blood into Singularity. And Sinful, they haven't fully read how committed Gosu was in the middle of the map yet. This was, at least at one point in time, a free C site, but now it's going to be contested, and that'll be fine as Sinful will just back away. They'll let the resurrection come through. Orbital struggling put down at the right same spot, though, and Venom won't need it as he's able to find 1 kill. Guessing where the Jade has gone to, but the Sage will be put down. Almond Joy falls, and now a 3v5. Sinful, a lot of map to play with.
Well, they might look to get themselves right into A as Chase is going to use the ultimate, and it's going to pay off as he will be top heaven, and he scouts out just about everything as there is one player here, but it's denied as Chase drops down and shows him the sniper up close. Only 2 members now remaining for the Gosu as Showtime will now take the spot of what was Chase up top here with the exact same gun. The spike goes down. He finds a nice shot on the critical, but still have to find 4 more. Tries to go for a shot with the wall bang. And you got the other player that's going to be opposing and pinching here from the back, but it is not a Carbon is there. And now they know exactly where Showtime is. Even if he looks to reposition, you're going to have to try and find some crazy snipes. And now the call will likely be made to try and carry this operator over because the Gosu, they have not looked great with their economy, but he wants to try and at least neglect a bit of that here, where Sinful will only be able to grab 2 before that round does come to a close for us. So Sinful bouncing back, battling in this absolute grudge match where they're still only going to be down by 2 rounds.
That is a very bold call, and my gut tells me the wrong call for Gosu. It's a 2v5. Yeah, you find the first pick from Heaven, but that is 100% stamped as a save round at the very end there. There's no way that you keep both members alive for a 2v5 full retake. And now look at the economy. Instead of holding a Vandal and an Operator, you're in a, I won't even call it a full light buy because only 1 member can really get the light armor, and you've got only 1 AR in form of a Bulldog. This has got 11-10 written all over it, to where Sinful not only win the previous round by taking away a number of weapons, but you win this one cleanly, you're good to go for not just your 10th round, but also your 11th and your 12th economically. That was an absolutely egregious call, I believe, from Gosu. I might be wrong retrospectively, but my gut is telling me that that was way too greedy for Gosu to go for the 2v5 and not just save.
I think you're absolutely right. The Singularity in their hands. Oh my lord, he is not going to peek. Oh, they know for sure. He might grab 1, and at the very least, that's the best you can do. Oh, he waits too patiently. I could see what he was doing with the trigger discipline, but unfortunately, I feel like you gotta try and take that shot when he got the opportunity. Easier said than done, of course, since we know, but does not pay off for him, and now he is taken out of the mix off of a play that could have just been an absolute banger in the back, but does not play off in his favor. And now with 30 seconds left, the spike likely going to be going down for us. That round that you called for us, Alan, Sinful look to be closing out, and there it is. Flawless round for them to extend those credits even further. The Gosu now likely going to come through with will be a forced buy, but struggling here in the end, and the economy really starting to bite them in the butt. I
mean, yeah, I'm a bit frustrated, to be sure, because now for the Gosu, everything hinges on this round. Think about it the other way around. If you've got an Operator and a Vandal to play around with, you can just light buy some Spectres or Shotguns and still do successful things on offense, or pardon me, on defense, when it comes to holding down some of these key positions. Now you're in round number 22, 11-10, where you have to win this round. You don't win this round, you lose the game, and that would be good enough for Showtime to say, I got you, Shift. Let me get first blood for you, no problem. Iconic getting aggressive out long side of A. He's actually going to see the resurrection come through. He just has to spam this box. Infamous able to at least pull things back a touch. It is a 4v3, but Infamous down to still with 1 bullet left. The spike site has been gained at A, but the spike is actually not here, so things going a little bit chaotically awry for the side of Sinful. Chase will help things out by finding a follow-up pick. We've got a 4-on-2, make it a 3-on-2, make it a 2-on-2. Deimos, absolutely mammoth play. He was the only one to get in. Singularity pops the Empress, tries to work through with the Leer. Working the corners. Deimos will join him. Empress is here. He finds the headshot into the cloak from the dismiss. And I guess the only fortunate thing is Chase has picked up the spike and he's turned tail and run to at least give him a chance for this 1v2. Get to the site successfully and without contest. And by the time the spike is planted and the retake's about to come through, this Empress for Gosu should surely expire. 2 dark covers to work with. Just over 100 total HP. He's gonna see both players up close. Headshot for the snap. Chase.
Cover going out.
A lot of room to work with. And for the opposite side, Singularity, they have to make this play through the dark cover. And they're gonna meet each other here, and Singularity wins the gunfight. A massive round for Gosu. Although, again, it was very risky, a lot has been purchased, and even still, they'll be on match point only with 1 member surviving, where I don't know if the economy is going to allow them to get a full buyout again here, Austin.
I don't know either, but holy, that one came down to the wire for us. And you do take a look at it. A couple of these members might be able to go for that full buy if they do wish with a couple of the Vandals, but there is most certainly some players here with a light buy. And now Showtime is kind of caught in between a real tough spot because he's going to buy himself the full armor and maybe he's just relying on, and yeah, just looks like a Bulldog was going to come in towards effect for it. So this will be the round that obviously determines a lot for the simple fact that we could have a closeout for the Gosu, or Sinful could keep things rolling, and they have the economy to do so. So they will put the Gosu in a rough spot in this round. If they're able to clutch it up, you would almost think that they will combine with 2 for themselves if they're able to do it. But we'll see what the approach will be. The spike in the middle of the map at the moment still is spread, but the first pick is going to allow a little bit of a weak chain in the defense, and now you can look to actually make a play off of that weak link, because we'll see them kind of play real patient. I have not seen them kind of play this so far, but this just kind of goes to show you the emphasis on this round at the moment, where they're now going to slow push right over towards A. The Molly is invested. That's going to make sure that no one is hiding close by and waiting in that corner, and they're going to watch that patiently. The no peek is there, but the Cypher player is going to be into the mix. It's up to Iconic here, but he's only got a Spectre, so he's going to have to try and keep it to medium range or up close and personal, where he's not even going to try and get himself in towards the site. Finally, he makes the call to move in to reposition inside of the Omen smoke, and now this push is about to come through.
No one knows where Iconic is. Doesn't make a difference. Shade still finds the pick. The orbital strike was used a little preemptively. Try to hold this off. 5-on-2. Almond Joy not able to get the job done. Just down to Deimos. And again, you have to save this game. You have to save it. There's no way you go for this 1v4 right now. Your economy is crippled. You have to save it. He's going to go for the play, though. Austin, hold me. Why? I'm so baffled by this play. He's got all of his utility to play with. Double Cloudburst comes through, blocks the player in the tight corner. Has a beat on the player at Hell, finds the kill. Deimos at long range, and it's now 2 rounds where, yeah, it's just 1 Vandal, but look at the economy. You can't buy anything here. This is going to a golden round.
My hands were on my head, Shift. I gotta agree. I mean, I think that this just overall shows you just some of the reasoning behind why they don't have the economy that they do. It's because of simple plays like that where you have to be able to make that call. Listen, I got to give this round up to be able to benefit myself heading in towards this next round. Now, this might very likely punish them for themselves, where some of these players again are going to light by, so they're going to put themselves in a tough spot if they lose this round again, heading in towards what could be the final round. But Carbon is there. He opens up onto Deimos, and now you already set yourself up with a massive advantage, which is just going to be a fast push right in towards the C site. Singularity will take down another one with ease, but it's Venom and Carbon that are there to respond, and now it's a 2v4 situation. The Gosu will be able to now see if they can get themselves in, but you are not looking at any means an easy retake, and that will be a 1v3 situation. Iconic here is going to have himself a Bucky to work with, but you are really just hoping and praying, and well, I guess at the end of the day, there's no point in really saving this out. But this play we have seen so many times from Sinful, where they back up the C-Long, they just simply watch out and wait. The Nero Theft also invested, of course, since it's going to be the very last round and all of those ultimates will reset. But this is a comeback from Sinful. If I've ever seen it, they've been able to bounce back, come back. The kills have shown, the clutch moments have came in, and we do look at that economy shift where they will force buy, but it is not clean by any means. Some light armors coming in towards the mix. That is obviously not a spot you want to be in this final round.
Again, just a couple of economical choices that would leave most scholars confused, I'm sure. But regardless, we'll keep the same sides. Everyone will be given 5,000 credits, and we'll see what happens. And what is this from Gosu? Double operator here. Again, they will not be able to purchase any utility, and one of those players is your Cypher. No trap wires, no cyber cages. It's a double peek through a short. There's members here. This is bold, and Venom finds the kill. Now the second Venom deals with that as well, and chalk it up. It's a 5v3, a free site here at A. And the gamble does not come out here, does not pay through in the opening portion of the round. The retake is gonna have to come in the backhand of Almond Joy with the slow orb. You've got also your Jet and Deimos, maybe with a couple of cloud bursts, but the spike's already down, and you're gonna have zero information on where anyone is positioned.
Here.
Well, gonna call out one in the corner. Got one down low. That'll do well for the opening pick, and the second, all headshots. Knows there's a player at long and one sitting in short close. His teammates are here for the retake. It's not over yet. Venom finds his third of the round. Last two players are Deimos and Showtime. Now just down to Deimos, a 1v3. Doesn't have enough time to play for the kills, let alone the defuse, and Sinful will come back against the Gosu and mark their way into the semifinals at a score of 13-12.
Oh, take that all in, because Sinful, oh my God, the fact that they brought that back, but more to the fact that the Gosu do not close that out. I mean, that's crazy to see. I mean, crazy to see at the very least for us. And I mean, at the end of the day, Sinful were the ones that were, trying to always dig themselves out of the deficit, coming in towards the initial round leads, where both times they had started off, I believe, the first side 5-1, and then brought things back slowly but surely. The same thing kind of happens leading in towards the second side, where we see them go down 2 rounds very early, but they bring it back round by round. And I think at the end of the day, you have to come back to the economy shift. You have to come back to those rounds where they decide not to save the Vandals, the Phantoms that are going to be able to save you that extra credits heading in towards that next round, that are obviously becoming more and more important the later and later you go. That just did not happen for them. The economy just did not even look great. Even when they were up 5-1, I will mind you, when I went back towards that point in the very first side, they still, if they lost that round, they were not going to be able to full buy heading in towards the round after. So it was not great and not pretty through the entire of the match. And I mean, that's something you have to kind of look back on as a team and really just work on and fix.
I mean, the double op at the end, I think, is kind of like the cherry on the cake, which was built on the foundation of risky plays, right? I mean, not saving, I don't think they saved a single time defensively outside of the one operator that Showtime held on to. No, that was Infamous that did it. And that was in the half previous that we saw that come through. I just, there are some decisions that I think need to be reevaluated. And, that's the beauty of where we're at right now in competitive Valorant is
Sure.
if there is an IGL who's making these calls, you can look at those calls objectively and say, okay, we made the wrong call. Just let's fix that the next time, rather than not committing to whatever the calls happen to be. But an absolutely crazy comeback. And again, you take a look back, I think those final 6 rounds, a lot of revealing moments, I think, for really both teams, more specifically for the Ghost team, because again, we kind of had some question marks around some of the economical decisions that they were making, especially when it came down to 2v4s, 2v5s. Are we actually going for retakes or just playing for exits and saves? I think a lot of people out in chat who are watching are probably sitting there and saying, you should be saving those, us included. We just play it safe. There's no reason. Again, you're on defense where the economy could be hard to swing in your favor when you're seeing constant plants come over and over and over again. And that is where I kind of go to my conversation point next, segue to Sinful did a much better job getting onto sites and converting for at least plants. There were not a lot of rounds that were just simply won by sheer deathmatch. Everything came in the back end of an objective. And when you're getting the spike down that much, the economy will tilt in your favor as you go longer and longer, more and more.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point where you can always look back on, I think, a lot of those calls, and you can look to make those changes and those reworks in the future if this team, does end up, playing together within future tournaments. But I still, you got to just send so much credit the way of Sinful for a couple of moments that had come up big for them. And it's not easy, seeing that scoreboard and being down, multiple rounds where I think there was a 5-round differential, at one point on the second side there too, where they were able to, slowly just climb back in. I just have so much respect for teams that are able to have that resilience and to do that and do it in the fashion that they did, which was holding fantastic economy, not always relying on individual heroic plays, but like you had mentioned, just being able to get the spike down multiple times. Their post plant setups were great because they were holding on to utility and using it at the right time, and it paid off when you got later and later in towards the mix. But it definitely, the Sinful squad, you can't sleep on them. You can't let them, simply go down and think that you got it, because they're able to bring things back. So definitely going to make for some highlight matches coming up for us in the semifinal.
Oh, for sure. We've had a couple of really close ones. And like
Sure
you
have.
mentioned, semifinals will be up next. I believe one of our semifinals has actually already started. So I imagine that we were probably waiting on this one to complete before we got into our second semifinal. So we'll set things to a small break. Again, this is not the first of what will be eventually many free entry tournaments here for our CMG Valorant squad. So make sure you go over to checkmategaming.com if you want to enroll and potentially play in the next one. We try to run as many as we possibly can, a number of daily tournaments that get thrown up, maybe not for as much money, but we're hoping to get a couple more kind of showcase tournaments like this while we're all patiently, maybe not so patiently, awaiting rank to drop in for the full release of the game. So make sure you navigate over, like I mentioned, checkmategaming.com, search over to the tournaments, filter out by just going to the Valorant tab and seeing which tournaments are available for you and the boys to sign up for, get maybe your possible chance to maybe even win a handful of dollars. We'll set things to a break, let you guys navigate over, and when we come back, we'll be dealing with our first semifinal right after this.
how we go. T-U-R-B-O, let me take control. We are on the road.
Well, welcome back. I hope you've had a wonderful start to your weekend. I know for a fact Visions and I have, and we've been treated to a number of great matches so far here with our $500 free entry Checkmate Gaming Valorant Tournament. And we started with 186 total squads on the top of the evening. We're down to 4, both semifinals kind of going in sequence of one another. This time we'll be sticking on with Sinful and everyone's favorite team name to say, MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER, which I didn't actually notice until I looked at their team page again. They've got like this awesome picture of this gorilla like holding a fist, like, yeah, like you just let one rip. So let's go, baby. Let's see how that all moves as we're jumping into, again, another best of one here, Austin. Maps were predetermined. That will change, though, at Grand Finals. That'll be a best of 3 with picks and bans allotted for our squads to choose between.
That's right. So that'll be at least a little bit more exciting and can kind of veto out maybe some of those maps, or rather one map that you maybe not too good at. But at the very least, it should be exciting to see exactly how both these squads have matched up, knowing what we know, seeing both of these squads at least on stream on the day. And we just came off of a massive comeback here for Sinful, which, you know, that's obviously got to be massive for the overall, you know, team that's been able to make that comeback here. So you have to imagine some of the vibes at least are most certainly flowing for this squad. They were able to carry some of that momentum potentially in towards the semi-final, where everybody will have a chance at cracking out at some extra money here in this grand final, which is of course the entire point of this tournament, trying to make it as far as you can and win some money along the process, where we will jump in towards round number 1, ladies and gents. And no aggressive, very initial first pistol round kind of coming in towards the mix. We talked about you know, the Sage players, of course, coming out and in. Well, this time around, both being in factor for us once again, as the Jet actually leads the charge. But a beautiful play there from Carbon, I believe, with the paint shells. They're able to get things done. Battle Pants does answer back, but damage has already been done, and he's tagged up.
Okay, so what you saw there early on, the whole success of that offense was hinging on Bones making that tailwind play. And this is why I say, on this map combination specifically, I would love to see a breach with this Jet. You could essentially have fault lined out the left. He could have used that tailwind to burst right on through. Cloud bursted the right, and then you've got an isolated 1v1, which you should be able to win. That doesn't come through. Bones makes a solo play off the tailwind. You get Venom to slow and Barrier Orb right in the face of what was Carbon's paint shells, and the opposite comes true. So again, I would love to see teams take more of a breach plus Jet mindset. Again, I am totally fine seeing Jet now that we're in a meta where the Cloud Burst lasts twice as long. She could be a much more sufficient entry fragger. Critical's in a weird spot here as he'll just try to spam down the Judge, and he will take down 2, but 7 will find a trade, and that's actually going to open up an opportunity, as Chase is the only one here defensively, and he's just got a Ghost to work with.
He really needs his teammates to rotate in, which they will be able to do effectively, but this might just be a rotate out. They did not take the spike with them, remind you, and they've already been able to work one player in through the washrooms. This has kind of been just a solo mission with a nice bait over towards the site, where now you just have one player in here. It's up to Venom. If he finds this pick, it would be crucial and massive, but he said he's going to keep himself alive, able to deal with the Cypher trap, playing very patiently and slow. Spike planted. And now we'll see them go for the retake, as once again, the shorty up close, getting work done. Venom is out of the mix. Now a 3v3 doable, as Infamous is able to grab one onto Nahul, going for the camera to make sure that they're not going to have information on the defuse on the spike. And they have to still find both of these players, and 7 is keeping things up close and tight. He's got his teammate close on him. It will be a kill there with the shorty once again, but he has to rotate around, and defenders will be able to close things out, as that will be a 2-0 lead, leading right in towards the semifinal.
That's great awareness from Sinful, understanding that, hey, he's only got a shotgun available to him in the hands of a shorty, and then it was a Judge. So say, don't even bother peeking him. We've got the Ares in hand. We've got a couple of rifles and pistols at range that we could just make sure we're watching over the top of what would be this diffuse. Let's just make sure we get somebody on, everybody else cover their bases, and that's exactly what happens. So a good composed round here for Sinful, but again, you take a look at the weapons coming into this third round. The Marshall will hold, but it's going to have an operator with it, as again, MGFB, they did get the spike down, so the economy is fine for them to also get a full buy coming into the mix. So they will have a face-up, full armor, mostly full ARs all the way through. And Critical, who's still holding on to a Judge, is taking a different angle with this, not playing aggressively. He's going to be holding the backside of the site with trap wires kind of surrounding him. So Chase, he's going to be on an island. This is a solo play for him, of which you can find the first kill and then very wisely backs away. Critical throws a couple of shots to Hookah. Chase able to follow up with the kill. Brilliantly done here. And now the shrouded step for him to get away. A perfect hold so far for Sinful in a 5v3.
Chase kind of redeeming himself from that last time we got to see him where he had a simple slow start, and now he has a 3K. He finds the 4K. Chase has a chance at the ace, but will be shut down from K-Meister himself, who now has to remove the dart and the tracking so that he will not be scouted out and spotted. That's actually now a 2K combined for K-Meister, who knows where this third player is. He has a chance at wall banging, but might just look to go for the rotation. He has the spike in hand. This, of course, will be the sound cue over towards both members, where he has no idea on whether or not somebody is defending the site or not. But with only 30 seconds left on the clock, you almost assume he's going to have to try and drop the spike down, where they will be trying to pinch him. That will be the showstopper used so perfectly, I might add, there for Carbon. That was the square up round that came through for MGFB, but it will not pay off. And now 3 rounds up will be Sinful.
Some people might look at that showstopper play as greedy. It's a 3v1. Why use it? Here's the answer. You stop the plant from coming through. It's absolutely worth it. He uses an orbital strike. It's an ult for ult trade, and you don't end up seeing the 1,500 credits going the way of MGFB. So I am right there with you. That is a perfect call to use the showstopper. Make sure that the spike doesn't get down. Keep the economy rolling in your favor. Going into this 4th round, you take a look at MGFB. Nobody over 3,000 credits, so it's going to be light buys coming through, mostly pistol upgrades, with one Marshall trying to open up maybe some space to allow these pistols to get a little bit of kill confirmation. The Battle Pants up close and personal. He'll be slowed down from behind. Venom will find first blood. And MGFB, they've looked a little bit out of sorts here so far as when it comes to where do they want to hit, and more importantly, when do they want to hit. It's been a lot of solo pushes so far with not a lot of support, and Sinful have absolutely punished thus far.
This one playing a bit slower besides 1 kill going through, but this will definitely make them play a little bit more hesitant, as they're going to have to maybe draw some resources over towards the other side of the map, where Sinful have not yet budged. They've kept 2 players in to make sure they do not over-rotate, but Carbon, he's been lethal with this operator so far on the day. Has a chance for a pick as he gets a shot. He connects with the first one, looks for the second snap. It will be there after a couple more shots returned. He does a tear. 3rd person peek, yes, and Carbon will just eat that one up with ease. And another round on the board. MGFB yet to find any success thus far.
Remember that showstopper that we were maybe critical about him using? He's 2 kills away from having it back again. So, again, you've got it, use it. Use what your mama gave you, as they say, or at least they said. That was like back in the 90s. Say that. Justin Pistachio, our producer, is probably lost, saying, what are you guys talking about, you old boomers? But 4-0 for Sinful. Just about everybody holding on to weapons, but here for MGFB. They've got the opportunity to meet them evenly on the battlefield this time with full weapons of their own, including operators. And it looks like initially they want to try to peek and prod over towards the long side at B, saying A has not gone all that well for us. Let's see if we can find an opening pick and give us some numbers to work with here in this 5th round.
Chase put a stop just about all by himself when they made this push over towards this B site, where it looks like they're going to try the same thing again. And Chase, of course, has a different angle and approach. If he can just grab one, this is really all he has to do, and he does just that, but he doesn't get tagged up at all, so he has a chance at actually grabbing 2, but no, that will be the operator up close and personal, and now the investment in the resurrection to make sure that you have the man advantage. So we will see Sinful now down a man, where Chase is out of the mix. The spray is there, but Critical is not able to get anything done, so the spike looks like it will be going down, as we'll see if they can try and get themselves a retake here in the 5v3.
I was a bit puzzled that the neural theft didn't come out on the initial hit through, but so far so good, although I say that, and now Infamous has earned himself an orbital strike. He'll put that one in the back corner, right in front of Hookah. Blast pack in the corner. I believe that actually does tag him one pretty heavily. Infamous finds one more. Carbon, the follow-up pick. It's just down to 2 in the backside of Long B. Although, now all of a sudden, I'll say Bones has found himself to get into the, the elbow, but Battle Pants will put it down before any defuse could come through. A big round there for MGFB. They get the spike down, 2 members survive, and they baited out a couple of ultimates. Very well found for their first round here as we get to round number 6.
Yeah, a big round comes through for them, and it's off the back end of Battle Pants himself, who makes the big investment in the operator here with 4,500 credits. He finds the trade while actually getting himself in towards the site, pays off, and that allows them to then follow that up with a couple extra kills that kind of fall through there for Battle Pants in the mix of the chaos that was unraveling for us on the retake. And he's going to try his hand at a fast peek up the middle, but that slow orb that was used right away will not allow them to at least find this initial push through if that was something they were going for. Venom, the line of defense here with his squad, where they will wait patiently, might just look at using the barrier. He was just actually setting and lining that up for the push that does happen to come through, so he has it lined up perfectly if they do actually try to approach this, which he will now actually utilize it. And we'll see Battle Pants might just look to make this rotation away. He still has his wall to be able to make a counterplay over the wall that's currently there, or they could simply look to move out as they're checking their flanks, checking their backs, and making sure no one's
Venom beats Battle Pants on the low ground. That'll be enough for the first kill to come through in this exchange. 5-on-3 opportunity. Still a showstopper from the shadows and a resurrection to come through. I'm leaning towards those possibly being used in that potential order if they do come out at all. Comes down to, with these last 3 members, are you just waiting for the Jet to make a play through Ace Showers? It sure feels like that. But there's still a player up top. So Bones, he's got Cloud Burst, he's got his Tailwind and 2 updrafts to use. Sky Smokes come down to block off part of the line of sight. He immediately goes right into the mix, but K-Meister has found one. Carbon uses the showstopper to take down the response. And where's Bones gone off to? No one seems to know 100%. Why not? Go ahead and use the boom bot. I wasn't sure if it was the quick scope or the boom bot. Doesn't make a difference. We'll see one of each. Carbon finds 3 in the round in explosive fashion, and I use that word selectively and quite pun literally.
Doesn't matter what FPS game you're playing, when an operator starts doing things like this, it is just so difficult to play out these upcoming rounds where if you can't match it or shut it down, you would just almost feel like you're almost giving him a chance at finding some highlight reel clips. And I mean, just insane placement with the crosshairs that comes through for Carbon, who's already on 10 kills, just heading in towards what is our 7th round. Just insane stuff from him, and great work so far. Bones, though, he will invest the Blade Storm in toward this round, so they are looking to see if they can maybe work their way right in towards the B-bomb site. The Orbital Strike is used in Hookah, but will not find any kind of damage or value. Chase with the spray, bouncing back, and has his teammate right behind him. Just a beautiful bait and switch, if you will. But Critical is not left in the best of spots by any means. He's still got his hands full. He'll be able to throw down at least his cover for himself as he's being pinched. But oh my god, great shot from him onto K-Meister. Takes him right out. And now this is a 2v3. Make this a 1v3 as Critical is running through member after member. It's the Sage player with the Ghost. Battle Pants finds the double. He does remove Critical from the equation, but he's got the Bucky. He's looking to get up close, and it might pay off, but the Boombot is good as Carbon goes big once again and puts another round on the board.
There are literally 7 different individual highlights in that last round. I don't even know which to start with. I think you've got to start with the simple fact that Critical does such an incredible job staying alive with Chase, as they not only find a couple of kills in a very chaotic hookah, but they get a lot of extra damage, which allowed Critical that follow-up snap to give them the numbers advantage. And then on the opposite side, Battle Pants doing a lot of work with the Bucky pistol combo, just not enough to get through Carbon and his Boombot. Yep, it's smiling for a reason, as he's able to get another follow-up pick by using it. Bones this time. It doesn't stop Boston. We're back and forth, round after round, a double this time for Bones as MGFB all the way on their horses. Venom with the response for 2, leaving things with a 3v2. Chase using from the shadows to get up top. He's got an angle, but the shots just aren't quite there, and the spike will be planted in a 3v1 for MGFB.
Does Critical decide to actually push this in? Will he look to play patiently? Looks like the play call is to move in. One in you, goes for the shots, does find the first one, now a 1v2. Has to find the Sage and the Brimstone, goes for the snap, he actually finds the second! This is a doable round, a massive clutch up round that could come through. Sinful want to keep the train rolling, and he's going to invest in Euro Theft, but cannot close out the last one. Battle Pants is there as he swings the axe in victory and praise, but it was definitely close, not clean. MGFB, though, do find that second round.
Look, if you're not having fun watching this match right now, call your nearest friend and make sure they come over and check your pulse, because this has been absolutely insane. Some absolutely critical moments that just come down to special individual plays. I mean, critical, you can't say enough about the instant headshot locks that we just saw previously, but still MGFB, even though they've been kind of beaten up a little bit in some of these early round fights, they're still sticking strong. Critical now long range will meet Bones at range with an operator, and that's not a fight to typically win, and he won't hear. Now you move back further forward. Bones trying to be a follow-up with his sprint. Chase, he's able to find one and a second. Talking about individual plays, here they are. The orbital strike will provide some line of sight break. Bones will just go right back to the classic and find the final kill, but again, an explosive start. We're 3v3, still resurrection available. Bones not done yet as he finds his counterpart sniper on Carbon. And I think they know that there's a player still sitting in the D-sided spawns as the spike will be planted for a 3v2 Venom. He's working his way through elbow, and no one's looking at this angle whatsoever. I say that, and Godmeister will just put one down. So just down to Infamous with the Bucky, and I can't imagine a world where he's allowed to get a single kill here, let alone a follow-up plus a defuse. But he'll try to make it work for maybe an exit kill if he gets the opportunity, but doesn't look like that's going to come to be. So he'll just kind of work his way through elbow and likely not see much, if anything at all. Maybe he can grab this AR and make something happen. Here's the Vandal looking for an exit. We have to do it quickly here as there's the tailwind away. Infamous will fall to the spike detonation, and everybody else will survive. Big play there for MGFB to get the attacking sided win, plus keeping 3 members alive.
Yeah, that really was, a big play, because the simple reason that the economy has not been by any means, in their favor because of the early round leads that we're seeing swing over to Sinful, where they have also, kind of depleted on their economy as well. So they will go for a light buy here with some armor, but this is a full buy round for the side of MGFB, where they finally got a little bit of heat underneath themselves, where they can look to build off of this couple of rounds that have come through in a row, and that just comes back to, I think, Battle Pants just winning that isolated one-on-one. You think of Critical, where he clutches out that 1v3 where he invested the Neuro Theft, and this might be a totally different game with an initial spray and the fast push to the middle of the map as Sinful are looking to hit things hard. It will pay off initially as will see that shadow step now as Chase been picking things up after a little bit of a slow start for himself in that last series we did witness, and he looks to be back on form. He found the first kill. Now it's going to leave us in a 4v4 as things will slow down, but the spike's planted as we move across the map.
Maybe staying a touch too long is Sinful. You get what you came for. You got a pick, you got a weapon. Now you've got the opportunity to find a second as Chase takes down Nahul, making his way through the teleporter. Blast packs into the cubby. Nothing going to be found there. Boombot to do the same. Bones will find one pick with the operator. Critical on the flank. It's a 3v3, very doable. If he finds one pick, he's not able to do it. 7 holds things on. He's kind of dancing with doors over here as he will get spammed through. Chase, can you find these kills quickly? Dart cover coming out. He sees one up close, lost track of him, and Bones with the shorty will find the pick. And another round tilts in favor of MGFB. Will both players survive? They will. Massive there as the operator is salvaged, and now you can find a second one to be purchased in what will be another face-up gun round.
MGFB, they're in a great spot to bring things right back to what could be just a tie before we jump in towards that second side. Here on the offense as well, they're finding some deep rounds. That's 3 in a row, and while operators now coming out 2 in towards the mix, you also have some ultimates where you pretty much are going to be looking to use them here for yourself before this final round. So this is going to be a very explosive one for ourselves. Once again, the fast peak for Battle Pants, who's been looking to get that very first initial kill for himself. Will want to keep himself alive because he has the resurrection, and the Sage player also having a lot of utility, so keep that in mind as the snipe is there for Battle Pants. Gets a quick glimpse of his opponent, and he will make while of it as he's able to grab that first blood. Allows them now to gain some ground and dip their toes in towards the site here at A. This will at least give them now more time to work with, where some players are rotating in. The Cypher players using the camera, they still don't fully know where the hit is, and they're just waiting patiently, biding their time at the moment shift before they look to pounce on the site.
And this is going to be a
You
go
will
call as
not
soon as
kill
K-Meister
my
hits the
guy.
trigger on the orbital strike. It's going to go top heaven. He's going to find one as they were waiting for that resurrection to come through, and K-Meister immediately puts him back down onto the respawn waiting screen. Venom will take down Nahul. Still a held site here at A. But as that play is coming forward, look at the rotation. MGFB full on the move to get back over to B, but are they going a touch too far along? You've got Critical who's here to meet him with a Vandal, plus the potential of a teleport play to beat him quickly. Shots through the Cyber Cage won't do much for Critical as you'll go back to the spy cam up high. We'll see one. 7 will find a pistol on the Venom trying to reinforce, plus one more. It's just down to Critical. Not a lot of time left here though, so if you can find the spike carrier, what she does, just play your life. He's 3 HP. Battle Pants will get the kill. Is there going to be enough time to get the spike down? Chase can watch over the top of it. He finds one, but the spike goes down just as the barrier orb gets placed. Chase loses line of sight, but goodness gracious, the Sinful nearly steal a round away from NGFB.
Ooh, that was not pretty. That was not pretty whatsoever. Even the wall in the end there, you know, almost kind of throwing things away where you were trying to cut off that line of vision. Just fortunately did not come through in time. But yeah, that was almost a throwaway round indeed. But we'll head in towards what will be the very last round, at least of this first side in between both of these squads in our semifinal. And we have a chance at seeing MGFB, who had a very slow start, went down massively off the start there. I believe it was a 6-1 scoreline where they were just kind of beating out their opponents. But MGFB doing exactly what Sinful did in their last series in the quarterfinal. They were slowly just working their way back in and digging themselves out of the hole they were once just completely covered 6 feet under in.
Yeah.
And now the spike that is brought back over towards the left side of the map where they're just leaving their options open. I think they're doing a good job of baiting out again. It's just some of these initial pushes where they're playing off rotations extremely well, and Sinful, who are just kind of struggling to find any kind of a footing deep in towards these rounds here, are going to be put into another spot where they're forced to react. Battle Pants, he hit that earlier on, gets a second attempt, but will just whiz over that player and give him a haircut.
A lot of utility gone again, though. It's a barrier orb down, and this is risky. Battle Pants is just going to use this to boost himself for a potential shot. He sees the shoulder of one. Tag has come through on another one on the quad radiant box. Nothing going to come of this. And again, that's a big ability spent just for the little boost of pressure over the top. Showstopper up and over, not going to connect for a kill, but Venom's able to find both Bones and Battle Pants before he eventually gets traded. 7 responds with 2. Very doable here, but as I say that, Infamous is able to lock down 2 more from the far right-hand side of the A site. And that'll leave now K-Meister in a 1v3. He's going to have a 1v1 on the B site. He's going to try to stick this and... Oh, no, Critical! Brother, just take your time.
Okay, I had a little bit of a heart attack moment there. That was almost just completely turned bad, but Critical gets the kill. And a little not clean, but in the end, 7-5 scoreline. Heading in towards side 2, where we'll now switch sides to see if Sinful can try to keep up their success that they have found on a lot of these offensive rounds, where we got to see them last series, and they definitely looked comfortable when they were playing on the offense and being able to work and maneuver through multiple sites, where they're now only going to have, of course, 2 sites to work in between. But fast pistol round likely coming right in towards B, where there's only going to be 2 players, and they're keeping the Cypher player here. So they're just going to not invest the Sage player over towards B, where they'll look to use the slow orbs and use that barrier wall off the initial push and the shove up middle. Which of course will not be the right read, at least off the very start for us. Chase the man to watch out for me, as he's the one that's been picking things up drastically, coming off of that real slow start for himself. And into Hookah they will go. They will deal with the very first trip line, and now 7 up top goes for a bit of a jump shot, but will not full on commit to make sure he does not give his life away. Goes for a second attempt and up close. 7 grabs 1, but here comes the trades and the push. Infamous good with the trade itself, so will leave us in what was a 4v4, but players once again dropping as Carbon's going to combine for a very nice 2-piece. The shorty up close and personal with a tailwind, trying to find and piece together the second, where Bones has been able to do it, and now it's a 2v1. The pistol in hand. Defenders will be able to close this one out. MGFB with a real stronghold.
You want an extra bit of a boost to that round if you're MGFB? The spike was never planted. So if you can find a way to repeat that same kind of success, you're going to leave Sinful in a very terrible spot going into that gun round to where not only are you going to be likely drawn up 7 rounds apiece, but you should have at least even footing, if not a narrow edge, to getting it to potentially an 8-7 in your favor. And Critical was considering a Bucky, and then considered a Sheriff, now considering a Ghost, and I think he's just kind of playing with us right now. He's just going to hold the classic and hold. And opening shots for Battle Pants are good. Here comes the full rush down Main Street. K-Meister is there as well, and he will deal with 3. And it's just down to Carbon with 13 HP, and there's no way this spike gets planted. This has been an absolutely needed and necessary set of rounds here for MGFB. 4 for K-Meister. 7-7, and again, 3,000 total potential credits taken away as we go into what will be a quote-unquote gun round. But again, with everyone staying alive, really, for MGFB, you're just going to be upgrading your armors here and just holding on to these SMGs, as there will be a full buy here for Sinful. But again, take a look at what economy they have left. Everyone essentially zeroing out. So this has to be a successful round for Sinful, or this could get out of hand quickly.
It'd most certainly get out of hand quickly for you. And I mean, at least we have a lot of armor that's coming in towards effect. Bones is going to bring the op back out, where he has found a lot of quick snaps and quick flicks to be able to open up some of these sites where he might be able to do so once again. Carbon has all his utility up to be able to bust himself right in, except for the showstopper, but the paint shells will be used perfectly. It's going to land just about under the feet, but 7 is still able to push out, and now Cool there once again himself, where they're not able to use the utility good enough. Well, it's all up to Bones almost in the sight for now before his team looks to pinch things out and come through hookah and everywhere else in towards the map. But he's going to pull up the pistol. The op once again up close. Goes with a snap. Almost lines up for a collateral. But it just slightly misses as the all-little strike will be able to find a kill onto Jace. He can't escape. And now it's all up to the last one. But easy cleanup that comes through here from Battle Pants in the back.
Chase was trying desperately to get out of that orbital strike. It would have put him right in the mix to maybe get a knife kill, but could not quite bunny hop his way through. And this is where things get scary for the side of Sinful. Not only do you lose that last round, but again, you don't get the spike planted. You're in a full save round here. At least you should be, but they're going to just go for Sheriff upgrades with 1 light armor and a Ghost. But with MGFB winning that last round, it doesn't necessarily have to be convincingly win it. As long as they win it, they'll have enough of an economy boost to get into full ARs this round. So unless there's some special aiming happening here for Sinful, this should be a 9th round for MGFB, and K-Meister will find first blood to try to lend itself towards that fact.
K-Meister, nice shots, takes down Infamous. Big fragger that's no longer in towards the mix, and once again, you're probably going to be able to clean things up, which you would love to do in flawless fashion. Chase, though, can't count him out. He's been starting to get himself the hot ham, and definitely seems to be a lot more in tune with how he was performing a lot earlier on, as they'll just try their best to play for a kill. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have to try and work your way over towards the spike if you want to clutch things out. But if you can just grab a kill or 2 before leading in towards this next round, you'll certainly put yourself in a pretty decent spot.
I think the end goal here for Sinful is hope you find a couple of kills. Again, you don't necessarily feel like you save here, but you don't want to spend any of your abilities because you did go for pistol upgrades. You don't want to spend any extra credits that you don't have to do. Boy, Chase sees his shoulder. I think he did. Tries for a couple of spam shots. None of them are really going to connect for much. You do force out at least a slow orb, but 25 seconds. This is going to be a very marginal end here unless Venom is able to make his way forward very quickly with Chase to find a couple of kills and force a couple of repurchases. But again, because they're both sheriffs, you've got to hit the shots. It doesn't matter how far or how fast you play. There's one. Battle Pants will find one more. Not bad here for Venom. Again, any kill is useful for him. So for him to find 2, you turn a terrible situation just into a bad one. It'll still be 9-7, but you'll come into this next round essentially being able to full purchase. Plus, you still force MGFB to get a couple of repurchases in the mix, where again, their economy is fine for now, but you don't lend it to an extra bit of snowball here because you get those couple.
Now Sinful kind of on the other side of the foot with how they kind of left their opponents in that last match, where they were, of course, in control of all the eco. They were feeling great. It's like, all right, if we give up a round or 2, that's fine. But they were always at least in a good financial spot, where it's not the case for us, but they could get themselves back in towards that spot. And it kind of all starts with this initial gun round by right here. MGFB, on the other hand, they've been looking a lot more solid, especially now switching over towards the defensive side where they've kind of just been locking down these sites and not allowing a whole lot of spike plants to go through as well, which has kind of been the big difference maker so far in Nico. But that's a nice wall. Battle Pants has done that before on screen for me, I'm pretty sure. And well, he does it once again as he opens up with that very first kill.
He's been around the block once or twice with that play, I imagine. So 5v4. Resurrection is available here for Sinful, and based on where that kill is pending, you still have either smokes or a barrier, or you could play for it. And Carbon was hoping that he was going to bait out the re-peek, and how are you still peeking Battle Pants at the same angle? He finds his third kill of the round, K-Meister and Bones behind him to clean up, and I see what you're going for, Sinful. You're sitting here saying, I'm going to sit here and bait out this Resurrection, take the Ego Chow, get the kill while he peeks for it. But when that doesn't come through, where's the secondary pick? You got to play the timeout now that you've got the Resurrection off successfully, and they just kind of funnel in like lemmings, and it leads to a 10th round for MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER.
There it is. Alan's favorite name of the night for sure.
Absolutely. It might be my favorite I've ever casted outside of my wife's boyfriend, which I think still takes the cake, but just barely.
There you go. Well, 7-10, ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals. It is just the best of one. And 3 rounds away, MGFB could find themselves in towards that grand final where things are kicking off pretty hot. Chase looks to use that ultimate right away, but does not want to take the full-on teleport. And now Venom, who slowly works around and inches in this corner closer and closer, will try and get themselves in towards the site where everyone has just about rotated over. This might be just a 5-man rotate, but no one has went down. Just a couple of tags with the bullets into some of these health bars here and reducing a bit of his armor, but there is the entry. There's the showstopper, and now looking for that big initial play. It will not connect, and Chase with the Guardian has found himself too. He's putting in work, he's doing his job perfectly, and he wants to try and get some more done as it will be a 5v3. MGFB looking to see if they can continue forward, but Sinful looking for a massive round to see if they can start to build their economy right back up. There's one more. God K-Meister is going to make things a little bit harder for Sinful to be able to close out completely as they'll look and search for more, but Chase is going to find the 4K in this round. Round number 18 is his as he finds and picks apart the entire composition that's coming in for the retake, and clean work from him to be able to go big and, again, keep things close for us, Alan.
2 things I'm surprised by on that take. First and foremost, the hold from MGFB. You double Lear out towards Hookah where there wasn't a full push yet committed. Be a touch of a miscommunication call coming through, but beyond that, you see both Lears come out, and Sinful says, we're still going to commit here. You got to know that there's another member that just rotated defensively. They just kind of take the brass stones, make the gut check call to say we're still committing, and it pays off. Both a bit surprising, but hey, results are what results are. Now we get into round number 19 for MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. There's 4 ultimates for them to use, and Battle Pants is an aggressive peak for someone who's holding a Resurrection. He gets rewarded with 1 kill. Only gets tagged up just a little bit. Will very disciplinedly hold on to the healing orb before he feels like he needs to use it. And in this 5v4, Sinful have to try to find a way to bait out some abilities because so far nothing has been gained, no map ground, no utilities have been thrown out, and you're still trying to play a little bit of tag here with the Sage player sitting inside a tile.
Venom looks like he wants to go for the orb, but this also might give him the sound cue, and he is kind of left alone in bathrooms where he has scouted things out at the very least for his squad. But you mentioned it, there's still so much utility up. There is the information. Battle Pants feeling himself, goes for the repeat. Might actually look to push things out completely. As the slow orb is there, he heals him back up to full. Now everyone looking to converge. And the spike that has been able to make its way in, but the Blade Storm has also been invested. That will be Battle Pants. He finds one up close and personal. Swings the way of Carbon, but Defenders will close this one out in a very fast round. And Sinful losing that player very early on. The discipline from not using the utility paying off for them in the back end of that round, where they're now going to find a lot of cushion in this 3-round lead.
Yeah, it's a big cushion because not only are you so close to putting this one away, but look at the decisions that have to come out from Sinful. I agree with this, by the way. Force buy into this next round. Try to do what you can to take a 9th round away. At least get a couple of weapon upgrades. But I would say more importantly, you have to set up an execute call here for Sinful to get the spike planted. It has to be planted. everything hinges on you getting as much economy as possible. And, well, Chase was holding on to the spike. He gets dealt with off an early pick from Bones. One more pick coming through for Nahul. 7 there for his trade. And although these are even trades back and forth, there's still an opportunity here for Sinful to make their way in, but the trade game is starting to come to minimal numbers, so Infamous will have to clean up the last 3. Does not respond to K-Meister to his left, and that might just be all that's left there, because Sinful, with that force buy, no economy to play with, no spike down. This is going to be whatever you can afford, and it's not going to be much going into the face of 2 operators and full ARs, plus full kits for everybody on MGFB.
It's tough. It's certainly tough by all means. And well, what will they buy? Imagine some light armor. Guardians coming in towards the mix for us. Some Spectres, the Sheriff. Things obviously not great. And, you know, we talk about trying to get themselves a strong execute call to be able to get the spike down. But this now becoming even more difficult for them, where they might just have to make kind of a bold call and hit one lane in particular to see if they can break themselves in. They're stacking the majority of the members at B at the moment here on the defense for MGFB, and we'll see if they can actually read this right, but we'll see Jet now actually make the rotation all the way through. A lot of patience with 4 members stacked up, and oh no, you've lost Critical. The Cypher player is out of the mix. Venom has been able to at least grab one. The Sniper somehow finds the left shoulder of Venom and takes him out, and now with the smokes down, they could look to drop the spike for themselves as they're still exchanges in the shots. Looking up top is Infamous. He's not going to be able to find the first connection. The second connection most certainly not there. Now who able to grab that one? A 4v2 situation. Sinful on their last legs, low health, a 1v4 as Chase can't get it done. They will be eliminated and out of the tournament, as we'll see. MGFB able to get it done for a shift, and they will be advancing to our grand final.
That's one of those things that, you know, just to kind of break down that last play, I mean, sky smoking into a barrier orb for a free plan at the A site, yeah, it usually works, but not when you're dealing with operators on the table. You have to use one of those sky smokes to block line of sight from the top side of heaven. And how many times did we see Bones just be able to peek apart that angle with that same exact setup? I mean, it's just too late in the game. Is with how much economy that was being thrown around by MGFB, you have to understand that if there's an operator on the table, you can't just go for an easy sky smoke the front side of A plus a barrier orb for a free plant. You're going to get contested at range, especially when the person holding the operator is a Jet who's got updraft to get on top of things to allow them to see over the top of those smokes. Even if they get blocked off, there's still so much mobility on the table, and a couple of small execution errors there near the end for Sinful on their offense. But you've got to, again, give a lot of credit to MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. You can't say the name without a smile. You can't even hear the name without a smile. I guarantee you that, as they were able to find a number of rounds in a row. Again, the Sinful, they had to go for that full buy round going into what was map point essentially for MGFB. I think that was the right call. You know, just try to do what you can to keep MGFB off kilter, steal some weapons, keep your economy running as best as you possibly can. Just weren't quite able to find the kills at the end, as Bones and the rest of the crew looking way too strong on those defensive holds, on Bind specifically. So MGFB, like you mentioned, moving into the grand finals, that's where things will change here, Austin, because now we'll actually see where these teams prefer to play. We've got picks and bans for a best of 3, including Ascent, which I know you, I, and Justin on our production side are rooting hard. We really want to see this map played competitively.
It would be really exciting to see it, right? I mean, we haven't seen it so far on the day, and you know, there's probably teams that been wanting to play it. It might be a really good map for them to play in towards the mix, because there hasn't been a whole lot of experience on it maybe as of just yet, and that could be kind of played towards your advantage with these different angles and these different things that you've been practicing, prepping. So I definitely would love to see some different strategies kind of come in towards the mix here for us. There could just be a team that says, "Listen, we suck on this map. We are not playing it. We're getting this out of the rotation." I hope that's not the case, right, but it's hard to say on what we're going to get at the end of the day here. But I think coming back here just for a quick wrap up here on Sinful, it seems like a really tough go for them, because they made such an amazing comeback off of their last series. They get themselves in towards the semifinals here, where they finished 3rd/4th. But they just were unable to kind of replicate the same things that they were doing the first time around with the economy. But more importantly, it just seems like the execution just wasn't there simply on offense for them, where they were just getting picked apart. You highlighted the operator play coming in as a big factor for them and just kind of shut them down time and time again. So tough scenes for Sinful, but would love to see them back because they made one heck of a run. And I mean, finishing top 4 amongst all these players that we've been casting over, well, still a pretty decent goal or pretty decent achievement for yourself, rather, that you've been able to do here at the CMG tournament.
100% the case. We'll step away for a small break. We'll let the teams go through their pick and ban process. We'll be coming back to a best of 3 grand finals. This was a free entry tournament, but $500 on the line here between these two squads. It will be split between the two of them, but obviously not evenly. You want to try to find a way take that big dub at the end of the evening. And again, there are a number of other tournaments for Valorant that have been posted on our Checkmate website. You're going to want to go and check all of those out, as a lot of them, I believe, actually are free entry tournaments for pretty significant prize pools, as we're all eagerly awaiting the launch of ranked mode since the release of Valorant officially. So head over to checkmategaming.com, navigate to the tournament section, click over onto Valorant, and see what's coming up in the next handful of days as we look forward to that eventual launch of ranked. But of course, a lot of opportunity for teams to get their feet wet competitively before we really get into the depth, meat and bones, potatoes of what hopefully will be competitive Valorant. So hopefully you'll join us here on Checkmate for our next tournament. We'll step away for a small break. When we come back, though, it's grand finals time. Get on Twitter at CMG_Valorant. Let everyone know where you're watching, who you're watching, and what's unfolding here, as 186 teams has now been turned down to 2. At the end of the night, only one can be crowned champion, and we'll do that after the next best of.
I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. Sipping on a little something, I've been sipping too much. I just poured myself a double and I'm thinking about us. Every time I see your face, I think of what I lost. How could all the little moments that we had be so far gone? I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh.
You never stop calling me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you.
Can you see me coming when it's down to the wire? I will be a shooting star when you look up in the night,
had a dream you died last night. I woke up mouthing things I should have said, but I slept on those words instead. You haunt the stairways in my head. You're the monster under my bed. Reach for me when I repent, and I should have loved. I should have loved. You're the monster under my bed.
Well, everyone, welcome back. It is going to be an epic conclusion. That much we know for sure. A best of 3 here for our Checkmate Gaming free entry $500 tournament finals. My whole shift with me is Visions. We've got Intensity going up against MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER. It just rolls off the tongue so nicely. It has a little bit of a bounce to it. It's got a great cadence and a great flow. And well, speaking of great cadence and great flow, like you mentioned, it is a best of 3. We allowed our teams to go through and do picks and bans for this one, Visions. And we have the potential of seeing Ascent here, as we'll have Split first, Haven second, and then Ascent will be our third and potential final map.
Yeah, let's be honest. I kind of hope it goes to a game number 3, but of course, to start things off with Split coming in, and then our highest seed having an opportunity at banning out the map, getting rid of Bind, which is a kind of an interesting one because I think that's definitely one that kind of favors towards the majority of the players within the community for the most part here. But it's definitely a map that you have to be able to have mastered and understand the rotations in. So that's not going to be what plays out for us in this set 3. And coming in with a Split, Haven, and Ascent is definitely a great map set to come through as a whole. And I mean, we've only really seen splits actually once, I believe, so far on the day. Yeah. And I mean, that was very early on in towards the tournament where we saw, maybe just a little bit of a mismatch in the sense of both of those teams, and one having a very strong understanding on how to lock things down in defense. And I think it was something like 12 rounds that had went through for us. But it should be a great start towards this series because obviously both of these squads up towards this point have to be very good. And I mean, seeing our MGFB squad as one of them, and they're certainly a team that we followed now for a few series. We've seen some great things out of just about every single player on that lineup here, and seeing how they've been able to carry this all the way towards this grand final has made for one heck of a night and one heck of a tournament. But intensity we've seen on the other side here. I think you guys were talking about some players that have also been in the mix that have won and had some success here at CMG. So I think that this squad is definitely going to make for a fantastic matchup up against MGFB.
Yeah, I'm expecting nothing but round 25s all the way through all 3 maps. That's all I'm expecting at this point in time. Jokes aside, no, we have seen some of these guys play in previous Checkmate stuff. Austin specifically, I want to say we actually had a chance to see XP Elite play as well before. Both players, very incredible when it comes down to what they've been able to do. Austin in specific has actually won 2 of our previous events here, so holding on to a couple of golds. But I'm also most curious to see as we go through a different kind of lineup as far as maps, how will the agent selection kind of change? We've kind of been flirting and dancing around the idea of, is there a certain quote unquote meta depending on what maps we're playing? And how about this? You take a look from left to right, we're going to see our first instance of Breach. This is again another map where I feel like he's extremely well serviced. That's going to be met up with what is essentially a mimic matchup from there on out. The only difference in our 10 characters is the Bones will be playing the Jet as he has all night long, and it will be Retro playing on the Breach.
And I think to touch on, the Jet in particular, this is something you had actually highlighted before we jumped in towards the stream, and whether or not we would get play on it. Well, we were absolutely getting play on it. The Cloud Smokes, the Tailwinds, everything that's been thrown in towards the mix, and the changes that have played in towards this champion, this agent here, has worked out absolutely fantastically on the night for him, especially when he gets that op in hand. And we saw that last series. But into round number 1 we will go, and maybe seeing the charge already come right out of Retro as the smokes are going to come in, and now this is going to allow them to cross right in towards top heaven. This is kind of what we expect on a map like this, when you have to kind of make an aggressive push into one side of the map, so the Cypher player is forced to rotate over. Bones, who's going to have the up top shorty, will wait for this, but while this has happened, we're just going to see Atsuke actually drop down low for us in the site, and now this is going to make things very difficult in this 2v4.
This is just a lack of commitment here for MGFB. It was a full hit through ramps, and it was a single Lear charge that shrugged them off the position. And you got to destroy it and then run in, especially if you're going to be running with shorties. That's the other thing. A lot of those members were running into shotguns, and if you're going to use those, get up and close and personal. Be okay being the first one in and not finding anything. That's one of the biggest things that I could say just overall. If you're someone who's out there, maybe you're stuck below the plat rank, it's one of those things that you can't be afraid to be the first person in and not get a kill, especially in pistol rounds. Being the first one up, sometimes you just have to be that number to find the information and be a little bit of bait. That's just what has to happen. And I know it kind of sucks. You want to be able to play more aggressively and get a couple of kills, but sometimes the most successful thing for your team is to actually not do that whatsoever. And how about that little bait and switch as the Reyna goes into the Smiths after the first blood onto Bones comes through and baits out more shots from Sewers. Intensity have themselves a nice little numbers game here, 5-on-3.
MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER here at the moment where they're simply not in a great spot, obviously in the middle of the map here where they can work a kill, and that one for 7 is going to come in as they're able to kind of get the team shots in, I do believe there, and that ends up working out in their favor. But Duck is waiting with the Spectre, and now that you've been able to at least work one off of the map here for the side of Intensity, it makes things a little bit loose and maybe a little bit easier to find your next entry, as this wall will be going down. And well, now that you're actually cutting it down with the axe, almost like you're chopping down some wood, the ice will break and pop out. And well, easy read there for 7 as he connects with the second in the round before he's taken down in the back. Work has been done for him. Still a disadvantage at the moment for MGFB as they're gonna have to slowly work in, and the peak is there. The trade's good for God K-Meister. He looks for a second, gets a chance. XP Sand there, be able to clean things up, and well, just the easy 2-0 after coming off the economy round.
Yeah, if you get that follow-up pick, that's instantly a shorty turned into a Spectre with likely a pretty healthy base of health pool to kind of work with. But it's the case here, and again, so many cheeky little trap wires make my brain explode with some of these angles guys have defied. But this time, again, it will be a face-up gun round for the most part. We do have a couple of light armor still being held on to here for Intensity. Again, even in the face of winning 2 rounds, the economy not necessarily super favorable to Intensity here in the 3rd round. Nahul trying to work his way from a couple members here, and oh boy, Duck has just lined up too. Fortunately, K-Meister able to crouch under from being tripled up, but he's still being challenged, and I believe the spike call was likely also to follow, as that was a pretty easy lineup for Duck initially. It's still just a 4v3 though, and MGFB have to play catch up to see how they want to try to hit these sites with low numbers.
Yeah, they're gonna have to probably make this fast, and look who's waiting. You know, we're seeing the breach into effect here, just waiting patiently for this push to come through, but they're actually not going to commit for A. And I kind of like this almost kind of double back, if you will, through the spawn, where you're not exactly committing over towards A, but of course that is being watched on that entire cross. So as soon as this breach player would get any kind of indication that there would be utility being used or a player pushing, they would all rotate over, but they're completely spread through the map. Cypher could get caught getting a little bit too aggressive, and he does. So 7 will be able to get this, but you said it, they're going to have to move in, and it's got to be very quick. This also, of course, gives them the information that it will be there, but look at this slow orb. So well done from Austin IRL, who's just going to be waiting here just for this push. And now that that slow orb is gone, his whole team is in position to be able to respond to this push that's about to break in, and they still have to get the spike down. So you can keep on waiting, but you got to go, and here comes the push. First one's good, the second one is good for Austin IRL as well, as they clean things up, and they will not let these players slip into the site.
Just good discipline from Austin. The slow orb, beautiful. Not much more you could say about it. The timing of it, perfect. Let your teammates rotate behind you. And then beyond that, some people might be looking, saying, this slow orb's in a good spot. Let me peek and see if anyone's in the mix. Why? You've got a trap wire in front of you. Wait for that to get hit, as you're very close to the end of the round as it was in the first place. And that's just really good patience, kind of executed on upon right there between Intensity, between Bergie, and between Austin to kind of make that come to be. So 3 rounds in a row now. And again, MGFB hurting in the economy will be going for what looks to be a light buy, but this is a little bit more expensive than the term might lend to, as they've got a Marshall and a couple of small SMGs and ARs to come into the mix here for this 4th round. And if they drop this one, they'll not only be on a full save, but Intensity's economy will be nearly maxed out.
Got the spike.
It'll make things a lot more difficult to try and actually mount back, as they've yet to be able to actually get the spike down. So that's been the result, and why a lot of the economy has simply just not been there for them so far. Slow orb about to run out. Austin IRL though saving a lot of his utility up the middle as close shots come in, and well, we're gonna see Bergie just completely back away. XP San able to deal with a nice little kill for himself. Takes one out of the mix, but Bones responding with the shorty up close. Now God Meister has found a way into the site. There is nobody actually here at the moment, as Bones is going to be able to find one here way deep in towards the back. And now you're going to be able to get this spike down. Looks like this will be the first round, at least going over towards MGFB, where Duck is likely just going to play for some extra frags here. I can't see him maybe making an approach and maybe looking to carry this Vandal over towards, of course, that next round for himself here. But they do have a lot of economy to play with, so he might be willing to kind of play a little bit loosey-goosey. As he'll slowly push in towards the left here. They still has to worry about a camera that's going to be set up. And I mean, at the end, you still have to work your way through 4 players, which you've already burned through so much time. So the call will simply be made to wait for these players to rotate out of the site, try and find some exit frags. If you can grab 1, even 2 here on your way out, this would definitely be the best possible spot. But you have to imagine they'll check this corner. There it is. He is able to grab 1. So just a thrifty round that comes in, but a much needed one here for MGFB on the offense.
That round is one that if you're at home kind of just passively watching, wake up and remember that round, because that's a massive one for the offense. They win it again on thrifty economy, just a couple of weapons that were upgraded to pistols or shotguns, and then the Marshall. But now you take a look at what MGFB have to work with. Full ARs and an operator and an economy that looks a lot more parallel to what Intensity's been able to run with for the last 3 rounds. So that is a round that characteristically on a map like Split, you do not see the offense take away. And when we look at a map like Split, where again, 4 rounds, you consider to be thumbs up, nice job, seems good. That one is massive, because not only are you already early on in just the first 4 rounds, you win a round that you shouldn't win, and you're going to be feeling really confident. You save up your economy, you upgrade your weapons just by what you pick up off the ground. And now Intensity, if they lose this follow-up round, they'll be in trouble economically as we go forward into round number 5 and number 6.
They're using the middle of the map. This is how you usually see teams on offense actually play this out. And if they grab the first pick, that's where things typically go wrong for the defense. And there it is. The first pick is going to be in for them. The slow orb now going to follow up this barrier that is very likely going to be breaking, and actually a second slow orb. So now no more utility for your Sage player, which is actually a pretty big deal, because there's still a good 50 seconds left in towards the round. And this team here on offense for us on MGFB have not dedicated themselves in towards a single hit on the bomb site. That will be the orbital strike that unfortunately will just go wide in between the ropes area. Another one for Nahul, who's going to be able to find himself another entry kill. And now this will be working with a 4v3 as the spike should be working its way over towards A.
Even the Empress right here as well, just secure this round. Might not even be needed as K-Meister takes care of Retro. Nahul, another one. Maybe they didn't need it at the end of it, as it will be a 1v4 for XP. You've got to save here. There's no chance you go for this play, and that's exactly the case. He'll just back away. But MGFB, 2 rounds in a row, and the potential to walk away with another 4 weapons. That's huge. 2 plants successively coming in. Now you've got the ability to walk away with an operator, 3 Vandals, and if you can find XP, maybe you really put Intensity in a corner. But again, take a look at the credits as far as how they were spent coming into this last round. Going into the next one, no one's going to be able to buy, but maybe the exception of Retro, as he will maybe be able to go light armor with an AR if he so chooses to, but XP's got to be the flex player here. He's got to just hope that he picks up a site defensively that they go to, and he can find a handful of kills. He will find one more point of contact here in Sewer before the round comes to a conclusion, so at least you force over one more repurchase. But again, nobody can buy right now for the side of Intensity, and with there being a Phantom in the mix, you're going to feel like you have to at least provide some kind of support for that AR, and it looks like that's going to be done mostly by the backhand of a couple of Sheriff upgrades.
You also have to think, of course, of the map here at hand that we're also playing with, where you're forcing the team that's on defense to go for these light buys or full-on saves, and that just gives you more and more opportunities to pick up some wins on the offense, and that's obviously going to make or break the difference on a map like Split, where all the offenses count. The early peak is in. Nahul, who lighted up a couple of those first initial bloods there just a couple rounds ago, looks to do so again as the entry fragger. But we will see them now skid across, and this is going to be most certainly a play over towards A, where 3 players have actually pushed all the way through B. They're going for a flank, but if you're able to pounce on this fast enough on this eco round, you could certainly make slight use of making a way in. But Retro finds his first kill as he will open it up. A trade is good as the op is into play. So Battle Pants is going to be able to find that trade, looking for a second Sheriff kill, will not be there. And now this will be full control in towards the A site, where the last remaining 3 players will try and rotate off of the B site to work their way in.
Yeah, MGFB going to commit the resurrection here. 7 following up another pick, and he will track down Austin coming up the vent room as well. XP, nowhere for him to go. And you mentioned that long play coming out of B main around the backside of the map. The entire gamble there for Intensity was, let's bait for the Phantom. Send 2 players in front, keep the Sheriffs over at A, see if they can stall for as long as possible. Best case scenario, the classic bait turns into at least 1 more AR upgrade on the flank, and then you kind of entrap MGFB in the middle of the map, but unfortunately, they don't guess correctly as the hit, like you mentioned, was completely staged for A. And maybe, just maybe, if Retro can throw out a fault line or an aftershock to keep that push from A ramps from happening, maybe they can open up enough time to allow that fight to come through. Battle Pants 1v1 versus Austin in a face-up gun round. That's going to be a big weapon down as MGFB are really starting to pick up the momentum here in the middle portion of this half.
Yeah, and the fact that they're starting to stack things up on offense is making things very terrifying right now for Intensity on this nice little comeback, 3 rounds straight. Duck will rotate right over from ropes where he might just find himself a very quick engagement, and he does end up winning that one onto Nahul. But while that happens, really, it's actually just opened up the middle of the map. They find one, and that is the trade. So XP San only able to grab himself just the very first kill. Can't combine for a multi-kill. Duck also now will fall down on the rotation coming off of A. We're seeing them drop 1 by 1. Intensity starting to fall apart, and now with the very last member alive, it's going to be a rotation over from A, which might be an easy read because you know this is where the Breach player has been actually playing in and out of. So the rotation to the spawn might just be there for them, as Retro at least does have all his armor to work with as well as his health. The Phantom in hand. Spike will be down. MGFB are on track to put away another round for themselves here. But Retro wants to take at least 1 or 2 with them, and he does grab the very first one, but there is the slow orb that will stop the push here for a good 7 seconds. So he will wait that out, and he still has time to be able to work this. He throws out. The flash goes for the peak, tags up this last member here, who's also going to be pinching him from top heaven. Retro had a good attempt at taking down a couple of members, will not be able to get it done. So now MGFB finding more success on the offense as they'll combine for 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, going back to the peak for Bergie, Austin loses a face-up operator fight. That happens. But Bergie, top side of the B tower, decides that he's going to play a little loose with the angle. When you know that Battle Pants has an op in mid, you get the incendiary down, that's enough to stop the push from happening. And at worst, what? MGFB go through mid ropes? That's a pretty easy entrapment that you feel like you should be able to battle back in a 4v5 versus. But he instead goes for the long peak, gets punished for it. That opens up a long B hit, plus the top side of heaven completely controlled. And Battle Pants, well, we mentioned it. Sometimes you have your tri-pants on, other times you put your Battle Pants on as he wins another opening sniper battle. Bones will follow up with one of his own. Bergie getting aggressive out inside of the sewer. He'll find 1 and a second as he snaps the Bones. Plus the healing orb will bring him back to 52 HP. He's in a very interesting position where he really could cut this offensive MGFB in half. But the unfortunate thing is 7 has re-picked up the spike, and he will put this down right out in the middle of the open as he hopes to set up his teammates for a pretty easy encirclement. But he actually gives Austin a chance to find 1 kill in response. So now a 2v2. MGFB playing individually. Bergie's going to find 1 for free on the back. Resurrection will come out for Austin. Will they try to bait it through? The last player left is going to be Nahul, who again has the opportunity to search for information and play off of this spike, wait out in the open. He knows both players are down low. He finds the 3rd kill in the round. It's a 1v1. He's just playing off of the dismiss. Tries to shoulder and gets the stick on the kill. What a play for Nahul for 4 and the clutch for the 5th round.
Intensity are just falling to pieces in some of these later moments where those gunfights, someone's got to be able to win that. And well, you let Nahul do things like that, and it just allows you to go 5 rounds to 3 on the offensive side, where things are likely going to get a lot easier, a lot more comfortable once you do go for that side switch. And you're now caught in a spot where you're going to be force buying here just pretty much across the board. You have the full armor, so you really need to find this one. But it comes back to the way they planted that spike there, Alan. It was so well done out in the open, allows him to find that clutch. So into round number 9 we will go. First peek is there for Retro, and he is going to be able to open things up. This might finally be that little bit of that pick that they kind of need to work off of and build off of for themselves to be able to stop this bleeding.
Reserable, though, that's the thing, and you can already see it's going to be Battle Pants on his way back over. He finds his pick mid-map. onto the Reina of Duck, and now you just play for the barrier or get the resurrection for free. Hopefully nobody peeks you. Aftershock gonna try to come through. Is the timing good? It is not. Not enough for a full kill, at least, as he was just a touch too far away from the wall. You gotta admire the effort, though, from Retro to try to get some extra damage dealt. But everyone will survive with right around 100 HP. XP Sen, who got aggressive through B main, will find 1 kill in response. Gives him an opportunity for a neural theft eventually, but more importantly, this is that entrapment I was talking about. There's nowhere that MGFB could be with the exception of the middle of the map.
XP Sen, he backs up completely. And now things slow down for us. With 30 seconds left, you have to kind of dedicate yourself to the push, and this will be it. XP Stan, he has the chance to grab 1 kill, but it's going to be Austin that actually grabs 2 and is watching over his teammate's sight. So well done to be able to funnel them in. We do see Bergie take down the last one with a snap onto Nahul, able to put him 6 feet under, and that is the round you need to stop the bleeding here. Going to be combining and building off of it as some crisp shots coming through for intensity.
Oh my goodness, get pooped on. What a snap. Unbelievable. And we're back and forth here, and this is where things can really start to change. We've got 8 out of 10 ultimates ready to go. The only things that are missing currently are the resurrections. And we're going into another gun round here, which could really determine how the next handful of rounds look like, as you actually see a member for MGFB cannot afford to buy. It's going to be Bones, who just says, don't worry, guys. I've got the Bladestorm, so no need to purchase here. But this is all he has. He's only got this and a classic to work with. Duck will see his shoulder of a couple of members that immediately say, I'm not interested in repeaking that. As Retro's close by with a Rolling Thunder, and imagine a world where he finds an execution as soon as his take starts to come through for the side of MGFB. Austin for the first. Retro's dealt with no Rolling Thunder, but he has to use 2 of his blades just to deal with the trap wire. Over to the pistol. Duck's able to deal with 1. That's actually the take attempt for the side of MGFB. The spike has been dropped. Empress gets popped. Trying to make their way from the top side of heaven. The heal also in the Empress working to the backside. The orbital strike will clear out the backside of the A screen, which XP Sana is able to sidestep, deal with 1, and now the heal going for the plant will get it down. Empress close to expiring, you feel, and the retake looks to be good as Intensity have the numbers, and they deal with K-Meister. Brilliant use of ultimates to get their way through. A couple of tight moments here and there between the orbital strikes, but again, Intensity is doing a much better job of making sure that Heaven stayed in their favor all the way through.
A couple of ultimates pay off massively for them. The Nero Theft coming in as well as the orbital strike, and it kind of just forces them to kind of spread and flee from everybody else, and it kind of forces them into that engagement that they don't want to be in individually, where they just able to roll on in. Intensity now we're able to respond with a couple of rounds in a row, so this is what you needed before heading in towards the side where we'll have 2 more rounds that play out for us. But you still had a fantastic spot, at least here for MGFB, where you've taken 5 offensive rounds. You still have a chance of going up in the offensive side heading in towards our side too, so I obviously can't count them out whatsoever. They're going to go for some buys right across the board for us. But there is just 1 ultimate available here, so there is still a couple to play for that are coming up very, very soon for Intensity, which we will watch for them, as this is the initial pick. Austin IRL will win the peak off the start of this one. Has a chance at a second. I don't know who would dare peek him or whether or not he'll take the shot, and he does, but won't be able to read it, unfortunately, completely right. Follows it up with a slow orb in the middle of the map here, and now they're just kind of converging, keeping them pinched and locked down. Duck is going to be able to land some shots and back himself right up. A man advantage over to Intensity. The heals are in, and everyone's now going to retreat to make sure they hold their ground.
You can kind of see it. Just like, I don't want to turn your attention to the minimap. You still have Retro just holding the long side of A. So for Intensity, they're fine committing this much resource and this many numbers to the middle of the map. As now the Cloudburst will come through, allowing a transition from the middle of the map over towards the vent room. And these mid ropes are going to be completely free. And this is where things become a little bit weird for Intensity. You've given up A Heaven really intentionally. You've done this. So when it comes to this tower play, MGFB, they have the high ground, but they don't have the numbers. They need to find Retro down low and 1 on the cross, if possible. Wow. Nice shot from Retro right over the top with a headshot. XP San will do the same from the opposite angle. And a nice hold there for Intensity while things were getting a little bit tight there near the end of the round.
That was an excellent shot right there. You're liking Jay Pistachio's host. I'm telling you that right now. That was really clean. as they're able to take the dome right off. And I think you called it quite nicely there, Alan, where they're kind of just, you know, forced to go through the middle of the map, and that's just easy reads. It's like, okay, you threw down the cloud burst. You're either still sitting in the middle of the map or you're looking to make a play off of this. There's only 2 members here up against 4. Obviously, you're outnumbered completely. So it just makes sense that they're going to be able to make that move over towards A where it's read perfectly. And obviously another big round that comes through here on the defense that you're trying to count up for every single one. As we see the concuss come through, at least off the start for us. That will stop Bones from pushing up and maybe getting aggressive as he might have anticipated. The opposing player who has been getting up in his face here from time to time, Retro, has been doing it, but this time around it's going to be Duck who actually kind of makes his name known and tries to get up and push some of the offensive members back and force them to play a little bit more defensive, where that will be Austin IRL with another pick, and Bergie to follow it up. Could find a second with the 2K. He does manage to get it as sloppy shots there for God. K-Meister can't grab that trade, and there is a massive kill. And as I talk about a big play playing out there for Intensity, they've kind of just given away all their numbers that they just gained an advantage for themselves. So now the Cloud Smokes will go down once again. They'll slowly maneuver their way over towards which is top heaven around this B area. They have the spike, but it's going to be up to Austin IRL here to try and shut this down if they commit towards the B site.
Trying to play off of the trap wires as much as possible. The back door has been opened, and MGFB are found their way into the site. It's going to have to be the shot from Austin. He connects to the first for a headshot. Battle Pants, the last one left alive in this, what was a 2v5, now a 1v3. And he will get the kill onto Austin. Opportunity for the plant. Rolling Thunder will come through, but Battle Pants is fine with this. He's going to be safe here. Maybe. He could just sidestep a little bit more. He's able to get out of the line of sight. Hits the healing orb. Shots from the wall banger. Good. And Retro will finish with the pistol. Oh, but Battle Pants nearly made the 2v5 into a 1v3 come to life. But Intensity just barely able to hold on, and a 7-5 round count is how we'll end the first half. Not a bad half at all, though, for MGFB. As, again, those 5 rounds in a row were absolutely incredible on the offense.
They really are. I mean, this is a map that is most clearly in favor of the defense. And, well, we saw that kind of break off very early on, where we saw, what, 3 rounds go over there right away? And then it was 5 in response, like you said, in a row, which is just something you very rarely see on a map like this and on this side. But offense now going to be coming over for Intensity to see if they can kind of replicate some of the big plays that were kind of playing out there for MGFB, where they're able to get themselves in towards a roll. And, well, if you can start off the very first round right and get the economy kind of rolling in towards your favor right away, that momentum absolutely pays off as you get later and later in towards some of these rounds, where you can likely anticipate both of these squads kind of going towards based off the play that we've seen. And this will not be a fast push that we see. And I mean, there's 2 ways you can kind of approach this, right, Alan? You can kind of slow play this on the pistol round, where you can look to finally hit something or find the opening pick like this. There is just going to be trades, however, and now they're looking to get a bit more aggressive, but K-Meister is kind of locking things down with the headshots. Has a chance at a couple more, but will back away very intelligently. Will not go for an over peak or an over kind of trade to give his life away. And now this is kind of open up for the B side to be executed on, where the Cypher player is the last one remaining in here. This will be a spot out for 7, where he's kind of locking things down perfectly. He's going to get the information. He goes for the shots, but it does not pay off. It goes horribly wrong. And now we'll have to see if the retake can pay off for them, as it's just 2 members up against 1. The spike will be there. It is available for our stage player, which is Austin IRL, but he only has the classic pistol. So not the spot that you really want to be in at the moment. Now the barriers used perfectly. This is going to cut off the cross. He's going to go down the ropes. They're going to know the rotation's in. Will Austin just run towards the site and try to get this down as fast as possible? Or will he try to read things out? He has to plan it safe, and he will. So both players now are approaching the site. Spike is planted. Classic pistol. 1v2. 100 health to work with. He's going to play around the corner. He has a chance of going for the first shot. He gets the first one, but the second follow-up from K-Meister is good to make sure he will be there with his teammates, so the defuse will be in. And defenders will take this first round on the side switch.
I love the call, though, for Austin, how he kind of gets out of dodge right there. It's the only play he had available to him, and he reads it perfectly. It's a little unfortunate. 2 players stacked on top of themselves, really couldn't find the way to connect for the last 70 HP needed. So will be Intensity still holding on to a lead, but MGFB have the opportunity in front of them with a Marshall in the mix, 2 Spectres, a Bulldog, and a Judge. A little bit of a hodgepodge of weaponry coming into the second round of the half to not only tie up the game, but if they can do it without letting the spike get planted, they will actually have an opportunity potentially to go into the third round of the half with pretty even guns. You still took a little bit of favor economically over to Intensity, depending on how this round goes, but because they got the plant down last time through Battle Pants, he finds the second kill. Not 100% sure where he was positioned there. He was actually top side of the mailroom and got some good help from K-Meister, who's looking for his second kill of the round. Shots were decent, but not good enough to finish things off. Fergie in a corner, completely slowed up, and Bones will just go up and over with the updraft and the Judge to finish it off. A very quick round, exactly what you needed for MGFB.
Exactly what you need. Kind of what we expected as well, of course, in the light buy here, or rather, you know, the save that kind of comes in there. But this is your chance to now square up once again. Try and get yourself this big rounds and not falling at a deficit, because we talk about this map, we talk about defensive favored. Well, this is round number 3. It's rounds like this that are going to kind of make or break the difference within the series, and especially on a map like Split, where you go for the equalization, you need to be able to convert and try and get yourself the round here to do so. We'll see if they can try and scout out some information. They do have the camera placed in a great spot to be able to see if there will be any kind of a peak that initially happens over towards A, but they're only going to keep the Cypher player over towards the A site, where they might be looking to bait out some utility. Orbital Strike's kind of used right away off the bat and will not be able to find anything. While that happens, Retro is there with the first kill, takes down God K-Meister. That gives them the one-up man advantage that they were looking for and that they need, and now they have something to work with and play with on the offense.
Battle Pants does end up finding a way to use the Barrier Orb, not just to stop the push, but he also upgrades the Spectre to a Phantom. But yeah, that was just a slow orb straight into the Orbital Strike, hoping that the timing would work out for them. Doesn't really come to be. So
here,
the numbers advantage. Intensity looking to send the spike back over, but Bones will meet them with the Judge. That's going to be enough to level things off 4 apiece. Battle Pants never left the vent room. He hears a lot of footsteps. He wants to get it. Wait, he blocked the barrier because he was on top of the middle, and he nearly lines up a handful. I'm sure there were big question marks there for a second for Intensity, but they fortunately get the trade just down to 7. A Bulldog in hand. You'll see one up top. He also knows the trap wire has been dealt with. The Huel is there. The spike gets planted, but Bones finds the pick. And MGFB, how do you hold on to that and give credit, I would say, just to see the fact that we had Battle Pants blocking the Barrier Orb from leveling him off inside the vent room. 8-7 to score, MGFB with 3 in a row.
Man, I wish we had replays to go back and watch it. That was actually insanely coordinated there from MGFB. The way that they hit every single angle at the right time, you could just see everybody on Intensity scattered and did not know exactly how to set up post-plant there. The communication likely not totally, calm for the most part, just due to that pinch hit that came through from multiple different angles. A fantastic coordination that came through there as the team. And they're able to now piece together with 3 rounds that came through, which likely was a round that probably should not have swung in their favor. So clean work from MGFB, who now need to see if they can start to carry some more of this offense, or more of this defense rather, on this side of the map. We'll see shots go through. K-Meister's been working this angle by ropes every single round so far, and he's been pretty great. He's going to get the heal from Battle Pants. He's going to make sure he stays healthy, and now we'll see the actual elevation come through as a factor for Battle Pants. He might look to go for a repeat himself. K-Meister's just trying to play that nice angle, and he does actually manage to make that work. There is a trade, but just clean shots coming through right under. This does give some positioning now over towards Intensity, as they are just sitting on pistols, so they might look to full-on hit something here very soon for us.
It's such a silly angle. I've seen it come through a number of times, and yeah, the elevation is great, but the one-way wall, I guess? We see a lot of one-way smokes on this map, but the one-way wall comes to play in the middle. Bones locking things down, gonna have an opportunity for 1. There it is, looking for number 2. Not gonna get it over the top, just tailwinds away. And it will be the Barrier Orb to block anything else coming through, and Austin will use that time to get the resurrection off, and Bones will be dealt with. So now numbers the opposite way. A 4v3 for Intensity. Spike is making its way down, but we know what Steps can do. There's the first. Looking for the second. Will not catch Fergie from his right side. And now it's just down to the Huel for a retake. And he deals the Spike carrier. There's only 10 seconds left. You just got to delay time. And Fergie, he's got to try to make a play. There's no time for a plant. MGFB, with just one good pick, will stop it from coming through. Time expires, and another round consecutively for MGFB, up 9-7 now.
Intensity here have not found any offensive success, and we talked about how taking 5 rounds away on the very first side is just so crucial, and this is why, because you can just struggle to find anything going in your favor, to get anything kind of working the same way that it was. And well, we're starting to see that now happen and play out for you on screen, where you do take a look at this economy and Intensity. Definitely looking to force buy here on a couple members where they're not sitting pretty by any means. You have 4K built up for Duck, so at least he's got something to work with for himself, but things not pretty within the economy department by any means. So you have to try and get something for yourself. It all starts with this round. I said it all started with the last one, but you need one to start to build off of for yourself before you start to fall in this awful snowball effect that MGFT can slowly but surely look to run away with. And up the middle of the map, you can actually see at the moment here, Shift, there's a lot more leeway for them to work with. They're allowing them to kind of push up here and maybe work in. Battle Pants is playing this top heaven area by B, where he will be, of course,
Oh no,
a huge part of this. But yeah, as I'm saying that, that's so unfortunate. He looked for a way out, but he will have no chance at it. And now with 2 members going down, make that likely to be 3, as there it is. This is going to be very difficult to have any kind of comeback in this round. As I say that, though, Meister does find a 2K.
Intensity, I'm lost. You use the orbital strike. You already know slow orbs are gone. You get a couple kills B tower. That is a free 2 kills for K-Meister. 1 by Incendiary, 1 just by looking at the top side of ramps. And now 7 has worked his way around the back. Nobody fully cleared tower. 7 finds 2. He knows the spike is down. In a 1v2 situation from Retro, he'll get the spike down and immediately earn a Rolling Thunder, which he could potentially use here. Still also 1 flashpoint. He'll use that just to back away. I believe he saw a shoulder of 1, but where did the second go is the question. And again, it's a long channel to pull out both arms to get the Rolling Thunder going, but he's done this work to get around the backside of this. You'll see the first. That's not the one playing, though. Here's the Rolling Thunder. He's going to commit to this, and it's going to at least shrug 1 off the spike. 7 who's been tagged up will be allowed to live through the status effect. It's halfway defused, and he's able to snap. 7 will clean things up. And you were mentioning the status of the round. That was a must-win round for Intensity. Yeah, they were able to get essentially a full buy-in, but they're going to be crippled economically now going forward a little bit. They do get the spike down, so they still can mostly buy, but if they win that round out, MGFB would not have been able to meet them in the gun rounds following up. So a big 10th round coming through for MGFB.
I think a bit of a fumble for sure for the side of Intensity.
Absolutely.
You invest that Rolling Thunder, and you could still see a little bit of hesitation kind of come through on the push. Like when you're Rolling Thunder someone, it is just impossible, in a lot of situations to be able to kind of move and be able to match the gunfight there. But it's just not in time. He gives them time to recover, and that's just a clutch it round that should not have came through, but does. And now 3 rounds up will be the side of MEGAGIGAFARTBLASTER, as we'll see exactly. Yeah, I love that. That's a tongue twister, as I see Justin just screaming in the background for me. But anyway, round number 18, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm talking about must-wins for Intensity and Shift. Something's got to come through for them very, very soon. It's very clear that they've been outmatched in a lot of these offensive rounds so far from seeing both of these squads kind of connect. We'll see them now try and move in with a spray. They have middle map control, and they've done this a couple times so far where they've been able to get this, but it's been converting and translating that in towards the push, which finally they open up with the pick. The trades do swing in their favor as Retro does take down K-Meister, and now we'll see them push in towards the side. It's a snap from Bones, and well, just as I say, there was maybe a big advantage for them that has now been cut down to just 1. The spray's there for Nahul, will not be good enough for the kill, and now it's all up to 1, as we'll see Nahul try and clutch out what is a 1v3 situation. Finds the first one, has to work through 2 more. He has no chance, and there is the attacking round. Finally, it comes in for Intensity. Took so damn long, but at the end of the day, you do get it after 5.
The spike was left. That entire push through for Intensity outside B main. They were so committed to hitting the tower that whoever was supposed to carry through the main side of B just forgot the spike, and it was nearly too much of an opportunity for MGFB to find that retake. They had plenty of time to come through. And man, again, that was almost another round gone awry, but this time Intensity do correct some of those previous mistakes fairly. And again, MGFB, yeah, they've won 5 rounds in a row, Austin, and they still cannot full buy going into this next round simply due to the fact that Intensity has kept these rounds relatively close. So this is an opportunity for Intensity to really string together a handful of rounds. And again, like you mentioned, you have to right now. This is probably the one last opportunity you're going to get to start to string together, not just 2, but maybe a 3rd and a 4th. The timing of the slow orb matches up perfectly this time for the orbital strike, but on the opposite side of the map, XP Sound does take care of Bones. And that'll be enough for a neural theft to come out, and there's some good intel here that A is relatively open. The only player here is going to be Nahul, and he gets dealt with. Great shots from XP, and that will lead to a take of the A site, but no one is up top. So it's very doable for a retake here for MGFB, especially if they can find the first kill. Not going to come through. Bergie will deal with it just on the battle pants to find the trade. He's having a hard time locking it down. He will find the kill on the retro. With the spike, it's going to be planted, and there's a big opportunity here for Intensity to find the 2nd straight round.
Battle Pants, he pulls out the axe. So unfortunate. It looks good there for a quick moment, but not in the end. Attackers now combined for a couple in a row. That's exactly what you had just said. This is your chance, right? There is not going to be too many opportunities to work your way back in towards the mix where you're going to be able to have the economy, and the opposing team, of course, here for MGFB is not going to be able to have money to buy some of these guns. Well, now we're seeing maybe that same effect that happened in the first half where we saw 3-0 up was the side of Intensity, but then they lost 5 straight on the offense. This is kind of now your chance to be able to build off of a lot of rounds in a row. And I mean, if you do take a look at the overall, trend of what we've been having in the round counts, a team that starts to build up 1 to 2 rounds usually carries that in towards 3 or 4. But as I say, that Battle Fan says, no. They're going to stop at 2. Finds 2 in the middle of the map here, which are some crucial picks for him. Shuts down the initial push. And now this is going to have to be kind of a recoordination here for the side of Intensity, as they only got 1 more member remaining, and K-Meister puts the last one to bed with the flawless round coming through, and will make sure that they do not chain together more than 2 rounds in a row.
If you're gonna fault line mid-mail, why don't you do that off the rip? Or more importantly, after you know where the sniper is placed, why not wait for the fault line before you peek again? Big question marks as far as this mid take has been concerned for Intensity. Couple of missed timings. Seen a couple times where MGFB have tried to go for the slow orb plus the orbital strike combination. It pays off the second time, doesn't first, but I have seen a distinct lack of fault line plays coming to the middle of the map where you know that at least one player has been sitting mid-mail every single round. Whether it's the sniper or whether it's going to be your Brim player of God, K-Meister, one of the 2 of them have been playing mid-mail the entire time. Shoulder peek comes through. There's the fault line to shrug him off the angle, plus the sky smoke. Will give an opportunity to spam through the wall. That should have been the play of the last handful of rounds. It feels like it's coming way too late. Orbital strike will be placed in the vent room. That'll flush out Battle Pants just enough for Duck to find the opening kill. And now an opportunity for Intensity to work the middle of the map, either to B tower or to swing through mid-mail. And well, that's 7 for 2. Unbelievable scenes. (3v2) situation. MGFB in a great spot as the spike has been dropped, and XP shots through the wall are in good positions, and he does find the kill in the Nahul. So now an opportunity. As Austin, you see him trying to work from the mid side of B. He needs to check his left, as does have K-Meister really darn close. XP as well up top. Spike will be retrieved. Bones stuck in the slow orb. Can't do anything besides make a couple of callouts based on the sound. And he will actually find Austin looking the wrong way. But K-Meister there to find the final. And the defenders of MGFB now put themselves on map point.
Map point pressure's on. Ice is looking good right now for MGFB, but closed it out. Map number 1 on split in this best of 3, where they came off of the series, coming all the way, going the distance. And I mean, the squad has definitely been one to look out for, where we've seen now multiple series, and they've looked solid. They've looked great. Looking to now carry this into what could be our final round. Force buy coming through for the most part here, where a couple players going to have some light armor. not having all of the guns that you would love to have here. Nahul gonna get tagged up to 35 health, so he's gonna run to his Sage player likely to be able to get that full heal over towards him. XP now working with the Sheriff. He's the entry. Going to be able to throw out the Cypher cage now, giving him some room to work with. Goes for the shot through the wall, will not connect. And you're kind of just seeing a split here where they're buying a lot of time and drawing a couple of members over towards A, but the push looks like it's about to break out either in the middle of the map or over towards B.
Nice barrier orb to slow things down. The big question mark is anyone going to be able to respond to Intensity's push through B main. Seeing one player already making their way through. Duck trying to work his way up. 7 Battle Pants locking things down.
Get out of my way.
Battle Plans, he really is a special player. Retro won't be able to take down 7. And map 1 will go the way of MGFB at the scoreline of 13-9.
Coming all the way back to those offenses, Alan. That's what it comes down to. It came down to taking 5 offenses on that very first side. That made all the difference when we went in towards the side change, where there was finally maybe a glimpse of hope with 2 rounds that came in, but it was not enough to build off of. And because of that, we just saw, MGFB were able to kind of close things out. But you take a look, Battle Pants had himself quite the game. 22 bomb for himself. And I mean, that was off the back end of some great operator plays. And of course, that 3K that kind of just solidified that map there for themselves. They're right in the middle there, leading in towards top heaven. Just a nice peek and a spray from him to be able to rain down on 3 members. That made the difference. You saw 21 here for Bergie, who was trying to pop up here and there, but Retro on the Breach character could not find success over towards the site that he was at here trying to defend B. I think it was also off the back end of some points that you would hit, saying not, using some of his utility in the middle of the map, which is kind of something that you would expect where everybody is obviously trying to play through, especially in towards those later rounds where we just saw, the team here for Intensity. That was kind of just the only way they were able to break in towards a lot of those offenses. They weren't 5 stacking towards one side of the map or the other. It was all through the middle. They're making plays off of that. You saw them try and set up a bit of a pinch and a coordinated hit to gain control of that ace site, but it just did not work out in their favor. So Split is going to be secure 13-9. MGFB now going to lead 1-0 in the series.
It means so much, I think, when your more stationary agents in your Cypher and your Sage are finding as much value as our team of MGFB have been able to do time and time again, round and round again under the banner of CMG White. I'll tell you, when you've got a Cypher that can do what 7 does in 1v3 situations and hold on, and Battle Pants who continues to find value with the sniper rifle, it makes life so much easier for players like Nahul and Bones, who, as duelists, you want to see them get involved early, but when they don't have to carry on opening kills, that alleviates so much pressure. It doesn't matter if you're on defense or on offense. It makes the game so much easier, and we kind of see a disparity between both of our squads in that department specifically. So we'll transition away from Split, wrap that one up with a pretty little bow, put a little bit of a name tag on it. This is a 13-9 to CMG White, but we will be going to Haven for map number 2. Again, a best of 3 here for our grand finals. If Intensity can find a way to battle back, we'll be moving to Ascent, which we left out of our map pool for the majority of this tournament, just again, because it is so new, so fresh. Wanted to make sure that everyone was as well prepared on the maps that were available to them with a reasonable amount of time to kind of get prepared. But we did allow the teams an opportunity to pick a band here for our finals, and they wanted to play Ascent. They could play Ascent, and they want to play Ascent. And we want to see Ascent. Say that much. I know for a fact we really, really want to see Ascent. Again, that's Vision's Cast over there. I'm my hold chef. We'll step away for a small pause. When we come back, we'll be jumping straight into map number 2 on Haven here in our grand final.
A waste of time waiting to hear you.
welcome back to Checkmate Gaming. Map number 1 was a thriller on Split to the tune of a 13-9 for, I know, pause your laughter, Mega Giga Fart Blaster. Intensity not able quite to get things going on their attacking half, but now we'll go to Haven, a map that is a little bit more loose and open for the attacking side, and we've seen at least MGFB perform on this map at a very high level. Again, this is our first look at Intensity throughout the evening, but of course they put together obviously a very special run through their side of the bracket, and well, Visions, we've seen a couple of really lights out plays on both sides, but so far MGFB have looked a little bit more complete so far, but everything changes when you get to Haven. All of those defensive situations, when you lose a number, everything gets stretched to the thinnest possible, and that's where decisions have to be absolutely key if you're going to try to find a way to come back and hold on to one of those 3 sites.
That's right. That's kind of where you look at your in-game leader as someone who's obviously going to be, you know, doing a lot of the big calling for your squad, and that's going to dictate a lot of whether or not you're clutching it on those rounds, you're holding on those rounds. That was something we didn't see a lot earlier on, and the discipline that needs to kind of come through. It's like, all right, we're in a tough spot right now, you know, financially. We need to try and save this out. Those are some of the things that are going to come in towards the mix for us, but we have already seen, you know, the squad here for MGFB play on Haven. We've seen them be very ruthless, and I mean, that's been off the back end of, you know, someone in particular here, Seven, who's been, you know, pretty insane on a lot of his moments, and he has a chance to be able to kind of replicate that for himself. But I do feel like going in towards Haven, it is most definitely, you know, a little bit more of an even map in the sense that we won't have defensive sided, where it's obviously a lot easier to lock things down. There's a chance, I feel like, on this map for me, especially within the offense, I kind of slightly favor personally just due to the rotations. And if you have a really good in-game leader that's able to kind of make those really big shot calls in the last couple moments, the last couple seconds, it can make the difference, and whether or not you're going to be able to coming out with some of these rounds or not. But I'm excited to see what we're going to get for ourselves here. It looks like attacking at least first will be MGFB, where they will be able to kind of pull out some of these shotties here. It looks like we're going to get a shorty in towards the mix and some ghosts, so we'll look to see if they go for a full-on aggressive hit in towards one of these sites or not here. But we have seen them already, Alan. We know they've been good, and we'll see if they can now continue this out for a 2-0 or if we'll go to a map 3.
We are really hoping for that map 3.
Yeah,
we could not want the Ascent more than earn them. But how about this defensively? Intensity are going to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance in the middle of the map as 2 members are actually sitting right in front of the C garage doors. Those will be spammed at just a touch. Austin pew-pewing with his little classic pistol. Not going to find too much, and that's going to actually leave a wide open C long. Bones, he's done this before. He gets the tailwind right into the face of Austin, finds the pick with the shorty, and that should open up for the spike to rotate behind this as Nahul is able to find 2 kills more. And this is going to lead to likely an MGFB round win, as no one has dealt with Bones in the window itself. The spike will be planted, and Bergie's going to have to make a miraculous play occur here.
Almost a good start for him. Can't combine for the second. Bergie gets taken down. Nahul takes down the very last one, and pretty nice aggressive push that comes through off the start here, making that garage push right in towards the C site. And I mean, obviously the easiest site to most certainly lock down on the map here. Once you get a hold of C, there's 3 entrances, so it's pretty easy to be able to kind of set up some of that utility if you do carry it over towards the C site, where they don't even need it because they wipe through every single person. And now Nahul, actually, with the 3K in the very first round, is going to be very close to, 1, his ultimate that's going to come up here in a couple of kills, and 2 is going to bring up the Marshal for himself, where there's obviously not going to be armoring towards the mix. So you are going to be able to make some great use of this. That flash does come out initially as the tailwind is there, and that will be nice plays from Bones as he even uses the passive perfectly to line up the shots. Looks for more and maybe gets a little bit too aggressive here, but nonetheless, it will now cost his teammate a second. The 7 is taken out, so you have no Cypher player, you have no Jet player, and now you're fighting back from a 3v4.
Yeah, but the good news is those numbers do favor Intensity. The bad news is, once again, they left the C site wide open. It's just very puzzling to see that kind of come through, and I won't lie, just a touch frustrating to see how easily MGFB will be able to get in and get the spike planted. Again, that's 3,000 credits, massive credits. Battle Pass, he's dealt with 1, looking for the second. Retro will get the pick, but now XP has to come on through. He's able to hit 1 headshot with the classic, but God K Meister will clean up the final 3 picks. And a couple of weapons will be upgraded here just a touch, making sure that the Phantom is still being picked up into the next round. And well, I'll tell you, man, how free C has been, I would not be surprised to see MGFB just do the same thing over again.
I mean, why not just do the same thing over again? It's been great. It's been working, and I'm really also becoming a big fan of Jet, by the way. Like, seeing Bones play to open up that garage was absolutely fabulous, to be able to use the tailwind the way he did, to be able to bust on through with the judge. Champion has just so many different ways to be able to bust on through into the sites, reposition it. You see it all. But now pushing up at least what is going to be a bit of a slower attempt here, where you can now start to play a bit of these mind games throughout the maps across 3 bomb sites. It will be the Cypher player that also rotates off A, so no one's actually within the A site, and there's been no full-on commitment to a specific bomb site, so you're still kind of playing and kind of figuring out exactly where you're looking to go next for yourself. And the spike has been now dropped, where they are looking to play for information, play for some kills. Some of these smokes have went down in the middle of the map where they're going for sprays, but definitely a slow approach to round number 3 and seeing if patience will pay off for them.
A really good discipline for Intensity to not be fully baited by that barrier orb that was placed, just to try to give the intention that, hey, we're coming B. It was a fake the entire way through. There's no way they were committing to it. Retro is still here. He's able to find a nice headshot onto Nahul. Spike once again, though, making its way into C. The only player that was there is Austin, and he had used almost all of his utility previously to make sure that the initial push from C long wasn't coming through. So the spike will be planted. Nice shot from XP, leading it to a 3v2. Numbers still a favor in our attackers. Not anymore. 2v2 we go. The Retro's been tagged up heavily. Bones is likely going to be figured out here in the near future. One tap from XP at range. Just down to Bones v Retro. Health advantage for Bones, but he's been completely flashed up. Retro will throw one more flash point out, but a brilliant cloud burst just to block the line of sight.
Wow.
Not going to be flashed at all, and Bones finds the 3rd kill in the clutch.
Here.
The clutch is in. The match in the guns came out in round number 3, but does not go the way of Intensity. And now things are looking grim here very early on and towards the defense. You don't want to fall in towards this trap where you kind of just suffer loss after loss, where MGFB are going to be able to kind of run away with things. So a couple of sheriffs are going to now come in towards the mix, as well as a shorty, but you're really kind of playing off of desperation once again, hoping for these taps to come through. If you can kind of get away and sneak out a low, small buy or economy rounds, that would kind of be a great spot, as we see those wall bangs from XP. Will not be able to get anything, but the full man hit pretty much through the middle of the map. Despite the Cypher player who will rotate back, the shots are just unfortunately not there, and Bones is just absolutely dunking on kids as he will do a little jump and a spin. Thinks down the last one, maybe two. No, XP will grab him with 25 health to his name, but he won't last much longer than that, as 4 rounds will come through very easily on that 4th one.
There are so many subtle nuances to what just happened for MGFB on that peak. He hit the Blade Storm, he goes high. You've got the Huel down low. He just uses the dismiss after he finds the first pick to get away. Baits out for Bones to find a follow-up, not just 2, but a 3rd. There's so many little things about that little play right there between a Huel and Bones, which were something to marvel at, and it leads to a 4th straight round. At least for Intensity, you can bring full weaponry into the mix for this next 5th round, but again, the economy is starting to get a little bit out of hand here for MGFB, as they have not really been faltered or stopped whatsoever in this opening attack. Battle Pants, again, we talked about him as a Sage, not afraid to play aggressively with the operator. He's actually leading this charge right now as the point man. Extremely uncharacteristic to see. Empress will be popped for Nahul, immediately shut down. Big pick for XP, who could turn this into a neural effect. If he wants to get a little aggressive and thinking the better of that, though, we'll just back away. Retro finds another pick, and a big 5v3 here for Intensity, as they are looking really clean thus far. XP San able to reiterate that with 1 but not a second, as K-Meister finally able to find the first kill of the round for MGFB.
Smoke's down.
2v4 smokes will be utilized. They'll still try to get themselves in, but watch the op. Battle Pants is up. Anything can still happen, but now that he has dropped, things definitely not looking great. God K-Meister is just kind of looking for any kind of a peek that they might end up giving him, but they don't exactly have him pinched in per se. He's got 30 seconds to work with, as well as the spike, but with the shot still going through, they know he's close by, and there is the challenge. That could be a 2v. Oh my God, what was that? What in the Lord? K-Meister now has a chance for the 1v4, but Austin will have the ice in that round, and if that one went over, I almost would have chalked that one up there, Alan, but my Lord, K-Meister with some crazy shots in that spray in the end.
Look, the individual play is one of the nastiest things I've seen in Valorant to date. But beyond that, you talk about just the implication that brings to the economy. He takes away 4 rifles.
Yeah.
And that was a 1v4 situation where Intensity should be walking away with the clean win. Now you take a look at the credit economy. There's 2 players completely zeroed out, nearly a third, and 1 more at just 300. That was an expensive round for Intensity for their first defensive win. So yeah, you got to give credit to the insane play, but more importantly, the ability to take away weapons and Bones once again serving as bait as Battle Pants finds the opening first blood. It does get responded to, so 4v4 we go, but this is all again a mere distraction as the other 3 members that are still up for MGFB are starting to make their way over towards A, but they'll be figured out and sniffed out by the neurotheft, so everything will have to reset with 60 seconds to play.
Reset and reapproach the next attacking strategy. Sage is still pushed up, and that wall is still good for a block off there. Not sure if it's fully blocking off the entrance, but looks like now it has been taken out. The orbital strike will force this player to move forward, so that will be Battle Pants, who's not going to be able to get out of the mix. 7 following this one up, as he might be the next entry man. Watching the flank, making sure there's no pinch, but XG is going to be on it, and he grabs that big kill. Now, Hool, that's no longer going to be available. Watching this top mid area is going to leave the remaining 2 players in a bit of a pinch with only 30 seconds left on the clock. So this will force their hand a bit, as that's a nice off angle for XP San, who's been able to grab now another one here. Looks to see if there can be anything for Gamemeister to grab in this round. There will not be. So Intensity now going to start to grab themselves a couple of rounds in a row, coming off of that big play that happened from Austin IRL, clutching up and not allowing the 1v4 to come through. They build off of that, piece together some rounds, and got some economy to work with.
And now MGFB on the other side has to make some decisions. A couple members can purchase full weaponry, but most of the others cannot. So what do you do here? Nahul seems to be lending towards the full armor and Vandal buy. And that might just be the only AR we get in the mix here. He's got the economy to hold on to for a while. He could have been matched with 1 more, as Austin will take 1 shot. I believe got tagged up by that ghost at range. Not going to make much of it, as this is going to be a full flood, likely towards the C-long side, at least initially. They're baiting out a number of utility abilities coming forward for the Sage player of Austin, and they'll walk away saying that's enough of a win for us, as Duck tries to clear back out to C Garage. And once again, we'll reset, and everything kind of goes back to neutral, as MGFB have positioned themselves mid-map. Again, SMGs and shotguns mostly in hand here for our attacking side.
Yeah, they want to be up close and personal, and going through the garage is definitely the waypoint to do that. As though Nets again, the angles there of the trade though is going to at least come through for, I believe, that kill. So they do end up trading things out, and that is the whole job. Is the orbital strike's gonna come through. Bergie just slips away and takes one out before he gets away with his life. This leaves us in a 2v4 situation. MGFB are maybe at a point where they might lose 3 rounds straight, and well, it's looking that way, as Battle Pants, the last one up, is going to grab a Phantom. Does actually get the spray through the wall, takes down 1, and we'll go for the Resurrect. So they are investing a lot into this round. They do have the spike in now. That's the second one that's went through, but Gamemeister has fallen on that Resurrect. Austin IRL's got you locked down and pinned, finds the shot, so that Resurrect will not pay off, as that will be another round that's going to be coming through here for Intensity.
I'm lost on the orbital strike call in a 2v4. I'm even more lost in the resurrection call in a 1v3. Again, at a round that you weren't full purchasing into, it seemed a little bit desperate. I don't mean to make it sound as negatively connotative as I may say it, but it just seemed like that was a touch egregious to make those calls right then and right there. Especially now that you take a look at Intensity, what they have to work with. They've got a Rolling Thunder, they've got the ability to pop an Empress, and they've got a Resurrection of their own. So what could have been a face-up 1-for-1 is now turned into a massive advantage for Intensity, as they find first blood again on the Bones. This is going to lead to a 5v4 and potentially 4 rounds in a row for Intensity if things go right.
Bergie looking for some shots, and little does he know the Cypher player is slowly creeping up on the C site, where the remaining players are kind of pushing through Garage. So once again, they're looking to execute on towards C. They were trying to do this very early on, but it was been put towards a stop. 7 will invest. least a bit of that information. They get it. There's the first blood that allows them entry in towards the site. Austin IRL does find one more kill with the operator before he is taken out. And now with the cover going through, the spike down, this will be their chance to try and actually find themselves another execute round over towards the site. MGFB not looking great now. The Cypher player will be taken low. XP, oh my lord, able to kind of waltz on through and grab the big kills in the end. With that being said, we will see intensity keep 4 of the members alive heading in towards this round number 9, where their economy is definitely improved since earlier on where they were trailing 0-4, and now they are in complete control of this game, and they can look to start to run away with things.
Yeah, that's just another good committal call to pop the Empress alongside the Rolling Thunder defensively for the retake. You used the numbers 100% correctly, plus the ultimates that you had. And I gotta imagine a world where you had a Resurrection there, or more importantly, an Orbital Strike there. You get the spike down, you can play off that Orbital Strike at range and hold on to at least a couple more seconds, if not potentially the round as a whole. So 4 for 4 we go, 4 in a row for MGFB, now 4 in a row for Intensity. And again, the economy starting to really get out of hand here. Austin up close and personal. I think he believed he got a leg shot, goes for the pistol follow-up. He did hit the leg of Bones, who's now down to very low, 23 HP in total. XP trying to follow up with a couple of kills of his own through a short. Nothing going to come of any of this, really, is you're just going to be waiting for healing orbs now if you're MGFB. You're going to heal up the Brim first, likely just wait until the next one's up before you can heal up Bones. So you figure that the next about 30, 40 seconds are going to be pretty uneventful. At least you would gather that if you're MGFB.
They're slow approaching this B site, up close and personal. Nahul looking to see if he can try and be the big difference maker. Retro on the other side, though, it's up to him to kind of stop the push, and he will not find the first one. Nahul with the peek and the snap onto Austin. Clean plays from him to be able to now find a third, and the 3K is in, the healing is out. Nahul is having his way with everybody right now on Intensity, but while that happens, we're going to see the other player that we've highlighted quite a few times tonight, Battle Pants, will be able to light things up with a 2K of his own. So Nahul and Battle Pants getting work done here in round number 9 is going to make sure that Intensity do not take the lead in the score.
You want to know why people are using Reyna all of a sudden so instantly? Nikhil is able to get a Devour into a Dismiss, take that 1v3, maybe a touch over aggressive to get the Empress after he found the first 3. But again, you see exactly how aggressive he wants to play when there are plays that occur like that. And a big battle back here for MGFB. A relatively clean round through and through. Bones off to his second Blade Storm of the half. You've also got neural theft for both squads, but for Intensity, you still have the Resurrection to hold on to, plus the Orbital Strike. And with the Leer and the Sky Smoke, a little bit of a deterrence as far as MGFB's approach towards C long. Austin over the middle is going to be watching for a rotation. This has been a very common rotation, by the way, for MGFB. They show their force towards C long, and then they immediately peek the C doors, and Austin is 100% ready for it. Also has slow orbs and a barrier orb if he needs to, but this time MGFB kind of throw another monkey wrench in the system by making their way towards A long. XP is in a very cheeky spot. He has not been here a single time yet. And will MGFB watch this? There's the first. The right click comes through his Bones, does find the trade, and immediately into the Resurrection goes Battle Pants for another 5v4. Taking the site though. Bergie's found himself 2. Spike will be recorrected, and it's going to be a 2v3, Austin. This is going to be so tough. There's not a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, you got nothing really to kind of do besides make maybe a fast rotation, but they're completely online with this. The 4th player now coming in towards the mix, and 7 will lead the charge. They do have a way in towards the site where they look to set up, and they will have a chance at getting this spike down at least. So there is still maybe hope, but maybe that will be the last glimpse of it, as the Orbital Strike will be enough to make sure they do not secure a plant. And now Bergie finds K-Meister itself, the 7, who has not been off to a hot start so far in towards this map number 2, where he takes down 1 but is traded out. And just a clean bunch of rotations kind of coming through for intensity there, locking down A, forcing them to move all the way back and kind of fall back in towards that rotation through their spawn where it was easy reads over towards C. So clean work coming through, at least for our squad here on intensity, and doing a good job of digging themselves out of that hole that was, once such a problem for themselves because they did not have any money to work with. Well, now you take a look at the economy on the opposite end for MGFB, who have been leading the charge, who have not gave up the lead thus far in towards the mix, and they are going to buy some guns and come out in towards the mix here with some vandals. So they are still looking to at least force out some of these buys here, as they're not at so bad of a point where they can't necessarily afford anything. But if they lose this round, they might likely be in a bit of a tough spawn. As Austin IRL, he has been the op player as well as the Sage player here for intensity. He's been trying to get some work done, just like we've been seeing Battle Pants do on the opposing end. But this wall has already been kind of taken pretty low, and on the other side of it, we have the Jet player who's just waiting so closely. Duck is kind of almost anticipating that someone could be close by, but he might rotate off towards Garage, and this gives the Jet player here Bones to maybe make a big play for himself.
Tries to go up and over. Does find one pick. That's fine. Watch this defensive rotation. Everyone's trying to get the C, and the Spike is on the opposite side. Battle Pants has snuck into the B site and cuts off the entire rotation single-handedly. Looks for number 4, 6 HP. A little bit of an ego chow. Will not find the kill. So Duck for a technical 1v4. The Spike's been planted. And you've got the opportunity for an orbital strike if you need it, which you don't, because Nahules is holding a corner. And that'll be good for the 6th round for MGFB. They started off hot with 4 in a row. You thought they might run away with this half. Intensity says not so fast with 4 of their own, but now back and forth we've gone. Potentially close things out at 6-6. And the force buy for Intensity in this final round of the half will not see them on a full economy here. Light armor, purchase of the Vandal, 1 Spectre, 1 Bulldog, and all they have to work with for ultimates is going to be the Neural Theft.
Just the Neural Theft. So it's at least maybe something, but you're most certainly in a spot where you get yourselves a tie game in between both of these squads here that have been so evenly matched thus far in towards the tournament, where they're going to bring 2 members back over towards Z. This is something that you had talked about that they've been doing, kind of drawing pressure, looking for that first pick, and then they kind of make that rotation. But look at Bergie. He's gotten very aggressive here on the defense, where he's been able to kind of move up the middle of the map here with his teammate Retro. And XP also follows up the push through on towards A. So this is a bold call that comes through for Intensity. And Duck now the one that has to kind of respond by himself, where he gets good info, looks to go for the reach out here in a moment. Gets a different angle. There it is. Finds the 2, finds the 3K. Beautiful work from him to be able to find and lock down the site. Make that almost for us. 7 will be able to at least grab himself a kill, but defenders will hold on the back end of that play that just played out there for you on screen there from Duck. And now we do have an even scoreline going in towards the half.
That's such a frustrating half for 7. I really feel his pain there as he kept trying to find the 1v1 on the opposite side of the map. Never really came through for him, but a massive play from Duck, like you mentioned, to again just delay time and utilize the kit, I would say, pretty much full out 100% efficiently for the Reyna. Kind of hard to say for sure, as we're still kind of learning what top tier gameplay looks like with Reyna, but I think you can add that to the exhibits there. So now 7 will be responsible for the A site individually, where his counterpart XP-san was actually playing before and saw no offensive hits. I don't think there was a single time we saw a full A execute come through for MGFB. And with how good 7 has been on Cypher, you got to feel like they're hoping that this first pistol round might just go the way of the A site.
Very likely good here for us. Tagged up, Brimstone gonna get the heal from Sage, so right back up to full for the side of Intensity. Battle Pants watching this middle cross as the Spike is going to move right in towards A. 7 is the man that's locking this down. He's the Cypher player. He has a chance to find one, and he does. Can he convert for more than that? He will try. Gets some good shots down onto Austin IRL, but he will just barely survive. And now the flash in with the breach as they'll look to take control and get themselves the plant down potentially. Retro finds a nice wallbang kill on towards Battle Pants, but Bones into the mix up close and personal. Finds one. Can he convert for 2? Quick snap to the left for him, as it's just a 1v1 as Duck has been able to deal with one of his teammates. Nahul out of the mix. Who will peek first? The shorty is here for Bones, so he has to get himself close, and he has the abilities to be able to do so. The tailwind there as he is going to get a quick peek, 70 health to his name. Cat and mouse back and forth. Bones still waiting for this push. And this will be Duck. He's going to have to force his hand to make the push that's going to come through, but he's just holding the tight corner. Bones is just playing this perfectly. He's still waiting as I don't think they've spotted each other in a bit, but finally that's one shot. The second shot's there, but he has to reload and reposition. The tailwind's out, waiting for the next peek. It's there. Bones does it to him. Oh my God, he broke ankles, he made moves, and he made it all flashy as Bones will clutch up in a big moment and allow MGFB to go up by 1.
Oh my goodness, Bones. How many times are we going to see him make plays with a shotgun just in this tournament? There's still a lot of rounds to play with where you can do more. But that is, again, idyllic, picture-perfect gameplay out of a jet with a shotgun, using the tailwind, using the updraft, resets the tailwind, baits out the cloudburst, gets the passive float to find info, and then uses the reset off the tailwind to get the reload off and play the time absolutely picture perfectly. Insane awareness, but this time, Battle Pants says you want to play with shotguns. I got you. He's found one. He finds a second. Who else wants the challenge up top? Fergie's able to find at least one in response here. Retro down low. Frenzy versus Bucky. At what world do you think you're going to win that gunfight? And Battle Pants has found 3. 7 will clean up the last, and MGFB battle back with an absolute fury. 8-6 the score.
I mean, what were they expecting at the very least? They see one of their teammates go down with a shotgun, and everyone kind of wants to have their turn at seeing what's going to happen. What's the worst case scenario that comes out of this?
Right.
Well, that's the worst case scenario. You drop 1 by 1 if you're going to challenge like that, but it is just an eco round at the end of the day. So, of course, maybe not a round we expected to go over. As there is now Vandals completely picked up. Here is the armor. Looking to see what the offensive push will be. We have not seen, of course, an offensive push come through for the side of Intensity with a full weapon loadout here across the board. Early tracking dart right into Bones, who will be the man solo holding this. 3 members in the middle, 1 in garage, and that's actually Cypher players moved right in. I don't know if Bones is aware of this here. He does land some great shots and takes down XP Sand, so he's out of the mix, and Bones is not over peeking just yet. He's waiting. He does find himself a peek, but he gets punished very hard from Austin IRL, and now everyone just seems to be dropping 1 by 1 for MGFB as they're only left with 2 members remaining.
That was just, you talk about maybe over peeking a touch. Bones, I would say he would want that gunfight back and just hold his position instead of going for that shoulder. Obviously not knowing that there was a player deeper in C-Long than he was expecting, but the aftershock from Retro was actually appreciated from Bones as he realizes, well, no one can hit me close, so I'm just going to use this as a natural kind of line of sight break, almost like a smoke. He cloud bursts behind him, gets the first pick, and again, nearly finds the second, but not going to turn up this time. Intensity, they needed that round badly. You do not want to let things get out of hand at a 9-6 scoreline where you're essentially forced to make economical decisions in the 4th round of the half, but they take that one away and now go to a 7-8 total where we're going to get a full gun round here for both of our squads. Economy is relatively even. The Lear comes out. Bones deterred by it just a touch. You could tell he wasn't sure if he wanted to shoot at the deployable or the player down low. Kind of shoots right in between both of them, but it's okay. Nothing really comes out of that besides the 1 cooldown spent.
Lucky back with, or rather, we're going to see the shotgun back in here, coming out once again, trying to stop the solo push that's likely going to come in. And they've tried an attempt over towards B, but holding the utility here is kind of going to be really important. And that's kind of been blown at the moment for Battle Pants. So yeah, he's going to be able to get some maybe big kills for himself up close and personal as one player has slipped through and he finds that first kill. Well, this might be deja vu, but not this time. Austin IRL, he's going to have that big angle to make sure that he wins at long range and successfully does so. But Intensity, they do not come out on top in that first initial push in towards B. They're still 2-man down. No heal that's going to come through to Brimstone as you did get Sage out. So that is actually a pretty big first kill that you do find. Duck with the patience, able to find a Hool on rotation right in towards Garage. And now this is a pretty doable round. You got 30 seconds to work with. Duck is now finds a 2K in towards the round where they might actually make the look a deep rotation all the way in back spawn and make their way over towards A.
This is 100% the correct read. They're going to get this spike likely planted. The 7's going to go for Heaven. He's going to have to kill that one at range in A long here with the Phantom. Resurrection will also come through, and Austin
my
reads
God.
it perfectly again. Intensity. Fighting back here. It's Bones in a 1v3, and yep, this is the right call. You save. Again, almost everybody zeroed out. He'll just pick up the operator and bring that, hopefully, into the next round. But Intensity, a big committal call to immediately rotate over to A, 100% the right call. And a very good salvaged round here. We'll go 8-8, and again, the weaponry will be pretty short-handed still for MGFB. Even though they still find the operator, the economy is still going to be pretty crippled here.
They'll be crippled for sure, as we'll maybe see an exit frag. Oh, this could be really unlucky if you can't carry this operator over, which you will not be able to. The axe to the back, cutting him down like he's chopping wood, like a lumberjack. Easily done. And that will now leave us, like you said, scoreline 8-8. Couldn't ask for a better map number 2 myself. My God. Haven here coming down to the wire in these final moments. We got a lot of ultimates that are coming up or are already available for both of these squads pretty much across the board. Austin IRL, the only one that doesn't have a close charge on his because of the resurrect that he just invested that last round. And now an eco round that comes through. So this might be the first chance for Intensity to actually go up here in this map number 2 where they have not led, but now finding themselves with at least a massive gun advantage. This could be the round to do it.
Well, down on the light buy, it's going to be an aggressive defense. Try to take away as many weapons as possible. At least try to stop the plant from coming through. And, well, Meister, unfortunately, takes out a teammate with the orbital strike. Not exactly what you would call full value. Again, I'm just a little bit confused on why you're even using the orbital strike in the first place. But again, these players have been going for a very long time here. What are we on? Hour number, what? 7. Going into hour number 8. So we've got a lot of Valorant played and casted here this evening, and a little bit of a lapse there for K-Meister. Not his best play of the evening, that's for sure. And yeah, it was a save round, but you lost a key and pivotal ultimate going into a round number 18, in which there's been a nice little streak set up here for Intensity on their offense.
They will invest in some guns now, though, so now they can try and match it to see if they can kind of get themselves that round right back into their favor. Battle Pants, he wants a chance at a snipe, and he might get one. He will look patiently, but won't be able to get that peek. He's hoping someone will do. It still could end up happening for him as he's holding the angle. He's been pretty lethal with the sniper this entire time, and now he actually might rotate right in towards B, where he could end up using a bit of this utility with the slow orbs and the barrier orb to be able to actually put this up and stop this in, but there has been no dedicated hit so far from Intensity, so you want to make sure you're also not kind of throwing these away loosey-goosey. 7, on the other hand, he's been struggling really within this kind of map, I would say, as a whole. He has a chance at a 1v1 up against the opposing Cypher player. He might be able to win it. Shot goes through. Battle Pants not going to be able to connect. Goes for a wall bang with a follow-up, or he's now going to lose sight here. Tries to go for another wall bang, but no one's going to give him another chance. And well, there it is. It goes the way of XP. He's able to take down 7, who still can't get anything going for himself. And now this is just a beautiful rotation, swiftly right in towards the A site where they'll look to get this down.
Free plant. K-Meister up top still has all of his sky smokes to play with, plus a molly. You need to smoke this out. Absolutely have to. Molotov will come down, tries to fish out a kill. Not going to happen. Going over to Battle Pants with the operator. Nothing there either. Has to force out the heal. Bones down low is able to find one. That might open up some space, but Austin's actually holding the operator on the site itself. The spray is good for K-Meister. It's going to be a 2v2, but there's no more healing available, and you're still playing for the orbital strike from A short right now if you're Intensity, and this is going to be another save round here for MGFB. No chance you try to throw away the operator or the AR in a round where you don't see a way that you win it, and that's going to be the case. But a 10th round, give it up for Intensity as they look to possibly close this one out. It'll be another tight economy situation here for MGFB coming into round number 19.
Intensity doing a really good job, I must say, of finding success on the offense. And we talked about how that in-game leader could start to play a big effect on you. Well, as we get later and later, and of course mental fatigue starts to play a little bit of a factor within us, you know, some of those calls can get a bit sloppy. Sometimes you don't put as much thought into what you're actually calling and what you're actually doing. But so far on the offense and the attack, things have looked pretty strong and pretty consistent here for Intensity, not giving up and not going down without a bit of a fight here and making MGFB most certainly work for this. So They will save a couple of their weapons heading in towards this to try and benefit and savor their eco. And well, there it is. That's the pick. Austin IRL has been the one that's been finding the snipes, but Battle Pants is the one that peeks them in towards this A short area lane. And that opens up for a kill. K-Meister responds with one. Can't piece together the second one. So Retro with a very much needed one to be able to kind of try to get things back in your favor will certainly assist, but now there is 7. Opens up on towards XP, and now they're kind of just dropping one by one. Retro finds a second in towards the round, but has a lot more work to do as they're in a 2v3 and he's tagged up pretty low.
Very strange take of this A site as Retro kind of flanks through B. It works out okay. We'll flashpoint down to hell. We'll see the upcraft come through, but it's Nahul who finds him from behind. A defensive win, 10-9 to score. The Empress was popped there, though, for MGFB, so they'll only have the resurrection of the Neural Theft coming forward into round number 20, whereas for Intensity, we haven't seen much breach play come through, but one of the bigger combos before we kind of got out of beta and into this launch period of Valorant was a combination of your Rolling Thunder one side, your Orbital Strike the other, and that's how you take a site. Will that potentially come through here with maybe even a follow-up of an Empress if they so chose to invest that many ultimates into this round? It will be pretty much a face-up gunfight round in the mix. Bones will make their presence felt, plus an operator right above from Battle Pants, who will not see much, but Bones is there for Duck, and there's no way you repeat this. No.
Oh my god. I don't know what to say about that, Alan. It's just a tough one. Bergie, though. Let's find the very first one, an entry right in towards Garage. Man advantage for MGFB. XP is going to kind of wait this one out. He doesn't want to have to shoot to give away his position, but it's kind of forced you to push forward. It does remove the camera out of the sight here, so now you have no more information, at least right in. But up top is 7, and Bergie's holding the close corner. So now Bones is actually out of the mix. Austin IRL also wins his 1-on-1 onto 7 up top in heaven. And well, a once massive man advantage here, and I believe was a 5v3, has now come down and trickled to a 2v3 situation where MGFB might look to actually still for this play. And that will be a big kill, but you did call the res, so now this will be a 3v2 where they're going to be able to move in towards the site. This has been a barrier that's been placed up top, location revealed for Bergie, so now he has to kind of play a little bit safe and patient. And well, Austin IRL cannot get his gun up in time, so the stim will be dropped, but you're going to have to find some good shots, and it's not there. So what was almost a crazy fumble here for the side of MGFB will eventually result in a round swinging their way on the back end of the resurrection coming to really solidify it and bring it home. But things definitely scary there as they had the man advantage very early on, kind of took that one away there for a moment, Alan, and just kind of got themselves back in. But you look at all those ultimates available. Intensity, yes, they lose that round, but they are more than ready to take this next one potentially, but they have to make sure they are using these ultimates before they're getting picked.
Full Vandals in the mix. And yeah, the other thing is you don't want to over-invest either.
True.
That's kind of the other thing here. You don't want to use all 5 if you don't have to. Obviously, some of them don't necessarily synergize with the others, but I would love to see them try to make a play here with the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike. Just let those two be the only ones. Battle Pants, first blood over the top of the Sky Smoke. We saw this on Bind a number of times with Bones, is using the Sky Smoke angle and trajectories to find the free peak. 7 finds another, Nahul another, and Intensity, what is our setup? Look where these X's are. 2 over the middle, 1 in front of B, 1 A long. There's no setup for an execute whatsoever. If they're just searching for information, we're doing it too aggressively. And Intensity getting a little bit sloppy here in the late stages of our second map.
That definitely seems to be the case. They're getting sloppy. They're kind of hoping maybe getting a little bit just too aggressive, it feels like, and antsy to create some plays. And well, we're just seeing patience, and off the back end of a couple rounds in a row, the sniper play with the operator has been absolutely flawless time and time again for Battle Pants, opening up with these first bloods that are just netting you so much control. And it almost kind of seems once they lose that first member, they feel obligated to kind of follow it up and get themselves a trade. Well, 2 HP. Duck will not be able to take anyone down with him before he will fall. So a flawless round that comes through in round 21. MGFB now going to be able to combine for 3 in a row, starting to chip away at that eco that was once in favor of intensity. And now whether or not you're looking to use these ultimates heading in towards a round where some of your members aren't going to be fully equipped with 50 armor, or, you know, buying a sheriff here, not having the Vandal or the Phantom in towards the mix, definitely going to be hindering you a little bit here. But this would be a big round for MGFB to build off of and put themselves 1 round away from match point.
And again, imagine a world where they lose this series with none of these ultimates being spent.
Oh,
I hate to make
Triggered.
this sound like an Overwatch cast, but you've got to use what you got here. And this is, okay, finally. They're setting themselves up. You're going to see the Rolling Thunder come out from the back, the bottom side of A. The Orbital Strike at the long side. With 7, will cage up 1. Gets the kill, and now the Neural Theft, the spam's coming through. There's the Orbital Strike. Retro makes his way on. Did not have to use anything for this take besides the Empress. There's the Barrier Orb. 4v3, Duck makes it a 4v2, and the spike gets planted, and that's just a good execute flat out. No ultimates needed. You just take it by sheer force of will. Aftershock coming through the floor, trying to get into Huel out of position. Will keep the Tura's vision for a moment, but he still finds 1 pick. You've got, again, the Breacher's 1 HP.
oh my
You
god.
will
That
not
goes
kill
into
my
dismiss.
allies.
Resurrection's been forced. Trying to bait things out. Might catch 1 on the peak, but it's a double peak, and the attackers will find a way to get the kill in the nick of time. 11-11 we go. Empress is ready, though, now for MGFB plus a Blade Storm, and I'm still looking to see when this Orbital Strike Rolling Thunder possible combination will come through for intensity.
Yeah, they've been holding on to it for quite a few rounds, and it almost feels like they might just end up using them, you know, at some point in time because they feel forced to, and they might not actually synergize them together. You would definitely expect them to, just based off of just the combo of both are just so impactful and cover such an amazing part of an area when you're looking to utilize them. But this could be a point in time where we keep seeing these picks come in and they just might not be able to get it done. But the Sky Smokes have at least been used pretty early on, kind of set up a bit of this cover. Battle Pants goes for a very aggressive orb, and he will be able to grab that for himself. I'm not sure how close that put him towards the ultimate, but definitely going to be working there. So he's only about 3 points off, and well, like that, 2 points off as the quick snaps in. 7 looks for 2, but the spray not going to be good to combine for more than 1. However, Battle Pants is there to pick it up, gets the shot. He's been absolutely on fire as he looks for 1 more. Goes for the peak. He's feeling it as he tries to go in, but look at the flank as the defenders will take this one. MGFB now 1 round away from claiming themselves some great prize money, a first place title, and taking down some of the reigning champions here at the CMG events and that we've been hosting. So an absolute beauty to watch over these last couple maps here, but intensity, they still got some fight in the mountain. They're going for the full buy, and we'll see if they can set it 1 more round.
What is this now? The 5th round in a row that I've said it. I'm still waiting for the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike. Set something up and just hit the triggers. It might not be a perfect situation. Bones is going to go Operator Blade Storm combination for his weapon loadout. Orbital Strike will be used blindly into C window. You have to follow up right now. You have to get the Rolling Thunder to the backside of the site immediately. They don't have them clearing out Bones. What is this hit? It's completely misguided. That's going to be the Huel for 2. Bones up top will find himself a double. It's just down to XP. And if you're gonna use the Orbital Strike to clear out C window, you immediately need to follow up with the Rolling Thunder after. It does not come to be. And a 13-11. And one more time for the fans at home, Mega Giga Fart Blaster will be your champions of our free entry $500 Valorant tournament tonight.
Oh, I think my biggest takeaway from this entire squad here for MGFB is just been the beauty of anybody being able to actually step up for them at any given moment. And you go back to some of those earlier rounds in towards the bracket where 7 was the one that was, 1v5ing the site and defending it all lonesome by himself. You fast forward to a couple of big plays here that happened from Battle Pants, who has just been able to work so many different angles with this operator. He's really just been Mr. Do It All. You You could put
Yeah.
any kind of a weapon in his hand, and he's been great and fantastic with it. We kind of talk about this unorthodox play that kind of played a factor for us with the Sage players being the operator holders, but that's kind of just been the story between both of these squads, at least within this grand final. But at the very end of it all, every single player again has been able to go big at some point or another here on the day. Have probably had a highlight that they can maybe add towards their own reel themselves, but it has been an incredible kind of journey that we've kind of watched this squad here from MGFB kind of travel their way through the bracket, kind of get themselves through team after team after team. And when it came down to the end, there's simply just not enough in the tank for intensity to be able to bring that intensity that was obviously much needed to kind of close things out against a squad that is just able to always ice up in those final rounds.
Man, I'll tell you what a series this was. I think
Hell
every
yeah.
time that we saw MGFB play throughout the earlier stages and here in the grand finals, we've been entertained to the fullest extent. Much credit given to intensity as they follow up as the runners up here. $100 is split between them, but 400 going the way of MGFB. Good stuff from K-Meister, Battle Pants, Bones, Nahul, and Seven. The team of 5, we had not seen them play in any of our previous CMGs. It's not on stream before, but goodness, did they look something special. And we talked about it at the top side of this entire matchup for the grand finals. When you've got a Sage and a Cypher that can hold down sites as well as Seven and Battle Pants can, it opens up so much space. But on the opposite side, Seven was not really ever given an opportunity to do much this game.
Right.
We did not have to see him battle up against 1v3s, even 1v2s. Rarely did his site even get pushed over towards A. And again, when he still goes 12-18 with 6 assists, that's not bad as a Cypher player not seeing much action to your self-defended bomb site. So, I mean, again, just knowing that this is a full 5-man team where anybody can pop off at any given moment and all 5 players are playing as a complete squad, that's the result that you would expect to see. But a heck of a battle here in the grand finals between both of our maps. A little unfortunate. We didn't get a chance
I
to see
know.
a set. I know we were really wanted to see what it looked like at the competitive level here on Checkmate Gaming, but we'll have to wait another day before we see that happen.
We'll unfortunately have to wait another day, not getting in towards the mix for us there. But yeah, like you said, it was a fantastic grand final that we got. I think you come back towards the series as a whole. Map number 1, it's MGFB finding success on offense on split. That's what allows them to come up 1-0 up in the series. They translate that over towards a win here in map number 2, but it was by no means, a blowout. It obviously came almost all the way towards the distance where we almost got a final round 25 that played out here for us. And that would have been absolutely fantastic, of course, getting that in towards both of these squads who have been absolutely fantastic up towards this point. Austin IRL, a player who had, previously won some of the CMG tournaments, but will be shut down and will not be allowed a win here in this one. And this squad for MGFB, hope that, they do actually maybe stick together, look to build some of that synergy amongst themselves because they have the individual talent, they have the mechanics to most certainly back themselves up. So that would have, or rather, this would definitely be a squad that is going to be able to maybe make some waves in towards the future if they're able to synergize even further heading in towards the rest of the season.
Indeed the case. And again, we don't know what the competitive future will look like in total for Valorant, but we do know there are still a number of free entry tournaments that are coming forward for the next couple of days here throughout the month of June. So make sure you're taking a look at all of those things coming forward as we have a look at what's happening in the future. We've got free entries for both Europe and North America over the next couple of days. June 12th, the next one up, will be a free entry for $125. June 19th, the next, and then the third one that's popping would be another $125 free entry on June the 26th. Hopefully, we'll see a couple more. I know personally, I'm pushing for a series of qualifiers leading to an invitational that we could maybe showcase the top 16 to 32 teams that sign up for the initial qualifiers. I would love to see kind of a showcase of who the best talent potentially are here in the early stages that aren't getting necessarily the invitations to things like Twitch Rivals or the ESPN eSports events. Give these guys a platform to really kind of showcase themselves with footage and potentially just have a nice little boast of being one of the best teams in your region early on. Again, a lot would be said about what that would look like. So that is all taking place again on our website. You can find it at checkmategaming.com by navigating over to the tournaments tab and selecting Valorant to see those tournaments that are listed. And all of that enrollment is open now for you to jump in whenever you so feel free to. Beyond that, of course, if you're looking for more Valorant updates from us here at Checkmate, Again, at CMG_Valorant on Twitter will get you everything as far as when tournaments are happening, broadcast clips, other things that you might want to know if you're looking to play competitively here with us at CMG. Visions, final thoughts from you. I know there's a lot of things to digest over the course of those last 8 hours, but I want to get your final overall takeaways from what we saw today.
Listen, man, I love this game. I think that this game obviously has so much potential, and just seeing just a bit of the highlights of just the individual moments that can happen within the game was really just astonishing to be able to watch and let alone cast it. I mean, it's just one thing. So being able to see these players and hopefully maybe have them returning towards some of these future tournaments is definitely what I'm looking forward to see if we can get these returning squads and that are maybe trying to form new things. But my final thoughts, like come down to, the squad here for MGFB. I loved what they did from start to finish. We got to see a lot of teams kind of build their way up in towards these quarterfinals, these semifinals, and MGFB kind of brought a lot of individual highlights for me that I kind of can't wait to go back and watch over once again. So I had an absolute blast with you here, Shift, and of course Justin running the production in the background here on this very long cast and very long tournament for these players. But it's been an absolute treat.
Well, with all of that, could not say it any better myself, so we'll let that linger in your minds. Hopefully, we'll catch you guys back next time, though. We've got a lot more stuff coming forward here on the CMG channel, including things across not just Valorant, but also Call of Duty, also including potential post-show for things going out of this Call of Duty League, not this weekend, but next. So make sure you follow on your way out. Until the next one, hope you guys all out there keep pulling it down. So long.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.